wait, once you've handed your card in, wait until you've been assigned your board and sent away by the official. Could we have the 10 o'clock men, please, and the 10 o'clock markers go to your boards, please? Could we have the youth match play boys up to the TV lane, please? The 8 youth match play boys. The first name on the sheet will go for the ball. The winner of the ball will go first in legs 1, 3, 5 and 7. Right, gentlemen, this is the last announcement. If there's anybody in the room that has gone straight to the board with their card, you will be eliminated. You must report to control first. If there are any 10 o'clock men on the boards that have not been to registration, please come up now.
No, there won't be no one. You better let the lads know that you don't need to. That's fine. Oh, I see.
How old are you, Cal? 16. Cheers, mate. What age is this competition? Is it under 18? 18 and under. That's what we think.
How's that looking, Stephen? Okay?
It's not level, man.
Excuse me. Can you just hold this light there for me, please?
Yeah, one ball.
This is definitely the last announcement. If your chalker hasn't turned up, unfortunately, you will have to get your own chalker. You'll have to get a volunteer to do that ball, please.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right? So it's what you're used to account.
I'm guessing you're going to want that slightly more to the right now?
Yeah, if you get that trouble, that'd be great.
Well, we're going to try and get some.
Happy?
I'm thinking we turn that on.
Stephen, is that okay? Yeah.
Where's my radio? This one?
Yeah, I'm giving it back. You good?
Yeah, am I using this?
Yes, you are, yeah.
Bloody hell, tie me up, look. Got this out?
No, it's good.
We're ready to roll, so as long as he is, we'll go.
Yeah, it sounds like to you.
I'll sort it out in a second. I think I'll have to come out and leave.
Yeah, up.
Just one second. Jeff Frey.
Check so.
Hello mate, can you hear me? Lovely, yeah, we're ready to go apart from the Dawson windows, we're just getting that screen ready. So the players are warming up. Nick, you can get Nick going whenever you like. We'll just, I think in fact we're ready, so we'll start the off. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we won't start the practice dance until. Yeah, we'll have 6 practice dances each officially. That's the cue I give the ref. So you just tell me if you're happy. So you know we've got Vincent versus Greaves. Okay. So I'll give the cue for the 6 starts. Okay, 6 starts.
6 starts for now.
16. Okay, over and out.
A very good morning to everyone that's watching the streaming of this weekend's darts extravaganza from Selby here on the south coast in the UK. Nick Rolls here. You've got to put up with myself, and when he eventually gets out of his bed, Mr. Hugh Ware, we're going to be doing a lot of your commentating today. And we're going to be starting the day with the EDO Classic for the boys. So we have 8 lads that are in our quarter-finals. You can see on your screen now Mr. Callum Graham, and he's going to be playing against Jack Vincent, which is the first game of the day. A really early start for the lads, but having just had a quick conversation with them, they're all looking forward to it. And Callum is going to be playing against Jack Vincent. As you can see, it's the first of 3, also known as the best of 5. And as if by magic, Mr. Hugh Ware has just walked in the room. I'm just waiting for him to take his seat and settle down. I think he's just run over, so I'm not sure that I'll whether he wants to speak. Are you fit to speak, Hugh?
Good morning, Nick. Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm fit and ready to go, and I hope you are as well at home. Fantastic weekend up ahead, as I'm sure Nick has already said. And this should be a fast and furious game, Nick, to start things off.
Indeed. I was just saying, Hugh, so early in the morning, and the lads are starting at 10 o'clock in the morning to the quarter-final and to play for a place in the semi-final of the England boys match play.
60. 24.
So the order of play, we have, as I say, Jack Vincent and Callum Graham playing now. Then we'll have Daniel Perry and George Cressy. That'll be followed by Connor Levitt and Owen Maiden. And our 4th game, we'll see Chris Gower play Jamie Petum.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that Connor Levitt and Owen Maiden game in particular, because Connor Levitt's been an England international for the last couple of years, an impressive record with England as a youngster, against Owen Maiden, who won the England Open Youth just a few months ago in this very venue. But as we're talking, it's Vincent here on 160. Yeah, great dart, that second one. Comes down to the treble 16 to leave the double. He's got time. The percentages maybe were against him there, Nick, but he's got time with Graham sat back on 2-4-5.
He has. I'm not a fan of going for 16s with it on 80 with 1 dart in your hand, because if you don't hit a treble here, you only get 1 dart at a double, as we'll see now with Jack. He's only going to get 1 dart at tops, whereas if he'd left himself 60, chances. Good 1-3-4 to leave him on 53, but it's Jack that's going to come to the board, tops for the first leg of the day.
Yeah, great dart. Didn't want to leave that to the last dart, did he, Nick?
Very true. Very true. It's a good start for Jack. Seeded number 7, or in the EDO rankings, Jack is number 7. He's from Buckinghamshire. He took part in the British Internationals in this year, and also in the Europa? Yeah, I'm saying football now. Europe Cup. It's early, Hugh.
Absolutely, we'll let you off for that.
If I make a mistake this afternoon, it'll be because we've been here too long.
85.
Callum Graham is Jack's opponent. He is the EDO ranked number 8. So number 7 against number 8. He was the England Youth Open champion in 2013.
Well, we've got 2 trebles in here. We could have the first maximum of the weekend.
140.
Callum was also the England Masters Youth Open runner-up. And he's been the Isle of Man Youth Open runner-up this year.
28.
As you say, Hugh, an early start for Charlie as well. A number of us referees. There's so much darts this weekend. I think there's about 4 or 5 of us, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge weekend of darts here in Chelsea. Vincent's putting in a great leg here. Scores of 60, 140 and 118 so far. And here we go with Graham. Unlucky himself.
a 140. He leads in 248, but Jack 183, so he's 60 points in front plus these, and having taken the first leg against the darts, a real chance to stamp his authority on this match.
And in this short format as well, only the best of 5 legs, remember. It's very important in the short format to get a good start. It's very hard if you go 2-0 down, but that's exactly the situation that Graham is facing now. Vincent's playing well on 87. 317s leaves double 18. And now double 18, a fantastic 14 dart leg if he gets it. Ah, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic stuff, Nick, showing the potential of youth.
Indeed, a superstar, a 14 darter. So that'll take some beating during the day, let alone in this game, but
I'm sure it will be beaten with the seniors later on, but a 14 darter is fantastic. It doesn't matter what age you are. Good last treble 19 there from Graham. He needed that, but Vincent straight back in the treble.
nice throwing action as well. I think it's quite still, whereas I think Callum is almost throwing as he's coming in. It almost doesn't seem to set himself. Perhaps he just needs to set himself a little bit before releasing.
Yeah, I think the throw and the action of Vincent is a bit more solid than Graham so far. Graham, a fine player in his own right, has picked up some good results in his short career, but Vincent has been the better so far. All Graham can do is take it one leg at a time. He's got the throw in this leg, Nick, so he should win this leg, make it 2-1, and then all the pressure will be on Vincent to close out the game.
Absolutely, down to 275 after 9 darts as well. So if he hits a treble and a single within the first 2 darts in the next row, you should see him looking at the 25, albeit the fact that Jack is now such a distance behind on 310, he doesn't actually need to. So a 20 and a 25 here.
Yes, I was going to say, we could see the 25 come into play here. Well, he tried. It was good thinking. And on 310 playing 178, I'm sure Graham would have taken that situation at the very top of the leg.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the 25 would have left him the 170. Good thinking, as Hugh was saying. It's really important that as you progress in the darts ladder and move up the rankings, they're the sorts of things that you've got to start or got to be doing to give yourself an opportunity. If you're not in the raffle, you can't win a prize.
Absolutely. Well, a 41 from Graham. We saw a brilliant 1-2-3 from Vincent to pull himself back into the leg. If you can get another treble here, that could spell bad news for Callum Graham. And he has as well. So, bit of a topsy-turvy leg this one. I think it's going to go right down to the wire. Graham really with his back against the wall as he throws. Treble 19 to leave tops.
59 to leave 78. Jack, though, 102 to seal a place in the semi-final of the Boys England match play for 2015. Now he's got to hit treble 19. It's the only dart that he can throw to leave himself 1 dart at double top. So he should now be looking treble 18. And he's hit treble 18, so 24 left.
He's got great composure, has Vincent. I really like him. 20 for tops. Tops now, 1 dart to save it. And he gets it as well. What a great finish. Oh, well, he really needed that, Nick. He had his back against the wall, as we were saying, but now a hold of throw, and it's all on Jack Vincent to seal his place in the semi-finals.
It was a good throw from Callum. Almost seen no distance between, or no time in between throwing the 20 and the double top. Some players you see stop themselves and have a think about it, but not Callum. He just threw.
Yep, his throw is entirely in sync there as he aimed for tops. And it was a good dart as well. Not easy to be under all that sort of pressure at this time in the morning. It doesn't matter whether you're youth or seniors. It's not easy the first round in any competition.
Perhaps it's too early to be thinking about those things here.
Yeah, well. No, but it's true though, really. But if you can come through a tough game like this, if Graham wins this 3-2, it's what Phil Taylor always says, a good game sets you up for the rest of the tournament. And I think that's absolutely spot on.
That's very true. But the winner of this would play against Daniel Perry or George Cressy, which is our next game. But Jack here, he's had 6 darts and scored just 85 points. He has managed to keep them all straight this time and score 60.
Yep, this is the Youth England match play that's on your screens at the moment. Coming up later, it will be the England Classic. selecting matches from the England Classic. The men's and ladies England match play will be played at the top of Sunday morning, and trust me, there are some cracking games to look forward to there. Make sure you tune in tomorrow.
Another early start as well.
Probably one of the busiest days on the BDO calendar is the Sunday of the second Celsius year.
Yes, I think you're right. I think with 3 competitions coming to a finale tomorrow. Following the Masters last night, now the match play and then the Classic. It's certainly going to be a long day on the stage tomorrow.
Well, the 2 England Masters finals should be quite something as well, because in the men's, it's the reigning Lakeside World Champion Scott Mitchell against one of the most informed BDO players at the moment. Recently won the French Open and was runner-up in the Belgian Open, youngster Dean Reynolds will be taking on Scott Mitchell.
Well, Dean's literally in the last 2 months has come from nowhere to, and this must be very close to sealing him a place at Lakeside, because I think he was ranked at about 28 or 29 prior to this weekend. And obviously points for last night. If you can go into this weekend's other competitions and get some points. So
the ladies' match isn't bad either. Raylene de Graaf against Lisa Ashton. But for now, it's treble 16 and tops. With Graham back on a bogey number. Was unlucky to do that. 48 scored, leaves 56. And all Graham can do is put pressure on. He put good pressure on back in the first leg, I remember.
He did, and he's going to do it again. Treble 19 would be very useful.
89.
Okay, I think he went for treble 17. I think treble 19 would have been the dart, but all the same, he's left 80. But Jack now 56. Oh, and he's hit the 7, I think. So 10 leaves him 46. He's really made a bit of a mess of that.
His worst visit of the match. And now what a golden opportunity for Graham. 20 and tops. Again, it's the 1 dart at tops on just below this time. Same target for Vincent. He's got away with the rugged throw last time out, Nick.
He has got away with it, and it's just a case of whether it's the pressure that did that or the fact that everybody's allowed 1 rugged throw. He's a big deep breath before he threw. Double top. It's a fair distance, but double 10, he's hit it once. And double 10 seals Jack Vincent's place in the semi-final of the boys England match play. Our first semi-finalist is decided, Hugh.
Yep, an impressive all-round solid display from Vincent. He'll have been relieved to see that double 10 go in the last start. Coming up next, Daniel Perry against George Cressy. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, sure. The only thing for the boys was, again, it's the...
ready to roll, or do you need more? Okay. You happy to? Yeah, 6 starts. Yeah, 6 starts. All right. Have you got Hugh Ware there?
No rest for the wicked. We're going to move straight on with the second game, which sees George Cressy, who's in shot there, play against Daniel Perry. Contrasting sizes, to say the least. Here, George is a big lad. I think he's 18. He's well over 6 foot. I know that.
Stand to free for the ball first. Game on.
So Daniel's throwing for the ball.
Just outside the 25.
It's the best of 5 legs. And he's gone outside, and George has gone outside. And we have our first intervention from the referee.
Game on.
And Daniel, having won the throw, has piled in with 2 treble 20s.
100.
2 treble 20s with his first throw.
$135. 51. 100. 3. Daniel require 145.
So Daniel down on 145 after 9 with 121, 135, 100, and then takes out 145 for a 12 darter. An absolutely amazing first leg there from Daniel Perry. A fabulous, fabulous effort. Daniel is ranked number 1. He's just shown us why. He's in the British Internationals in 2015 and the Europe Cup in Denmark in 2015. George is well down the EDO rankings, but he's here courtesy of being the England Masters Open Youth Champion.
100.
But an absolutely staggering start.
41. 81. 140. 140.
This time it's George that's
156.
started off well in this leg, or after 12 darts down to 156, and the ton leaves him with 56. Daniel though 136. If you can hit 145, you can certainly hit 136, but not now. 100 leaves him 36. So a bit of pressure here on George, albeit he'll know that he was against the darts in the first leg.
46. Daniel required 36.
Double 9. Ooh, 9 left, so George with a chance.
George required 10.
George wanting double 5. 1 dart. Oh, and that really is a little bit unlucky. He's right on the wire, on the inside as well, so left himself with 5. Daniel's hit the hard bit. He's hit the 1. He now wants double 4 for a 2-leg lead.
5.
And he split it. So 145 was no trouble. But now we're playing round the houses.
1. Daniel required 4.
This is a bit more on Daniel's eye level now, double 2. The small lad with big potential. Double 2.
2.
He's left himself in the madhouse.
4. That's game shot in a second.
And George takes that second leg.
Third leg is
And we're one leg all. Our referee, his first appearance here at Selsey.
41.
A young man by the name of Wayne Dunn. Wayne's from the west of England. As we were saying in the first leg, it's a big weekend of darts. So Wayne and Andy Walsh. And you saw Charlie in the first leg, myself and Hugh and Richard. We'll all be taking our turn, I'm sure. So after the first leg, where George was, let's face it, battered by a fantastic 12 darter and a 145 out from young Daniel Perry, he's found his form now.
100.
Won the second leg, gone off with 134 and 100. So before this throw has already got the throw, and here we go again. Another 140, so 127 after 9.
$98. Georgia require 127.
And he did go for the ball with Daniel on 164. Didn't want to take the chance that he doesn't go out. But as soon as that first dart didn't hit the treble, George knew that he'd have another throw. 37 then. Looking at 5 for double 16.
21.
The second dart was very close. The third one wasn't so good.
104.
Daniel now 104. This is an interesting way of going. There's the 64.
64.
And unlucky for
Georgia
tops.
requires 16.
And I think George has nailed the double 8, which he has, and he now takes a 2-1 lead, and that was against the dart. So George now in a very strong position. He lost the bull, as we saw. Wayne decided that Daniel's dart was nearer to the ball than George's, and in a best of 5 that can be decisive. So George knew that he was going to have to break Daniel's throw, and he's done that.
$43. $60.
George has got away with, I think it would be true to say, 2 fairly mediocre scores, because Daniel hasn't been able to capitalise. There's another one there, so the lad's just going through a patch where they can't find the treble.
60.
It's unlucky. It's a good 3 straight darts, but the number 1 seed, Daniel Perry from Hampshire. George is from Kent.
100.
As I say, won the England Masters Open Youth Championship in 2014. Hence, he won his place in
60.
this tournament, the England match play, the boys' England match play. Change of tack now from George, coming down for 19s.
20.
And this is the point where they've just got to keep their focus.
$84.
Good last start there from Daniel.
60.
And George just hitting 60. Daniel now has the advantage in this leg. 196. And that's a big treble.
100.
96, a nice outshot. 2 chances at the treble 20.
59.
59 for
Daniel
George.
required 96.
To leave 132, which is always looks a great finish. 96 now. Now 16.
56.
56 leaves in tops, and George will be looking at the bullseye here. He can go bull, bull, double 16, or 25. Now he wants 57. 44 leaves 88, and 20 leaves him 68. So he's in a chance to challenge if Dan doesn't hit the 40. They're all 10.
30.
And George is now
George
thinking,
requires
this is
68.
my chance. He should get a dart. And he has got one dart at tops. And he's right on the wire.
28.
Very, very unlucky.
Daniel required 10.
Daniel taking a deep breath. Come on, he says to himself. He wipes his forehead. It's double five to take us to a deciding leg. It just hasn't worked after that first leg of so clinically taking out 145.
George require 40.
George now double top. Still double top. Last dart. Yes.
Game shot. And a match
George,
to George Cressy.
from having lost the first leg to a fabulous 12 darter and a 145 outshot, has come back to defeat the #1 seed. So George Cressy, a 3-1 victor over Daniel Perry, and moves into our semi-final where he'll play the winner of our first quarter-final, young Jack Vincent. Game 3 will be on its way. We'll see Connor Levitt play Owen Maiden. We'll be back for that one very shortly.
I think they did it for this. They forgot. Yeah. Because there was quite a bit of shadow, I thought. We were looking from over here. See if you take a bit off. leave it on for now? Or have you got to get rid of it? Alright, we'll get rid of it now then. Wrong buttons on those two. Right, I'll give the ref a cue. Let me know. Six starts? 6 minutes.
Well, welcome back. Our third match of the day. Conor Levitt versus Owen Maiden, and I know I was referencing earlier that I'm looking forward to this game. Should be fast, should be furious, and should be a very good standard indeed as well. There they are. Conor Levitt in your picture. No stranger to these streams. He comes to a lot of EDO events down here in Chelsea. And in the youth events, he tends to get far and end up on the stream. So he should be no stranger to you viewers of the EDO streams, faithful viewers. And we throw for the ball.
Outside 25.
So Maiden's got to get his dart above that of Levitt's, and he does so successfully. So Maiden with the darts, and at the best of 5 legs, that could be very crucial indeed. Owen Maiden, a few months ago, won the England Open youth here in Chelsea. So looking to continue his unbeaten run. My name is Hugh Ware, sat in the commentary box for you today.
26.
Nick Rolls and Richard Ashdown will also be joining us in commentary a little bit later on. Good first start, that begging for more.
125.
And here we go, first maximum of the weekend, not to be.
123.
Well, I said we'd have a good standard, and we've already seen scores of 1-2-3 and 1-2-5. The game should go along at some pace.
100.
We've seen a great standard so far overall. We've seen a 1-4-5 out from Daniel Perry and a 14 darter from Jack Vincent. Jack Vincent was very impressive earlier on. What a great start this is from both players. 4 scores of over a ton so far.
100.
You can make that 5. 5 scores of ton or more so far in the game. Yep, 25 leaves the 170. So he's on a finish, Levitt, but Maiden should be first to the double, a 139, treble 19, double 11. Big 20 now leaves tops. Oh, and he's busted. Disaster. Renewed hope in this leg for Levitt. And a good last treble, so back on 139. Got to regain composure. Well, big 19, no danger of busting this time. Treble 14, double 16 or 18s, well, that dart, let's say, just slipped. Bull!
30.
A long way away. Very rugged throw, you don't need me to tell you. Topstra hold of throw. Well, they were both very confident on the scoring coming down. It's fair to say a little nervous when it came to the finishing.
Game on.
Look at this very fast throw of Levitt. Wavy action.
111.
Composed himself well after a bad second dart. Not easy up on the live stream.
40.
And they're very aware of it as well, let me tell you, with the cameras and the lights. Can be intimidating, but very good experience for these youngsters nonetheless, regardless of the result. Owen Maiden defeated Daniel Key in the final of the England Open Youth.
100.
To add to a collection of youth titles that he's won so far in his short career, incidentally. And unlucky, 2 bounce outs there. Not coming off the wires of the dartboard, just hitting the flight of the first dart. It was unlucky.
85. 100. Collier require 164.
Well, 164. Coming down for treble 19.
24.
And a bad throw again. Just lacking ever so slightly when it comes to the finishing. So important that if you don't hit the checkout, then you leave yourself handy on the next throw. And so far, Levitt hasn't done that in this match. May be able to take this out now. Looking at Maiden's score. And went for 2 double tops.
100.
Well, he was wise to make sure that that first darter double top went below the tops, so he didn't just throw a dart outside of the board. He made sure that that dart, even if it missed, had some productivity. Now double 18 here. And again, very rugged, you can see.
153.
Erratic so far on the checkouts. Maiden on 153. Only one way to go for 153. Now that leaves 76, so back up for the treble 20. Yes, nice darts. Now Levitt has to make sure he hits double 16. 2 16s coming in, double 8. Yeah, and 1 leg ball. 2 holes to throw so far in the game. We were talking earlier about the importance of the ball throw in only a best of 5, and I wonder if that might play a part. If this goes all the way, Maiden will be the favourite, courtesy of the fact he's got the darts.
140.
If he keeps scoring like that on his throw, then Levitt will find it hard to break.
125.
Good 125 in response there. And treble 19 here, coming down, that first dart blocking the bed. Oh, and another bounce out. Easy when you're consistently having points on the floor. You don't mind the odd one, but if it's happening a lot, it begins to play on the mind.
$93. 44.
Well, close legs so far. Good last treble. You could see that second dart was begging for the third one to enter the treble bed.
41. Only require
And no check out for Levitt, so Maiden on 161. Coming out again. Good use of the dartboard for Maiden in this leg. You've seen him play on the 19s and 18s when the bed is blocked.
97.
Came back up there to try to leave himself on double 12. Well, if Levitt can hit 1 treble here, might just make Maiden think, but it's not going to happen now.
27. Only requires 64.
Well, treble 16 for double 8. Now big 16 for double. Well, that's one way to get 16. Double 16 now for a 2-1 lead.
32.
Pulled that badly.
Only require
Released that dart far too early for me. Top of the shop.
58.
Well, that's a little bit more solid because we've seen some rugged throws when Levitt's been going for the checkout so far. That was a bit more of a solid 58. The double 16 goes in for 2-1. The reigning England Open Youth Champion. Looking good here, but it's Levitt with the darts to take it to a deciding leg.
61.
Well, you can see Levitt beating himself up quite a lot here. I don't really understand why. That was only his first bounce out of the game. I'm not too sure that the bounce out deserved that sort of pained response from Levitt.
60. $23.
And as you can see, the negative thoughts in his head are now starting to translate to the dartboard. Maiden has had 3 bounce outs so far, but hasn't really responded badly to any of them.
37.
And because he hasn't got any negative thoughts in his head, he's been able to keep his standard far more consistent and solid in this leg than his opponent.
41.
Yeah, traipsing down the oche. It's not good. He had the throw in this leg. Make it 2-all, you never know what can happen in a decider. got to play through it. Got to. That's better.
79.
Just got to play through it. Got to play through it and play and improve the mentality.
80.
Oh, another bounce out. That's 4 now for Maiden.
Only require 143.
He's going to have 6 starts at least at 143. Treble 19 here. And back upstairs. May look at the 18s, yes.
57.
And you can guarantee he'll be going for the 18s again on his next visit because it's 86 left. Good last start from Levitt. A sort of cynical
86.
raise of the eyes there. I finally found what I was looking for. A double 16 coming in for the match. He hit this to win the last leg of the game. And he's missed it here, so Levitt on 150.
150.
Been a tough leg for him this, mentally as well as anything else. And hits the wrong bed, so 110 left.
59.
91 left.
Only require 32.
Double 8 for the game, and that's it.
Game,
Middle of the bed,
shot,
a good
and
match
match.
from Owen
Owen
Maiden. They both
Maiden.
started well. Levitt, it's fair to say he had his chances in the game, but was a little bit more rugged on the checkouts than Maiden, and that's what decided it. 3-1 to Maiden. Coming up the last of our quarterfinals. Who will take on Owen Maiden in the semi-finals? Either Chris Gower or Jamie Petum. That match coming up very shortly.
and Match Play 2015.
$140. $60.
So Chris Gower won the darts with the bullseye. Well, now wants 99.
$59.
He also playing the treble 16, albeit he had Jamie sat on no outshot on 181, so he did have the
60. Chris, you require 40.
room, so to speak, to not necessarily have to have a double, or throw a double in the last throw, but
10.
this time round
Jamie
missing double
require
15 there.
121.
And Jamie has a chance. He did have a chance before he threw his first dart.
81.
But hitting a 5 when you want 121 does not help. Double 15. 7 or 3. He's gone 3 for double 6.
Game shot.
That's your first leg to
Chris
Mark.
Gower.
Sorry,
Second
to
leg
Chris
is Jamie
Gower.
to throw first. Game on.
Already through from the first 3 games this morning in the boys' match play. Jack Vincent beat Callum Graham 3-1. The 14 darter in that
56.
match as well. And then we saw Daniel Perry, the number 1 seed, play George Cressy. Daniel went off with a 12 darter and a 145 outshot in the first leg, and it went downhill from there. George won the next 3 legs to move through to the semi-final. So George Cressy will play Jack Vincent, and as I've just said, the winner of Chris Gower and Jamie Petum will play Owen Maiden in our other semi-final.
$100. $100.
Jamie had the darts in this leg, so should theoretically be down at a double first, but
84.
Chris hitting the treble there has put some pressure on Jamie here. Responding well.
100.
Jamie is from Essex and ranked number 9. Fantastic throw here, a 139
Jamie require 116.
from Chris to leave himself on 54. And with Jamie not hitting the treble with his first 2 darts, this is the chance now
54.
for Chris to go 2 legs in front. Double 18, still double 18.
36.
Come inside.
Jamie require 56.
56. Oh, he won't like that. He's only going to get 1 dart, double top.
16.
Just a little bit sloppy there. Wanted the big 16 to give himself 2 darts.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it is indeed Chris Gower that steps into a 2-leg lead. And has the throw in this leg.
100. $140. $59.
We'll move straight from the boys' quarterfinals of the match play to the quarterfinals for both the girls and the boys. And our first chance to see the 4 young ladies that have made it through to the semi-finals. Amy Collins, Natasha Reeves, Chelsea Williamson and Bo Greaves are the 4 girls that will be taken to the stage.
45.
So Chris Gower, ranked number 3, current England international. He made the British internationals and the Europe Cup in Denmark. But it's Jamie who's got the advantage in this leg, and that 100 takes him down to a finish of 156. Now you should see Chris. I was going to say if he hit a treble here, he'd need to come out because he couldn't leave it or hit a straight ton. He would have left himself a bogey, but the fact that he hit a 1 first dart made that extremely difficult. So 6 darts from here for Jamie.
42.
And 42, whilst 114 is an outshot, I think he'd have been wanting to leave less than that.
92.
And that's a fabulous shot
Jamie require
from Chris.
114.
92 leaves in 90, 114 for Jamie.
98
leaves him 16, but for a place in the semi-final, a 90 outshot, 20 for the bull. Bullseye. Oof.
65.
A 25.
16.
And Jamie Reeves again. That's a long way.
No score.
Doesn't really threaten the double there.
25.
And Chris is back for 25. He's gone one. One double 12. Double 12. Sees him march straight through into the semi-finals, and the forlorn look on Jamie's face, I think, tells the story. So Chris Gower, a 3-0 victor, our only 3-0 victor of the quarterfinals, moves through nice and smoothly to play Owen Maiden in the second of our boys England match play semi-finals.
You alright, Andy? 6 starts when you're ready. Yeah, they've been told.
So here we are then, the first girls match of the weekend. And it's a good way to start because Natasha Reeves, who is in the background of your picture, won the England Open in Chelsea just a few months ago. Owen Maiden, the reigning boys Open champion, got through his first round game. Can the girls champion now do the same? She's taking on a young lady called Amy Collins. EDO ranked number 2 is Amy Collins. She hails from the west of England.
For the ball first.
So should be a good test, a good challenge for Eves. Still the best of 5 legs.
That's 25.
And as you can
It's
see, it will
Natasha
be
to play
Eves with the
first.
darts, courtesy
Game
of
on.
hitting the 25. Hugh Ware in the commentary box for you this morning. And joining me now is Mr. Nick Rolls. We've heard Nick already today, and so far, Nick, what have you thought? We've seen the boys' quarterfinals. Who impressed you the most?
I think strangely, I like Daniel Perry, and he lost. The first leg was by far the best leg that we saw this morning. He had a 12-dart leg and went out on 145. Owen Maiden beginning to get himself a good name in the youth as well, isn't he? He keeps making the latter stages of these youth competitions. And Chris Gower played nicely. I sat on the fence, I think, there.
Well, you know, it's funny, you mentioned all of those names. The one that stood out for me was Jack Vincent, because I thought he had a really, it wasn't necessarily a spectacular performance, because we saw George Cressy hit a 145 out for Daniel Perry, beg your pardon, hit a 145 out for a 12-darter. He wasn't on that level of spectacular, but he was very consistent and very solid. And ultimately, consistency is what will win you the championships.
That's very true. We've done really well. We've covered all 4 bases.
Yeah, between us, yeah, we got it all covered. What we're trying to say is that the boys' semi-finals should be quite something, so stay with us, folks.
Absolutely. But back with the girls, as Hugh was saying, Natasha Eves, victorious in June. She struggled with some of her throws back in June, almost releasing the dart too early. I was refereeing at that game, and there was definitely something wasn't quite right with her throw. So it'd be interesting to see whether she's put that behind her. Appears to get very almost emotional on the stage and geeing herself up all the time. And hope she's not thinking about it too much.
Well, it looks better to me. It does look better. There's not as much of a hesitation as what there was back in Chelsea in June.
Very true. And Chelsea Williamson from London, EDO ranked number 3. She is a current England international. She was in the British Internationals and Europe Cup Denmark teams in and as Hughes was saying, Natasha, the England Open champion in 2015 and in 2013, and the England Youth International in 2013 as well.
Natasha, you require 150.
Yeah, I remember when Natasha Reeves first came on the scene, Casey Gallagher, who we've seen transition to the ladies' game, we saw her at Lakeside no less last year. They had a big rivalry going on, didn't they? Because they seemed to contest every girls' final that was played, and every final that they played went to the last leg.
32.
Absolutely, and you say it quite rightly, Casey has now made the transition, and the recent Swedish spit your words out, Nick. The recent tournament in Sweden, she won the Ladies Darts Organisation tournament and also the Swedish Open, where she beat Fallon Sherik and Anastasia Dobromislova. So,
well, if Eves used to really push Gallagher and sometimes beat Gallagher when Gallagher was still in the girls' field.
Indeed.
So if we've seen Casey Gallagher do it, I see no reason why Natasha Eves can't as well.
81.
Yes.
That much younger than
Natasha
Casey
requires
still.
76.
Indeed, and a chance here on 76. So 23 leads 53. This is the bit that I think sometimes just continue with your darts and don't need. Histrionics is a bit too strong a word, but just
38.
Well, she was lucky she didn't bust after that second dart. Really, a bit more to the left and it would have been disaster. But yeah, I know what you mean, Nick. I was commentating earlier on Conor Levitt and I brought up his histrionics on the dart, which I felt at that point was unnecessary.
It's our word of the day, histrionics.
Histrionics.
Okay. Do you spell it with a Y or an I?
But you do see the youth players, because they are learning, it is all part of the learning process. That's why you see them beat themselves up a lot more than what you would the senior players who have been playing for 20 years or more. Double 19, a good clean kill there from Eves. For the first leg, she really struggled on her doubles, I seem to recall, back in June.
She did, yes. It was a long game. It was a long game. But you get that occasionally, especially at this level, Hugh. There's the pressure of being on the stage. They're of a young age.
But it always feels good to take out the double cleanly in the first leg, because it settles you down. You know, to take it out cleanly and to not have any trouble
85.
really does give confidence to a player.
No, I agree. I think it is important to get that first double and get a leg on the board and know you're not going to get whitewashed, so to speak.
35.
Not being a player, it sort of doesn't. It's not something that I've felt, but I can understand the players wanting to get that first leg under their belt. And
yeah, we never understood it because we never did take out the double cleanly,
Well,
did
I'm
we, in
not
the
so
first
sure.
leg, Nick, when we were playing?
I'm not so sure you do, Hugh. You're a bit modest there. I know that you were playing at Glamorgan Youth and at a decent level. So
44.
Wales.
Wales, Glamorgan. Was it Glamorgan?
Yeah,
There you go.
Glamorgan County Youth. Shout out to Glamorgan County Youth and to Wales Youth, of course. And a shout out too to Cheshire. We mentioned that Amy Collins played for the West of
21.
England. Natasha Eves hailing from Cheshire. You've seen a load of counties represented already, Nick. In the boys, we've seen Hampshire, Sussex, Essex, Buckinghamshire, the good county of
Yes, indeed.
Buckinghamshire,
Just
and-
down the road from myself in Berkshire.
Yep, one of the top counties in the land, Lancashire, where Callum Graham plays his darts. Essex, of course, again, a very strong area of darting talent and has produced darting
55.
talent for the
Indeed.
last 20 years. A lot of top players over the years have come from Essex.
Absolutely.
Who can we name? Wayne Mardle, Colin Lloyd,
44.
amongst many others.
So this leg's not really got going. The top score in this leg so far, 85 from Natasha, and that was her first throw. And Amy, I think I called her
60.
Chelsea earlier on.
Chelsea Williamson will not be happy.
No. Getting them mixed up. Sorry, girls.
Well, that's very wise
98.
from Collins to come down, because that first dart was hanging by a thread. And it was a great first dart as well, because it's dragged her right back into the leg.
I definitely did say Chelsea because I said that she was EDO rank 3.
45.
Our graphic was showing it was 1-0 to
9.
Amy Collins. It isn't, of course. Natasha hit the first double. And our scores here. So Natasha throwing is on 175. Getting frustrated with herself again. So just 26 will leave her a 149. And Amy back on 179. So she'll be wanting to leave a finish from here.
Great first dart. Oh, great second dart. 19 here. What a great setup that was.
Very close to leaving double one.
Natasha, you require 149.
But 139 to leave tops, and Natasha back on 149.
Yes, all of a sudden this 149 has become a very tall order.
Absolutely.
60.
60 leaves her 89.
Amy, you require
Amy
40.
wants tops.
Well, she set it up perfectly. Can she finish it perfectly?
That's
She
Kate's
can.
got a second
One
leg,
leg all.
Amy.
Well, a perfect 4 darts.
Absolutely. The seniors
Game
would
on.
rip your hand off for that. 179 in 4 darts.
They would indeed. Amy, obviously annoyed with me for calling her Chelsea earlier, has decided to take it out on the dartboard, which I'm very thankful for.
55.
Amy is actually EDO rank number 2 and is the England Windmill Southwest Region qualifier.
Well, she's found her
89.
range on the treble 20 because she's hitting treble 20 with at least one of her 3 darts in the last few turns that she's had to the oche. And now again, we just see evidence of maybe the throw just going ever so slightly wrong. Using the big
34.
18. Oh, now that is unlucky. That's our first. Oh, that's our second.
5.
Our first 2 bounce outs off the actual wire of the dartboard. Seen a few bounce outs from the youth today, but they've all actually come off the first dart. Those are our first darts to actually come off these 180 dartboards. Yes, that's better for the youths.
81.
The throw is looking better in general, Nick.
Natasha's, yeah.
Still having a
does-
few
51.
wayward darts, yes, but the throw, as far as that, there's not as much hesitation, and that's got to be a good thing. See, that was perfect.
Yep.
85.
If anything, I think because some of her darts are going erratic. The way she throws the dart, the thumb is quite an integral part of her throw. So if it's not spinning out of her thumb correctly, then it's not just going slightly wrong, it's going really wrong. You see, you look at this here. Look at the thumb. It's just the way it needs to flick out of the hand correctly. Sometimes the thumb lingers on the dart too long, and it comes out. Those 3 darts were perfect. They were perfectly thrown.
Expert analysis there from Professor Ware.
I know, because I had the same trouble.
Natasha, you require 146.
That's why I'm sat here and not out there playing.
Nothing to do with your age, then.
60.
All right, Nick. Goodness. Banter. Banter on the live stream at Chelsea. Well, Eve sat on 86.
25.
Has had by far the better of this leg. Collins has been unlucky with her bounce out.
Yes, another bounce out there as well. So at least 6 darts here for Natasha. That's 14. 14. It isn't. It is 12. Nick,
Check.
that's treble. Treble 14 now. That looks like an 11. So we're 23 scored and 63 left. Possibly treble 13.
27.
So she's gone round the houses there and left herself 59. So Amy here, a big ton or a ton 40. Remember the last leg, she wanted 179 and left herself top, so she's more than capable. And that 97 has left her a very handily placed 130, which is quite a nice shot out for the player. And again, Natasha missing the big number, so 52, 12 or 20. And she's hit the 1, so we've gone from wanting 86 and 6 darts later, and she still hasn't had a throw at a double.
Yep, she's missed 2 singles. Lets everyone know about it as well.
130.
But she will be coming back for 3 darts at double 16.
82.
The pressure's been put on again.
Absolutely, another 82 there. So good leave of 48, and Natasha on 32 for a 2-1 lead. Best of 5, first of 3 for a place in the final.
No, and that was a big opportunity.
Amy, you require 48.
For Collins. 8 for tops. Tops now. A break of throw. Biggest dart of the match so far. Oh, and that looked as if it actually bounced out of the double itself.
I agree with you, Hugh. I think that came out of the double 20. And Natasha's taken advantage. You can't afford to be feeling sorry for your opponent, and Natasha certainly didn't, but very, very unlucky there for Amy. She had 3 bounce outs during the leg, and then
47.
one that, as Hugh so rightly described, in the double 20 and popped out.
Well, it's been a really close game so far, and it may well be a harsh reality
60.
that moments like that
Check 45.
could be what decides the match one way or the other.
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. At 2-1, I still think you're 5 to 6 each of 2 to win this match. It's that close.
Nick Rolls bringing his betting guru head to the table here at Celsius. Who would have it any other way?
I'm not sure you're allowed to bet on the youth, though, Hugh. That's the truth. Under 18, you see. And another
61.
bounce out for Amy.
Well, it's extraordinary how many bounce outs we're having, I have to say. Be it whether they're coming out off the dartboard or the dart
60.
itself. It's extraordinary how many darts are ending up on the floor.
$19.
So another even Steven leg. Albeit it was until that treble 19, so that's put a bit of distance between them with a 2-1 lead and now nearly 100 points advantage. It definitely is
52.
advantage Natasha Eves.
Yes, you talk about distance, Nick. Eves does have distance between herself and her opponent in this leg, and it looks like Collins might have to do a Usain Bolt 200-metre dash to the finish line here from 2:59.
Indeed, another dart hits the floor. I think that one actually hit the flight and the actual barrel of the 2 darts that were in the board rather than the wires, though.
Yeah, the vast majority of the darts have come off the dart itself. See, again, that has come off the flight.
It has
That's
indeed.
not actually come off the dart itself. Our players are being too accurate this morning, Nick.
They are. This is good. Could be a very good throw. Another treble.
62.
And Natasha will be disappointed with that, having hit a treble 20 first start right at the top of the bed. To follow it with 2-1, she won't be best pleased.
44.
However, Amy has only managed
Natasha, you require
44, so
127.
Natasha Reeves, 1-2-7.
Shot still on with treble 19 and bull. Well, 41 scored, 86 left. Treble 18 leaves double 16.
45.
And the 4 leaves
Amy,
82.
you require 150.
So nice big ton here from Amy.
But see, even that second dart came off the first one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Natasha, you require
24
82.
leaves 126, so not. And 25 leaves 57, so 17 for double top for a place in the final. Double top for Natasha Eves,
62.
just underneath.
Amy, you
Well, she
require
will be fancying her
126.
chances of coming back for another go, but Collins, yes, she will be coming back for another go.
22.
Double 10 for the
Natasha, you
match
require 20.
for Reeves.
So double 10.
That's
First
game
start,
shot and the match
and
to
Natasha Reeves, winner on the stage at Selsey in June, will be there again tomorrow as she wins the first of our Girls England match play semi-finals by beating Amy Collins by 3 legs to 1.
Well, we have to say it was difficult to see whether there were more darts in the dartboard or more darts in the floor in that game. But as it is, Eves has earned her place into the England match play final that will be played on Sunday. The England Open champion looking to add the match play to her resume. Who will she take on in the final? Either Chelsea Williamson or Bo Greaves. Join us in a bit.
Ahoy there. for now. They've been given the cue.
Second semi-final of the 2015 girls match play features Chelsea Williamson versus Bo Greaves for the right to take on Natasha Eves on Sunday morning.
Practice starts over. It'll be Chelsea to throw first for the bullseye. Outside the 25. Second dart. First leg, it's ball to throw. Game on.
Well, Bo Greaves has the darts, and what a start. Plumb straight into the treble 20. Greaves, for such a young age, has already shown great ability
35
in her playing career so far, because she reached the final of the Wimbledon World Masters last year in the girls. Absolutely superb
57
achievement for her. She lost in that final, but to make it through the girls field in Hull was a superb
80
achievement. So not been playing darts for that long, but she's here now in Chelsea taking part in the England match play. We've already seen a confident start from her, scores already of 80 and 96.
Wayward one there from Chelsea.
64.
Dropping into the... Mind you, if you're going to get them wayward, fall in a nice big treble. Tends to be the way I play darts. Lovely throw.
40.
It stands very nice, very still, nice and straight. Chelsea's not appears very straight as well, albeit the darts may not be going.
Well, got to hit a treble now to leave a finish.
43.
She's way ahead in this first leg.
And that treble 19 puts her down to 105. Chelsea back on 272.
66.
She has at last hit the treble 20 though.
105.
Bullseye for the first leg. Oh, and she's got it. What a shot
Game
from
shot
Bo
in the
Greaves.
first
Yes,
leg.
it's in
Bo
105
Greaves,
in
second
3 dots. What a
leg.
great recovery from that
Chelsea
single
to
one,
throw.
Nick.
Game
No
on.
messing about there, was there? Wow, a 105, and there was no questioning what she wanted left. It was just bonk, bonk, bonk. Thank you very much.
43.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. She's doing brilliantly here.
105 out. A 1-3-4 to start the next leg.
7.
Williamson has no response so far. This
No.
has been a superb start from Greaves, using the treble 19 stupendously.
Unbelievably. Watch out, ladies, there's a new one on the scene. Bo Greaves.
Yeah, she's not one to travel the
44.
circuit. We haven't seen her a lot, but when we have seen her, like in Hull at the Wimbledon World Masters, she does really, really well.
41.
If we could only get to see her more on the circuit and travelling more, we could see a new star being born.
Absolutely, she'd a wry
45.
grin at only scoring 41. 192. Chelsea, on the other hand, really struggling at the moment.
98.
Another treble 19,
Yeah,
and
even
the treble
one
7
that missed was unlucky.
Absolutely. 94 left after 12 darts.
28.
She hit treble 18
94.
to leave the bull last time. Can she do it again? Oh, no, not this time, but maybe double 15. Oof,
79.
just inside the double 15. Has left her 15. Interesting that she went for treble 20, went on 90 with 2 darts left in hand with her
36.
opponent at 3-3-4. Might be a tad of it inexperience, but perhaps she was just confident of hitting double 15.
Game shot in the
She's certainly
second
confident of
leg.
hitting double
Bo
4.
Reeves.
Yeah, her
Third
finishing's
leg.
been great,
Ball to
hasn't it?
throw.
105 in the
Game
first
on.
leg. Takes out the 15 that she left cleanly in 2. And it's 2 up for the Yorkshire lads.
49.
The Yorkshire lass. Indeed, and Chelsea from London.
41.
It's not going her way at all. She's got a smile on her face. I think she knows she's up against it here. But while there are 3 legs to play, there's still hope.
26.
I actually think that Chelsea Hugh's just been a little bit unlucky. She's hit a number of 26s, but they've been on the wire of the 5 and the 1, and you're millimetres away from hitting 60, which will not be a bad score.
Well, her job from 2-0 down is particularly tough because 2 of those legs are going to be against the darts.
Absolutely, and there we go again. A right-handed ton, as we call it. A treble 1, a single 1, and another
28.
single 1. Albeit Bo's just gone off the boil a little bit. 39, 23, and 28. There was 100 in there
20.
as well, which is why she has the 100-point lead.
Yeah, I like her. Very solid
47.
in her throw. Very steady. And she's produced the goods in this semi-final, I think it's fair to say.
She has. 2-6-4. And again, I feel a bit for Chelsea. They're just not going for her.
51.
And Bo now down to 2-1-3 and a 170-point lead. And here we go. Maybe this is the start of the comeback.
70.
70 it is. These are exactly 100 behind, but of course Bo now adds these.
40.
Just 40.
Yeah, not hitting the treble 19 in this leg as she has been in the first 2 legs. Better
81.
from Williamson. Clawing her way back into the leg, but Greaves here, 1 treble and she's big favourite.
Absolutely. Has Chelsea, then that might be that treble 20 that is the fatal blow. Has Chelsea left it too late to find a little bit of form? 51.
Boy requires 76.
He's a 181, and whilst Bo will go 16, and she wants double top.
56.
And she won't be too worried at this point because Chelsea Williamson cannot finish on 181.
Coming up after this, the boys' semi-finals. George Cressy against
52.
Jack Vincent.
Boy
Chris Gower
requires
against
20.
Owen Maiden. But for now, double 10 for the match. Double 5. Her finishing's been excellent
Game,
so far,
shot,
and that's
and a
what
match.
it is as
Bo
well in the
Reeves.
third leg. A comfortable whitewash victory for Bo Greaves. What a performance.
Very much so. Sets up a fantastic final. Natasha's got that bit of experience, but I think if I had to put my 50 pence either way at there, based on the 2 games that we've just watched, I think Bo would be getting that 50 pence.
Well, her average came down in the third leg, which is a shame because it was up way higher than that in the first 2 legs, Nick. A 9-dart average is particularly impressive, 78.22 for the 9-dart average, and overall 67, a drop of 10 points. That's not too bad, really, when you're translating from the 9-dart to the overall average. It shows that her finishing was of a really good standard as well.
Yes, very true, very true. So that sorts out our girls' finalists, and it will be Natasha Eves and Bo Greaves who will take to the stage tomorrow evening, or tomorrow afternoon, I should say, not tomorrow evening. We'll be starting again tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the stage with the finals. We have the match play for both the boys, the girls, the ladies and the men. And then we also have the England Classic as well. And the Masters, the England Masters, which were played last night. And for those of you that weren't with us earlier and haven't seen the news from overnight, our men's final is Scott Mitchell against Dean Reynolds, and in the ladies we have Lisa Ashton and Aileen de Graaf. So 2 superb finals there. We will be back in a short momento with the 2 boys semi-finals.
Here we are, the first of the boys' semi-finals, George Cressy against Jack Vincent. I have to say, Jack has been the one who has impressed me most out of the 4 semi-finalists. In his quarter-final game, he produced a really solid performance, really solid and consistent. And if you want to win the prizes, then consistency is what wins you the day. You could argue that spectacular can win you games, consistency wins you titles.
That's the bullseye.
And now there's a statement for you. Hitting the bullseye on the ball throw to win the darts. Crucially, only the best of 5, of course, a short format. Referee Charlie Costafine in the background. And Vincent will get us underway.
.46.
It's not to say that this, like Cressy, isn't without his own capabilities. A fine player in his own right as well.
28.
Been playing darts now around the London area for some time. Played on big stages and exhibitions and so forth.
45.
Certainly got the capability to win this game, has Cressy, but Vincent
60.
for me was the best of the quarterfinals. This semi-final, though, of course, a different game, a different matter. Well, 180 floor. You can see that treble was hanging for dear life in the 60 before it gave up hope.
57.
Good marker that first start. Now just pulled on that one slightly. The marker's still there though. Yes.
85.
Taken control of this first leg. Cressy yet to find the treble. There
100.
It is. His first of the match.
.85.
So a nice Shanghai finish for Vincent on his return. And he'll have 6 starts at it, so
120.
we all know the way for this. Treble 21st. Now, treble again for tops. No, slightly more awkward finish now on 95.
32.
That's not the best of setup shots, so if Cressy can get one treble here, he may just put the seed of doubt in Vincent's mind. Got to hit the treble though. Yeah, and it has done.
99.
So
Jaclyn
Vincent has to be
88.
aggressive now on this 88. Hugh Ware in the commentary box for you this morning. Watching the boys' England match play. Bullseye for the first leg. Unlucky, he hit the bullseye, of course, to win the ball throw, but we'll have to settle for a 25 this time. Cressy down for 19s, treble leaves tops. Tops now for a real steal. Has to check the score. Has that put him off the rhythm?
76.
He had to pause there, and I just wonder
25.
whether that just affected the rhythm and the focus in his mind. 1 double 12 maybe for Vincent? No, gone the standard 9 double 8. Double 8 now for the first leg. A leg he's really been in control of all the way through. Oh, and he's missed the doubles, so Cressy back in for a break of throw. Good marker. A double 10. And gets it as well. Well, it's a real steal for Cressy, but most importantly of all, it's a break of throw, and in this short format it cannot be overstated enough, the importance of the throw.
.62.
Now then, this is a real test of character for this young lad. Played really well in his quarter-final game against Callum Graham. But this really the first test of his mentality that we've seen so far, because he missed those doubles, should have won that leg, and is now up against it. And he's up against it if Cressy keeps them there. A maximum for the man George Cressy. And Vincent started well with a 1-2-5. And has folded up well here as well. We talked about a test of character, but he's come through it so far with flying colours.
60.
Good leg this. Really good standard, and Vincent is punishing the score of 60 from Cressy.
85.
Kept himself in this leg well.
41. Jack to require 151.
But only 41 this time around means that Vincent is in control of this leg now, just as he was in the first leg. Treble 18 leaves double 16.
83.
A 158. If this first dart goes in the treble and sits up nicely, it's on. Just like that. Treble for double 19. Unlucky. You'd be disappointed. That really was a good first dart.
Jack to require 68.
Now then, 17 for ball or treble leaves double 8. Oh, and he's not even going to get a shot. He'll be very disappointed
28
with that.
Georgia
For
requires
Vincent.
60.
Now Cressy, 20 for tops. Tops. It's a good lie that. That first dart's not in the way. Double 10. And now it's his turn to miss the doubles.
40.
And let Jack Vincent in. Tops to equalise things. Comes down for double 10. Yeah,
Game
nice
shot on
start.
the second leg. Jack Vincent.
Well, they've both
Third
let
leg,
each
it's
other
Jack
in
to
really.
throw first. Game
Both
on.
of the legs, so 1-1 is probably a fair reflection of the game so far. Vincent will be very relieved, particularly after the first leg where he really did sort of give away that leg to Cressy, missing the doubles.
$60.
Scoring really well. Vincent scores of 125, turn 40, 134 to open this leg. This looks like it's going to be another big score.
81.
81 will do. Cressy hasn't yet
41.
scored as we know he can. He's kept himself in there in the legs, but yet to really find consistent high scoring like his opponent. And here we go again. Is this going to be a 180 for Vincent? No, not quite.
121.
In Cressy's quarter-final, it was Daniel Perry who was producing the spectacular, a 145 out to complete a 12-dart leg, but Cressy was just the more consistent, and it looks like he's trying to make that his game plan in this match
50.
too, but so far Vincent has been the more consistent, whereas Perry wasn't quite able to keep up his high standard in the quarter-final. 115 out then for Vincent, treble 19 first, yep, now 20s for 18s. Treble 17 now will set up tops.
33.
Ooh, rugged throw, so Cressy on 200 again, could do a steal job here if he puts another one in there, which he has, and now all of a sudden,
Jack, you require 82.
this 82 is not easy. The 17 for ball. Got to make sure of the big 17. Ah, now double 8. What a dart that was. 2 8s. Ah, brilliant, brilliant shot. Brilliant recovery. He had Cressy breathing down his neck there, did Jack Vincent, but he kept himself together well.
60.
Lovely high action
60.
is Vincent. Cressy throws his dart from a bit lower down his face, as you can see.
44.
It's a bit more of an arching motion as he's following through as he releases the dart.
$97. 80. 83.
Nice last start, needed that. Just gives him a small advantage, but he'll be hoping when he turns round behind Vincent that Vincent doesn't do precisely what he's just done and put his first start right in the top of the bed, then follow it up with a second and follow it up with a third.
180.
What great timing to hit your first maximum of the game when you're one leg away from victory.
57. Jack, you require 164.
Cressy knows, he looks at the scoreboard, it's not reading good news for him. Vincent on 164 after 9. Now that's not the best of follow-ups. So Cressy needs a treble. If he can put one in here, which he hasn't, so yeah, you can see the frustration.
138.
Vincent on 138 has to. Now then, another one there for double 12. Unlucky. I was going to say if he doesn't take out the shot, he has to set it up better than when he threw the 26 on 164. And he's guaranteed to do that now.
87.
Even the big 11 leaves himself handy on 51 to win the game.
58. Jack, you require 51.
So again, Vincent has proved the more consistent player on the oche, and it looks like that consistency is going to book him a place in the final, and it has. Fantastic victory for the young lad. His good form continues. He's through to the final. Who will join him? Either Owen Maiden or Chris Gower. That semi-final's coming up very shortly.
Oh, see what you mean? Yeah. Yeah. So it's what, sorry?
Hello, ladies and gents. There's Chris to Fruiter for the ball first. That's the 25. That's outside the 25. That's the second, first hurt. So it's Owen to throw first.
So Chris Gower against Owen Maiden is our second semi-final.
$55. $121. $140.
Our second boys semi-final, well underway.
46.
Owen Maiden and Chris Gower. Chris here throwing, starting on the 19s for this throw.
129.
And then proving he didn't need it because he hit two treble 20s.
137. 96.
96.
Owen, you require 142.
Owen Maiden now. 142. And Owen had the dart, so he really should have been winning this leg. But of course, Chris has got himself down to 78. We'll be looking treble 18. Okay, 25. Well, there we go. There is a different way of going out on 78. I don't think I can ever remember seeing a 25-17 double 18 outshot on 78. But if at the end of the day you hit the double with your third or dart, then so be it. And he certainly did.
$85. 109.
During my last break, I had the opportunity to go and see how the men's competition is progressing in the England Classic. And they're down to around about the last 64, so Mr. Ashton is just lining up a few games to bring up to the TV lane when this game is finished. This will, of course, be the final game of the match play for today. We'll have the ladies and the men's match play starting nice and early tomorrow morning, around about 10 o'clock in the morning. And whilst I was out on my travels, I was told that there had been a 9-darter in the men's competition. It involved Dan Perry, who walked off of the board from having played in the boys' England match play, having taken out a 145 but gone to lose to George Cressy. He walked off of that stage, walked onto a game with Wesley Harms, and Wesley did a 9-darter against him. So Dan's had a strange old day. Double 4, double 2, 2-0. Chris Gower yet to drop a leg in the boys' England match play. Beat Jamie Petum earlier today, 3 straight legs, 3-0. And he's now 2-0 up against Owen Maiden. Owen striking back a 140 to start this leg.
$56. 55. 29. 41.
This time it's Maiden's chance, or Maiden's turn, I should say, to build up a nice lead. He's over 100 points in front, plus these. He scored. 81. I think he probably went for the 25 there. Perhaps the safer option would have been the 18. He was looking at 265 and didn't want to leave himself a bogey number. So 105 would, of course, have left him 160. And this is why, because if he now hits another treble, if he'd have hit the 25, he'd have wanted double top for 160. The good news is, of course, that he's a long way clear in this leg.
41.
So he's now still got at least 6 darts. At least 6 darts at 48. Good grief. And you can see from Owen's expression there that I think he just literally dropped that dart. Again, he's okay because he's got such a long lead in this leg.
74. Owen, you require
Chris is now playing the board. So Owen Maiden double 10 for 2-1.
On the third leg, so Owen Maiden.
And Chris Gower has now dropped a leg. It'll be interesting to see how he responds. He has, of course, got the throw in this leg, and if he wins it, he's in our final, where he will play Jack Vincent, who beat George Cressy in the first of our semi-finals by 3 legs to 1. This time it's Hugh who's been on the rounds. He's come back with a piece of news from the men's competition. Apparently Mr. Hankey has departed the competition in the first round.
87.
So an even 4th leg here. Chris Gower with the throw, a nice ton. Puts him in a good position in this leg. Of course, only needs this leg to qualify for the final.
80. $41.
But that was a slip and Owen. If he can find a treble here, which he has, 81, leaves himself on 193.
87.
87 from Chris.
$59. Chris, you
Very
require
interesting here. Chris now. 147. Chances, double 18 for a 147. He's just gone outside it.
Owen, you require 134.
Good treble 20 and treble 17. But Owen now back on 134, and suddenly the pressure really is on. And he can't go out now. It's 40. Treble 18's the dart.
58.
76.
Chris
Gower for a place in the final. Wants double 18. Now double 16. Just checking with the referee, which of course he can do, and that is good enough. A very, very sporting Owen Maiden in the background. Gives his opponent a round of applause, shakes him warmly by the hand, and it is Chris Gower with a 3-1 victory over Owen Maiden, who moves into the Boys England Match Play 2015 final, where he will play Jack Vincent on the stage on Sunday morning. So there we are. We've had 8 games this morning. We've had some very good darts, some great outshots. A 145 being the pick from Daniel Perry. That was a 12 darter. We had a 14 darter from Jack Vincent. And I think the strangest way that I've seen anybody ever go out on 78 in that last leg there with 25, 17 and double 18. But it was good enough for Chris Gower because it gave him the first leg. We're going to take a short break now, and then we'll be back with a few of the men's games. Gower to Bo Greaves and Natasha Eves. We'll see them all tomorrow in your Match Play Youth Finals.
That's the round we're going to start. It's best of 7 legs. Best of 7 legs, last 32. Alright? So loads of games.
Three dots, you. Come on. So what's in the middle? Come on.
Oh, it's so funny.
Virtual box.
And it was so funny earlier. Literally, I was commentating, you know, talking about George Cressy. That's sort of arching motion. And I said on point that arching motion, I went like that. I told him, so why am I doing that for? No one can see it.
Talking about behind.
Yeah. So why am I doing that for? No one can see it. Like, half a man. Somebody's got that.
Not even going to the story. Can't even go to pick it up. You leave it down there. Just let you shine.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You all the England, you were here. I flipping left it. It is? Well, that's right, he beat Durrant. That's it. He beat Durrant. Yeah, the account too. Well, yes.
For 20 years now.
Fast and Furious. I know, it's scary, isn't it?
Dan Perry, who's up here, walked the guy down there first thing. He went left. Not something going wrong. Gary for you.
I don't complain.
No.
If you don't complain, you don't make it better, so you're not progressing.
No.
Gotta go that way for the camera.
Hello. Robson, yeah. Vinstra, yes. England, Netherlands. Flags. Okay, last 32, best of 7. Yeah. Right, give on, please. Wait for comms. Yeah, they're just waiting for you, so we just queue. As soon as you're ready, they're going to go.
Okay, practice marks over. It'll be Gary to throw first for the bullseye.
So here we are, we're back after the break with the 2015 England Classic. A good match to start us off with. Gary Robson against Richard Vinstra. Gary hit the ball on his pull off, so
Gary to throw. Game on.
it will be he who starts the match in this best of 7 leg encounter, remember. It's the last 32 onwards that we're showing to you here live on the EDO stream.
66.
So the first of 4 legs, as you can see on your graphic. Dutchman Richard Vinstra. What a start. What a start. I think that's called setting your stall out, Mr. Nick Rolls.
60.
Nothing like catching me unaware, Hugh. I was eating my egg sandwich.
I am sorry, I do apologise. I thought you finished your bite.
41.
Yep, lunchtime here in Chelsea.
Our first 180 on the TV lane today.
Yes, that was a nice tasty morsel, wasn't it?
Hey.
From Vinstra.
You've woken up now, haven't you? This is more your hour.
Well, we're not going to see the hour of the Cant, are we, Nick? Because Ted Hankey was one of the early departures in the first round today, just to inform you at home.
He was, and as I did mention earlier, but for those of you that are just joining us, we have seen a 9-darter on the floor today as well. Young Daniel Perry, who played in the boys England match play earlier today, walked out of a defeat in there straight into Wesley Harms, who promptly did a 9-darter against him.
What is it about Wesley Harms and Chelsea? He always plays well here. Won the England Open, of course, back in June. I wonder if we'll see him on the stream today. We could see a 115 out from Vinstra. Yes, we do. Well, he started the leg with a maximum and ends with a toneless out. And that shows Robson that he's going to be right up against it here.
He has, and having won the Bull, Gary will be disappointed with that. Not that he did particularly anything wrong. He was left on 170, but a 180 and a 115 out, and now starting this leg with a 140. Richard certainly showing why he's in the Dutch World Cup team.
Robson won't be phased, though. He's been around the video circuit for a long, long time now. Has been there and seen it all. There's the man from Northumberland.
100.
And Gary will be in our England match play tomorrow morning, where he will be playing Berkshire's Paul Hogan.
123.
A very proud Newcastle man, Gary Robson.
Indeed, not that the world match play, the England match play will be on his mind at the moment. He'll be concentrating on regaining his throw.
It was being played at a really good pace. The pace should suit both of them.
100.
And I think we're seeing that in the scores in this leg. Both of them on finishes after 9 darts. Vinstra with a good treble. Options on 81. Some of the Dutch players like to use the treble 15 on this, but Vinstra likes the more traditional treble 19. Robson on 138. Keith Deller and Eric Bristow know all about this shot, the famous shot from the 1983 World Championship. Not to be on this occasion.
Richard will require 74.
I was going to say, I wonder whether Richard was going to pay for hitting that 7, but when he was on 81, but he certainly hasn't. He's taken out 74. He's gone into a 2-leg lead. 81 with 1 dart left in your hand, Hugh, is always a very interesting one, because there's treble 15 and treble 19, but now you see more and more people going 25 as well, to leaving 56, leaving themselves theoretically 2 darts at a double next up.
Yeah, you see the percentages on the 81, don't you? That's why people go for the 25, because it guarantees you 2 darts at a double. If you hit the single 19 or the single 15, then you may only have 1. But if you hit the treble 19 or the treble 15, then you're getting yourself 3. So he who dares wins.
Absolutely. And Gary, he needs to win this leg, obviously
96.
Being 2-0 down, but 140 is a great start.
He looks set to hit another 140 here as well.
100.
Unlucky. He'll take the ton.
Absolutely.
Long way ahead in this leg. Vinstra is chasing, but it's been a good leg from Robson.
21.
Double 8.
Game
And there we have a 1-2-1 out shot from Mr. Gary Robson. Treble 20, treble 15, double 8 for a 12 darter, I believe.
Yeah, what a fantastic out that was. He really pinned all 3 beds with aplomb there, did Robson. But now this is the leg, this is the difficult leg, because he's 1 break down. He has to break back if he wants to win this game, and he's only going to get another 2 opportunities to do it. This leg and the 6th, if we get that far.
Absolutely, and whilst you never don't want to do a 12 darter, Gary would have loved to have been able to save that for this leg.
Absolutely. Well, he's really found his form as Robson. Look at this.
140.
Both of them, this is a really, really high standard. Of course, they've been playing all day. We've had the youth on the video stream, but the seniors have been playing out on the floor all day. They've got to the last 32. They're happy, they're playing well, they're winning, they're confident. There's no nerves coming onto the internet stream. We're seeing the very best of BDO darts right here, folks.
Fabulous darts here. Gary's gone 137, 140, 140, and he faces the real prospect. If Richard hits tops, he could have had 9 darts of those high scores that are called out and never got a shot. But as it is, 84. An interest, double 16.
68.
Very brave, going for the double 18 there. Hugh?
I'm loving this. Double 10, or 1 to go. They're 2 good markers, those. Yeah, and he got it with the last. That's twice now. Vinstra's taken out the double with the last start, and that's going to be a hard sinker for Robson to see that last dart go in.
It is. Gary had 1 dart there for a 12 darter, and never got back to the board because Richard went out in 15.
Hugh Ware and Nick Rolls in the commentary box with you today, folks.
81.
We'll apologise now.
Yes. Plenty of room to the right for Robson.
100.
We'll have to settle for the ton. The way this game has been scoring, a ton advantage isn't really that much.
That's been an absolutely fabulous standard.
Could see the 18s come into play here, sorry, Nick.
I think Gary's just looking at that treble 20 and he's pummeling it at the moment. I was watching the game on the floor earlier and exactly that happened from 302. Daryl Fitton went 132 and to leave himself a 170. And it's just the way the big boys do invariably think now. They know that they've got to try and leave themselves that finish.
Well, Robson's giving it everything here. Had to face down a fast Vinstra start in the opening couple of legs, but he's really plugging away here. Double 16 for a 14 darter. That's in as well.
Gary Robson.
So now 3 legs to 2, and it's Vinstra with the darts for the match. Another big effort required on Robson's part, so he's going to be up against it though.
Absolutely. 15, 15, 12, 14, 14 I think we've gone.
Superb standard. Going to have averages of around the 100 mark if that's the way we've been going.
Indeed.
Nick, I think. A 15 darter is a 100.2 average, I know that. So
yep.
if we've been going at 15 and less.
26.
It should be over the 100 now. There's a chance here. Gary only hit 58 first round, but Richard has hit a 26 there, which is really out of
85.
And there we go. There's some of the stats that you're seeing now. 180.
Well, we're only in the 6th leg and we've seen 26 scores of 10 plus.
Which is incredibly high.
In 6 legs. Yeah, that is fantastic standard. I'm sure you'll all agree.
And it started from the very first row. Richard hit 180 with his very first row of the match. Now that throw there from Gary may be the end of the road for him. He's over 100 points in front, behind, and Richard has just hit a 125.
Yeah, Vinstra has only been on the circuit for a short amount of time, but he's been fearless ever since he joined the circuit, and he's showing that fearlessness here in this game with Robson. 78 for the game.
So 66, Gary not on a finish, so he can afford to go treble 10 or the ball. 45 leaves him 21, if my maths is anywhere near close. Hugh's nodding, so I think I'm right. 21, 5 for double 8. Oh, and a 12 has probably left him 9. We think it has indeed.
Oh, and Robson will have been hoping that he kept better order in this leg. But 9 is not simple. Oh, and that's a snatch.
64.
After hitting treble 20 first dart, he hasn't really put the pressure on. Double 4 for a place in the last 16.
Game, shot, and
a fabulous game of darts, Hugh.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that. What a match. Gary Robson will consider himself unlucky to lose. He didn't do much wrong there. But the fast start from Vinstra was the crucial point of that match. He went 2-0 up and managed to maintain that 2-leg advantage to close out a 4-2 win over the Newcastle man. And we were talking about 100 averages, Nick.
Yes, indeed. Gary, a 33.4 average. So he's had a 100 average there, and 95.74 from Richard, and he's the victor. So our first 100 average, and it's bitten the dust.
Well, both 9 dart averages were over 100. Richard Vinstra's average lower than Robson's because Vinstra had more darts at the double than Robson. And Robson at 100.2, I said that was a 15 dart leg. So he was going out, or would have been going out in 15 darts every leg of that match. But that was not enough to overcome the Dutchman. That's how good Vinstra was.
I think you would say that you would take, if I were to throw 15 darts every single leg, I would be happy with that and say, do you know what, if I get beat in the tournament, I've got to just say fair play, I got beat by the better man.
And in that form, you have to say that Vinstra could well be a runner for this title.
Absolutely, absolutely. We look forward to similar games, Hugh. I think if they're all like that, then we're going to enjoy this afternoon.
More darts to come very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we've got another great match for you. Mark Mcghin, the reigning champion of this tournament. He won the England Classic 12 months ago, taking on Lakeside quarter-finalist of 2015, Yorkshire's Brian Dawson.
I'll come back in a second, all right?
Welcome back to Selsey, where we are in the last 32 of the England Classic. And you will see that we have a Battle of the Roses coming for you now. Mark Mcghin and Brian Dawson. Mark from Lancashire, Brian from Yorkshire. And Mark Mcghin, correct me if I'm wrong, Hugh, is the holding and defending champion.
Yep, the reigning champion of this title defeated Wesley Harms in the final 12 months ago. And he's made a staunch defence of his title so far, battling his way to the last 32 this time around. His first time on the internet stream today, as it is Brian Dawson's first time as well.
That's the 25. First leg, it'll
And
be
it's Brian that's won the ball.
first. Game on.
And our lad Charlie. Pronounce the surname for me, Hugh. Courstefine.
Yes.
There we go.
100.
Charlie Courstefine from Essex. His second appearance here at Selsey, calling on the TV lane. He'll also be taking his place on the stage tomorrow. With so many games, they thought they'd give us a bit of a rest, I think.
Well, 7 up for Mcghin, but he won't be feeling sweet about that. Not the best of starts.
45.
Can only get better, I think, Nick. That's the positive spin to put on it in his mind.
I wonder whether Mark's head is elsewhere. You'll tell from his shirt, those of you that know Mark, he's a massive Everton fan.
81.
And of course, Everton are playing Chelsea at this very moment. And my little gizmo on my phone says that it's 0-0.
Just like this darts match.
83.
Indeed.
Brian Dawson, what a debut he had at Lakeside last year, Nick. Defeated Sego Asada in the first round, a nervy first round encounter, but when he came through that, he played really, really well. Beat Jeffrey de Graaf, of course. I do apologise. He beat Sego Asada in the preliminary round, then beat Jeffrey de Graaf, an impressive victory in the first round.
He did indeed, and he loved every minute of it, and he's proving why he got there. A fantastic 1-3-7 there.
Well, he went down to Scott Mitchell in the quarterfinals in a cracking game, and Scott Mitchell, of course, went on to win the whole thing. And now a maximum,
123. Brian,
so Dawson
136.
still with the advantage on 136. There's lovely action he has.
58.
Been a BDO circuit regular now for the last few years as Dawson. Not a newcomer like Vinstra, who we saw in the last game, a cracker against Gary Robson.
Oh, indeed, Mark Mcghin, who hasn't actually been doing the circuit for that long.
Brian, you require 78.
Mark in the England World Cup team. So double 12.
Game shot on the
Ping
first
pong,
leg.
17
Brian
darts,
Dawson.
first leg, and
Second leg, it's
Doggy
Mark to throw
Dawson
first.
is
Game
on the score sheet.
Yeah, you can't afford to make mistakes against Dawson. And Mcghin certainly made a mistake with his opening 3 darts. Didn't do much wrong after that.
100.
But that one mistake, and Dawson did not give him a chance to have a go at that 50, which he had left himself.
Indeed. This could be, he's coming downstairs, so 139.
139.
I seem to remember in that quarter-final against Scott Mitchell, Mitchell's finishing was absolutely superb, and Dawson couldn't really do anything about that, but he gave him a really good game, and the game was
100.
closer than the 5 sets to 2 score line.
Indeed.
That prevailed.
Lots of bullseye finishes.
Yeah, a thoroughly impressive debut for Dawson. Mcghin yet to step foot on the lakeside stage.
Indeed.
Now 2 in here.
140.
Nice 140. So all going with the darts so far. This game being played at a more steady pace than the game we saw previously.
Certainly is. Certainly they're much steadier pace. And as I say, Mark has forced his way into the England team to go to the World Cup, along with Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant and Jamie Hughes.
137.
That comes up in Turkey in late October. But for now, we're here at Selsey. We had a lovely day here yesterday. The weather was fantastic, but I was rudely awoken at about 6:15 this morning by the howling wind.
666. Doesn't want to pull this inside.
12.
Maybe that was his thinking, really, because he was so far off it. He was so far on the outside, he didn't want to leave himself 3.
But immediately he missed. He had a quick look at Doggy's score. He saw that he was on 166 and would have breathed a sigh of relief to know that he wouldn't have been able to get out.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of counting from 226 from
No.
Dawson. 3. He is on that dreaded 3 now.
And this time,
but he
Game
pins it as
shot on
well.
the second leg.
I was going to say, this time,
Third leg, it's Brian to throw
Doggy
first.
was sitting there on 83. In case you think I'm being rude, he doesn't mind us, Brian. He's always known around, and you can see on his shirt there, Doggy
140.
Dawson. It's been his nickname for the years that he's been on the circuit, so we're not just being rude to him.
Mark Mcghin, in contrast, known as the Gladiator.
81.
He'll be looking to swashbuckle his way through the field once again, like he did 12 months ago.
Swashbuckle.
60.
We have a second word of the day.
Well, it's Lancashire versus Yorkshire, Nick, and those of you who like to follow the BICC, that's the British Inter-County Championship.
100.
Last season, the final game of the season, Lancashire versus Yorkshire, a battle for the title, the Premier Division title. And Lancashire stormed ahead, but Yorkshire made an astounding fight back on the last day to pinch the title from Lancashire's grasp. So I wonder if Mcghin's, in the back of his mind, got a little bit of an idea of revenge, or to try to get back at his Yorkshire compatriot.
Yes.
What made that victory more impressive was the fact that it
122.
was at Lancashire's home venue where Yorkshire staged their superb fight back on the Sunday.
Indeed.
These two both represent their
125.
A teams. Mark Mcghin, Lancashire A, Dawson, Yorkshire A.
Good leg here from Brian. 12 darts down to 76. And Mark's 100 leaves him 98.
Brian
So
requires 76.
Brian's 76 for a 2-1 lead, and we'll still be going with the darts. Now he'll go 16 and double top.
Doesn't want to miss this.
56.
Hey up, doggy.
Mark, you require 98.
Mark Mcghin then 98, starting with the 20s. Always think 98's a horrible number in my. That's unlucky. 66, so treble 10 or the bull. Treble 10 it is, leaves him 36.
Brian, you require 20.
Brian with double 10.
Game
Takes a
shot on the
2-1
third
lead
leg.
in this
Brian
best of
Dawson.
7 last
Fourth leg, it's Mark to
32
throw
men's
first. Game
match
on.
in the England Classic.
Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted to give Mcghin that shot at 98. Mcghin more than capable of taking that out, but he'll be happy to have pinned that double 10.
And he'll be happy, Mark, with that
180.
maximum. His first of the tournament on the TV lane, that is, and our second.
137.
There you go, there's some stats for you. Mark's hitting the tons, but it's Brian that's 2-1 in front. And just beginning to get a little bit excited there. That's a shame because that's a lovely 114, just the second dart above the treble 20.
We've already seen a 9-darter today, Nick, haven't we? Wesley Harms out on the floor.
Yes, indeed. Just the name Wesley Harms and Selzy just seems to go. I think he should rename himself Wesley Harms hyphen Selzy, perhaps.
Mcghin himself missed double 12 for a 9-darter at the World Trophy back in February, which would have been at the time the first televised 9-darter, wouldn't it, of the year?
It would have been.
But he missed double 12 on that occasion, so I'm sure the 9-darter was going through his mind there. What's going through his mind now, Nick, is that he needs to take out 1-2-2.
He does. That's a fantastic bit of pressure, Doggy. So 9 darts down to 84. Mark now needs treble 19. Oh. Okay, no, my apologies. I thought he was going to go treble 19 there, having hit 3 first dart, but stay where he was. So 19 now, and the bullseye for Doggy to go 3-1 in front, and that, not quite the middle of the bullseye, but it doesn't really matter. It's still in the bullseye, and Brian Dawson now leading 3 legs to 1, best of 7, and Mark with it all to do, especially with the fact that he was against the darts when we started.
Absolutely, and what a recovery from that poor treble 5 on the first dart there from Dawson to go 19 and bull. It's a hard sinker for Mcghin. He might well be about to lose his grasp on this title, which he won 12 months ago, and this is certainly probably his biggest challenge of the day so far, to keep hold of the title that he's got. He's 3-1 down to Dawson now. And Dawson isn't one for letting go of winning positions.
Doggy is dogged.
He's making a fight of it here. A good tongue 40 keeps him in the leg, but as you say, Nick, he has got to break Dawson not just once, but twice if he wants to make it through. What a great tongue 40 response from Dawson. He's played a really good, consistent game here.
Our first game gave us a 100 average. Gary Robson, 100.40. And he lost his game to 92. Richard Vinstra.
Well, we've seen one Yorkshire player already win today, Bo Greaves. Yorkshire B player. She won earlier on in the girls' match. I wonder if her men's senior counterpart's going to do the same here. But Mcghin to save the match. Top of the shop.
He should stay there. 98 leads him 72. Doggy now 116. A single one has blown his chances of winning the match at this visit. That's a fantastic treble 20.
Mark, you require 72.
To leave top, 72 for Mark. Staying there. Double 16 to save the match. Oh,
56.
Oh, and his hand was shaking. You could see the tremble of the flight as he let go of that dart. Now tops for the match. Double 10 to knock out the reigning champion. Oh, 2 darts at double 10.
Mark,
close but no 16. Cigar. Mcghin now falls to save the match, and he has. And now with the throw.
Absolutely, that was against the throw, so.
Game on.
With the throw now to take us to a deciding leg, where, as we know, Nick, anything can happen.
We certainly can. And following this game, we'll have our world champion, the BDO world champion.
41.
Scott Mitchell will be taking on Dave Paretti. Dean Reynolds, the man in form. I don't think there's anyone else in the BDO that is in such good form as Dean is at the moment. He'll be playing Scott Waits, and then we've got Martin Atkins and Tony O'Shea. So they're just 3 of the games that are coming up later.
What a lineup that is. Mitchell against Paretti is a repeat of the England Open quarter-final 6 months ago, where Mitchell, as you recall, was 3-1 up and 4-2 up, but then lost 5-4 to newcomer Paretti. So
he did indeed.
We have a repeat of that classic match from last June coming up a little bit later on. And as you say, Nick, Dean Reynolds, Scott Waits, Martin Atkins, Tony O'Shea. What 2 cracking matches they are.
Indeed. They most certainly are. So Mark Mcghin fighting for his life. He's broken Doggy Dawson's throw to get back to 3-2. He now needs to hold his own throw. He's in a good position to do so, albeit a ton here from Brian just leaves him about 40 points behind.
those 3 darts at tops and tens were the first sign of vulnerability that Dawson has shown this whole match, Nick.
That's true. That's very true. Mark now 80. Well, that's unlucky. I think that's 89.
Well, he's way ahead.
It is 89.
He's way ahead in this leg, sorry, Nick. Dawson has missed those darts and has produced his worst scoring leg of the match, 2 now in the 6th. I wonder if he's just saving his energy for when he has to go in the final leg.
He'll like to think he is, and there's no doubt about that. Wow, another one of those. Another treble 20 here. Okay, 61 leaves 87. Treble 17 should be the dart. Treble 17 is the dart, and we're left on 36.
That will do quite nicely. Dawson's attention is most likely half on the next leg now, really, because he won't be expecting Mcghin to miss the double 18.
Mark, you require 36.
To take us to a deciding leg, folks. Double 9 with Dawson sat on 140. Now that's a little bit awkward, that. No, and he's pulled inside.
Brian, you require 140.
Outside chance here for Brian. Even bigger outside chance now. At least at that visit. I think that might be a treble. Not 100% sure. It's just lying behind where we can't quite see in the camera. But he's been given 71 points, so it fairly clearly was.
Got to make sure of the single, yes. Double 4. And he pins that as well. So we're on for the last leg, folks. Mcghin has battled back. Remember, Dawson has missed 3 match darts so far. He could have been off the stage now, waiting for his last 16 game. 3 darts at tops and tens, but here he is now, and he's fighting to save his championship as well. They both are in the last leg.
Absolutely, and in honesty, I think if Mark had lost that 4-1, he would have walked off and said, you know, fair play, I didn't play as well as I could, and Brian deserved to beat me. But now that it's 3-all, it's anyone's game, and Mark has taken a slight lead after 3 darts each.
Well, I said that Dawson isn't one for giving up from winning positions, but only 60 in the first score, but he's followed that up with a 140. Excellent darts.
So Mark needs a ton here to level things off.
Good marker, that.
Oh, treble 20 still is a 95, 55 may not be enough. So he's found himself 40 points behind, having been 35, 40 points in front after the first row.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, that 55. So then neither is 60. Who wants this last leg, folks? Mcghin on 350. Now he's staying there, I'm surprised. Yeah, you see that flight was blocking the bed, now comes out. Only 59 in response. Nerves have taken over, folks. And who would have it any other way? As we see one trouble from Dawson, no.
55.
But despite the fact that it hasn't been the best of legs from Dawson, he is still way in front, but that is perfect from Mcghin. Needs to lay one on top of there. And does so.
Perhaps he's heard, Hugh, that Everton have scored.
Well, he's first to the checkout, but who will be first to the double?
It's inspired him.
140.
He comes off someone can tell him that Stephen Naismith has scored, who was a substitute, funnily enough. But anyway, treble 17. Ooh. 77 scored, 74. Okay, he's gone 137, which has left him double 7. But double 16 for Brian Dawson to go into the last 16.
Oh, he's missed 5 darts for the match. And Mcghin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, has left himself the awkward double 7, but for the way his darts landed, shouldn't be too bad. 2 7s. So, you know, he can just lay that dart on top. And he does. Well, what a fantastic battling performance that was from Mcghin, but Dawson will be heartbroken.
I agree with you, Hugh. I think he will be not best pleased with himself there. As you say, 5 darts at a double to win the match. Mark Mcghin backed against the wall. However, the reigning champion lives to fight another day and moves into the last 16.
Coming up next, Scott Mitchell, Dave Paretti. What a match that should be. A repeat of their quarter-final match from Chelsea 6 months ago. Join us for that.
Group 8, Andy, I'm sorry. Rematch, I believe, a match we had on here last year. I mean, June. Yeah, we had this game in June. Yeah, good game. Okay.
Then, ladies and gents, it's Dave to throw for the ball first. Game on.
Okay, back for our third game of the last 32.
That's a 25.
And we see Dave Paretti and world champion Scott Mitchell facing off against each other. If that's the right one, it's more of a hockey or an ice hockey face-off.
Just outside.
Both players going for the bullseye.
First leg is Dave to throw first.
Looks as though Dave has won the bullseye. Should be a good game, Hugh.
It should be, yes. They had a great game in the quarterfinals of the England Open back in June. And
100.
It was Paretti who came through 5 legs to 4 on that occasion, having been down for the majority of the game. And it was a big shock because none of us had ever seen or heard of Dave Paretti before.
59.
But there he was, beating the world champion from a seemingly impossible position. I think he was 3-1 down and 4-2 down.
Indeed he was.
He staged a brilliant 3-leg display to completely blow the world
36.
champion away, and now here they are facing off again in the last 32 of the England Classic.
I was talking to Scott a few minutes ago. He was absolutely chuffed to bits to have got to the final yesterday. So the England Masters, he will play Dean Reynolds in the final on the stage tomorrow. And he's been going through a little bit of it in his own head. Which dart shall I play with, and what am I doing that's not quite seeing me get through? And he arrived a little bit late yesterday, just picked up the first set of darts that he came to, and of course got through to the final. So all those thoughts should be banished now.
Well, Paretti himself got to the semi-finals, lost to Scott Mitchell's opponent of tomorrow, Dean Reynolds. We'll see him coming up later on the live stream, incidentally, folks.
Oh, excellent.
So both of them are in form. Paretti still with the advantage. He's won the bull off, crucially.
100.
Although, having said that, we saw in our last game between Mark Mcghin and Brian Dawson that the throw in the last leg is not necessarily the key to victory. Mcghin broke the throw in that deciding leg.
And the two games that we have seen, I think Gary Robson won the throw as well. So the two gentlemen that we have seen that have won the throw have both departed the competition. That looks like a 17 to me, so 108. Treble 20 here, or possibly treble 18. He's gone treble 20, so an 8 or a 16 here. Tops left.
85.
And Scott, a 145. We've already seen that on the stage this morning. Young Daniel Perry, also from Dorset. And Scott Mitchell can't emulate the young lad But he has hit 130, I
They
believe, and
require
lifted
40.
15. Paretti double top for the first leg.
That's game shot.
There we have it.
First
First leg is put away. Scott not getting the chance to
Second leg is Scott to
think
31st.
15.
Game on.
Yep, so a good, comfortable hold of throw for Paretti in that first leg. Mitchell will be unfazed at this point. One of the most
100.
intellectual dart players on the circuit, Nick, I think, Scott Mitchell. He's proven himself to be a very good commentator in the past, a very good analyzer of a game of darts. Even when he's up there on the oche, I think he tends to analyse things and take things in his stride really well.
I think that's something he learnt in the year before he won the World Championship. It was a different animal that was on the lakeside stage last year. He slightly adapted his throw and slowed down a little bit. And perhaps I think in his own head thought, you know what, I'm going to play my game. I'm not going to be quite as, not concerned, but not watching quite so much what the other people are doing.
Well, I think he has literally learned his way to the Lakeside title. If you look at his Lakeside career, didn't win a game the first 3 years that he was on the stage. Then finally won the game and settled down against James Wilson in the second round. But unfortunately, James Wilson, for him, was inspired. So he lost that game, but came back the next year and won it. So if you look at his 5 Lakeside appearances from his first to his last, they're two both very different players and two very different mentalities when they were up there.
Indeed. He's under pressure here, though. He's 100 points behind. Dave Paretti after 9 darts. Ton, 40.
17s is an option here. No, it looks like he's going back up for 20s. Well, no, that's not the best of counting. 18s was not an option. You can see why.
And the graphic shows you that he's on 163. And Scott, you can see in the background there, shaking his head. He knows that he's made a bit of a rick there.
85.
Which is unlike Scott, to be fair. I think he's one of the better counters.
Yeah, Paretti having by far the better of the opening exchanges. Now treble 17. Had to think a little bit about that as well.
Davey requires 76.
20s for 8s. 16 for 20s. Double 20 for 2-0. No,
56.
just underneath. Now Mitchell has to take this
Scott
out.
requires 66.
66. Treble 10 or the bull. Or and now double 18. I nearly said double 16. Then double 18. Scott, that was a distance away. Missing the 10, albeit the 15, it made no difference whether he hit 10 or 15, is the honest truth. But in the player's mind, as Dave Paretti hits double 10, and goes 2 legs in front, with having won the bull as well, he really now has put the pressure on Scott. But as I was saying, from a player's point of view, the 15 made no difference. The fact that he left 51 or 56 made no difference. But in the player's mind, crikey, I didn't hit the big number, the 10. I hit a 15.
It's amazing actually as well, the amount of players who hit the 15 with their first dart going for treble 10 on 66, then follow it up with another 15 because they've got their range on the 15, so they think if I hit another one, then I've left a good double anyway.
True.
140.
And the fact that I was going for treble 10 in the first place meant I was trying to set up double
36, yeah, very much so. Good start to this leg from Scott. A 140 to lead 361, but Paretti, he was 50 points behind. He's gone about that many in front with that ton. And Scott's under pressure here, there's no doubt about that. It's only best of 7, of course, 95. Back in June. It was the best of 9. Scott wishes it was the best of 7 because he'd have won 4-2. But
he wishes it was best of 9 now.
100.
Well, it's fair to say this has not been the form that carried him to the Lakeside title back in January. Not really the consistency or the shape to his game that we have come to know over the last 12 months.
99.
Better counting.
Absolutely, he has absolutely thought that one out. Left himself 167. Of course, had he gone for 20 and left 166, sorry, he would not have been on the finish. So that's better thinking.
60.
Well, he's got a chance
Scott
now here. That 60 means that
167.
Mitchell is in control of this leg against the darts.
Indeed he is. Scott did say he wasn't playing quite as well today before going up onto the stage. He hasn't quite found his form, and I think just watching it, I think that's a fair comment. It's not quite the dynamic. Double 18, and I think that's flipped into double 1. It has, and that was extremely unlucky for a 156 out. That would have been our highest finish on the TV lane to date for today. Young Daniel Perry still holds that with a 145, but it's now Scott 52, double 16 for a 109, and a break of throw puts him right back in this match.
Yeah, that was class from the world champion. And do you know what, Nick? I don't think there was any doubt that that double 16 was going in. That just looked so likely. Was not surprised to see that go in the double 16 at all. And now he's back in the match.
Absolutely. Still got to get another break of throw, but the fact that he's done it now once tells him he can do it, but it also tells Dave that he can do it, which is as important.
A little bit concerned at the moment, but you'll be feeling a little bit more happy now because Mitchell is starting to play better.
Against the darts as well.
And now from being behind in this leg, he's now big favourite to win it.
I think that's a really good dart there from Scott. It may be one less point, but it leaves him a straight ton rather than being left on 99. Double 12 though for a 3-1 lead. Fabulous. An absolutely fabulous 5 darts there. A 180 followed by 81 from 261. Thank you very much. And we're 3-1 and we're back to a break.
Yeah, an 11 darter from Paretti. Fantastic darts. On the cusp of making it 2 wins out of 2 this year in Chelsea against the world champion. The 60 isn't the best of opening ripostes. Mitchell raises that 60 to a ton.
Yes, I'll take your 60 and raise you by 40. And 40 means that Scott, after just one throw, has stolen the darts back again. He has no choice if he wants to stay in this competition.
Well, it won't be playing on Paretti's mind that he's about to beat the world champion because he did that back in June. So it's not a question of nerves or tension, I don't think. It's just a bit of a poor leg so far. That's better.
95.
95, but Scott 261. He'd love to get a 140 here. And he's on for it. And he's certainly got a ton. It might be a ton 40. It is a ton 40. Puts him down to 121. Apologies, we're seeing the same view as you, so we're never quite sure sometimes when those darts go in the treble. We rely on our referee and our scorers. Interesting there that on 121 Scott went for treble 17. Whether he'd have gone for the bull or not is questionable, because Dave back on 166 can't go out.
Yeah, there was nothing Paretti could do after he threw his first down to single 306 to leave a finish. There's a finish coming in here, all right. Tops the 3-2 and pins it as well. A nice tidy 15 darter to break the throw. Paretti will be disappointed. He had the throw there to finish things off, you know, on the back of an 11 dart leg, but he couldn't quite keep that standard up.
He saw him in the background there, Hugh, as Scott went to pick his darts out the board, cursing himself for not having wrapped up the game. And there's a fantastic start from Scott, a 1-2-1 to open the leg. So, got to win the leg. And as we were saying, the 2 men that have so far won the darts with the bull have lost.
Well, we saw that moment. Yeah, we saw that Mark Mcghin was 3-1 down to Brian Dawson, and Mitchell was facing exactly the same scenario, 3-1 down and 2 breaks of throw down. I wonder if we could be seeing history repeating itself, but not the kind of history that Paretti would be hoping for.
No, very much so. Scott well in command of this leg, 58 plus these. There's another 99, takes him down to 200 after 9 darts. Dave certainly hasn't collapsed in any way, shape or form, just been hitting the treble 5s a little bit, but
his standard has dipped down since the 11 darter. hasn't been able to find anything like that sort of form since he hit it.
A little bit of an opening here, a 140. Yes. A ton leaves him a finish. Got there that last row, just 60 points. 140. He'll want at least a ton here. He doesn't want 140.
100.
He's got a ton.
Dave, you require 167.
This would be a one-ton way. Treble 19. Oh, treble 18 to put the pressure really on. Okay, he's gone the other way. 99.
You require a 40.
It's double 10.
Oh,
at 3-all. Second game on the spin queue from 3-1 down. Scott Mitchell's got it back to 3-all.
Absolutely, and just like it was in June, it's a deciding leg. It was Paretti who came through on that occasion, but is he going to do it this time? He hasn't really shown great scoring form the last couple of legs. He should have plenty of reserves in there for this deciding 7th leg.
He starts with a ton. And Scott perhaps showing why he's the world champion by coming out with a 140. He's throwing more fluently than he did in the first 2 and 3 legs, Q.
Yeah, it's not been his best game all the way through, but he's shown great battling qualities, and if you've got that quality about you, then you're always going to be very hard to beat. Can he do the same again? If he does, no, he's not now. Big 1.
Needs a treble.
Big 20. On another big 1. Well, snatched at that last start, Nick.
Commentator's cursor. I said I thought he played better in the last 2 legs, and when he listens to that back, I'm sure I'll be getting a whack round the side of the head for cursing his next throw.
Well, it's been a solid leg from Paretti. Ton 95. It's not bad going, that. Asking the question of Mitchell.
60.
60 won't be enough though. 279. Dave here, he'll take a ton, I think. He'll take more than that now. And he's getting more. Treble at 18. But he's gone for the 180. He's hit the 180 as well and left double 13. We were both, Q and I, looking at treble 18 there for a 174. But it wasn't to be, but
100.
I wonder if he'll split this. 10 double 8 with Mitchell not on the finish and a double 13. It's a long way off.
Big. He doesn't want to hit a 13 here.
No score.
Now, can Scott find a 137? Really, yes, he possibly can. He could find. That's 80. He's staying there, I think.
100.
A ton to lead 79. Dave must be thinking it's now or never. Taking his time.
Well, he left it. He's got to get it. And he has. What a great dart and what another fantastic match between these 2 players. Absolutely fantastic. Mitchell knows Paretti has been his curse in Chelsea this year, but Paretti has thoroughly deserved the 2 victories, Nick.
He did indeed. He played very, very well, and despite the fact that he was 3-1 down and it was pulled back by the world champion to 3-all, he kept his nerve and progresses into the last 16 with a 4-3 victory. It's Dave Paretti of Surrey that moves forward.
Coming up next, it's Dean Reynolds versus Scott Waite. What a match that should be. Following that, it will be Martin Atkins against Tony O'Shea. Don't go anywhere.
Entries will close at 2 o'clock. Listen out for your names, please. In the ladies, Scott Waite to the TV lane. In the ladies, board 1, Jane Monahan, Sam Pick. Could you please come to the control desk? Shirley Castle, Hayley Gatford. Lisa Owen, Lynn Kelly, Donna Rainsley, Chris Savory. Come to the control desk, please. Carmelia Sharp, Sarah Chick, Dee Bateman, Katie Mitchell, Louise Hedman, Tracy Cunningham, Priscilla Cummings, and Louise Peters. Susie Trickett, Danielle Liepklaar, Netherlands, Claire Neely, Janet Whedon, Michelle Baum, Hayley Watts, Tracy Smith, Margaret Sutton, Lorraine Woodrow, Claire Bacon, Wendy Roadstatler, Natalie Gilbert, Appley Jones, Donna Graham, Nikki Maynard, Casey Gallagher. Would all those ladies please report to the control desk?
No, it's just a lot. We're not waiting on ladies anymore. But you'll come in.
Right, ladies, we don't normally have trouble, but we need 16 volunteer markers, please. So if your name's not been called out, could the ladies please step forward to mark boards 1 to 16, please. Thank you.
I'm going to wait till the mic's done. Oh, we're information.
After that, the losers mark.
I want the mic on. Clear. Let me just check on it. Okay, mic's off. Are you ready? 6 of you, okay?
Our next last 32 game brings together a young man from Wales by the name of Dean Reynolds, who I think is probably the hottest, if not one of the very hottest poppers in the BDO at the moment. He has been absolutely crucifying tournaments. In fact, he won in France, and he's just been getting through to finals and semi-finals for the last 2 and 3 months. And of course, last night got through to the England Masters final, where he'll play Scott Mitchell tomorrow.
Yeah, well, over the last 12 to 18 months, he's won PDC Youth Tours and PDC Challenge Tours, which are no mean feat. They're very difficult tournaments to win. But since committing himself more to the BDO circuit, he's won the French Open, lost in the Belgium Open final as he hits the bullseye to win the throw there against Scott Waits. He lost the Belgium Open final, but beat the reigning world champion Scott Mitchell in the semi-finals. Yesterday beat Glenn Durrant and Gary Robson with darts just like that. Reached the final of the England Masters. We'll be seeing him on the live stream in the final tomorrow. So yes, as you say, Nick, one of the most informed BDO players at this moment.
And someone who you know very well, Hugh.
We've known each other since we were 15, 14, 15.
So
we used to play Glamorgan Youth Darts together, and I think we started on the very same day, I think.
Isn't it amazing how two careers have gone different directions?
Yes, absolutely. He clicked and I didn't.
And of course, we shouldn't forget that his opponent, Mr. Scott Waits, a world champion from 3 years ago now.
Yeah, 2013. It'll be 3 years come the next lakeside.
Gone through some, when we say health issues, had a really bad shoulder, which about this time last year kicked in. He's now had an operation, and having spoken to him, he says it's feeling a lot better than it was. Obviously, they're the sorts of things. I don't think it can be any worse for a dart player, can it?
No, particularly with his throw as well, because it's such a high action. Now Tops coming in for the first leg for Reynolds, 13 darter. That's not in, Dean. Get back. Tops now. Double 10. And he gets it as well. Wouldn't have wanted to give Waits the shot in 96.
Indeed. And Dean, again, speaking to him earlier and congratulating on his achievement from last night. He's a lucky lad. He's now lives in Surrey. Moved in with his girlfriend, Lauren Hitchins, who herself is an excellent darts player. But he's the first to admit that she's the one that's helping him so much, because she does all of his driving around. Takes him.
I mentioned the phrase clicked into gear with Dean, and that has been what it is. He has always been a good, decent player, but he has just clicked in his throw, in his mentality, and everything is just going right for him now, and he's showing that on the BDO circuit, and he's showing it here all right as well.
He is, but of course Scott here in this leg has gone 140, so down on 221.
Scott Waits looks as if he's changed his darts to me, Nick, as well. As you can see, they're much darker and they've got a more an amber orangey sort of stripes to them. Both of them sponsored by, well, Scott Waits sponsored by Winmore, Dean by their sister company, Red Dragon. Both of them based down in Bridgend in South Wales. But yeah, they've got a darker, more subtle tone to them. Of Scott Waits' darts. The grip looks to be a little different. They're doing well for him here. He hasn't done a lot wrong in this match so far, and tops after 12 isn't bad going.
140.
140 puts him on 101, Dean, so if Scott does fail to hit this tops, or at least go out on 40, which he hasn't, I was going to say Dean was handily placed on 101. 1-1, both legs with throw.
Well, what can we say about how good Scott Waits is, Nick, as a dart player? Certainly one of the finest in BDO darts, and always has been. We only have to look at his record in the Grand Slam of darts to know how good he is.
Absolutely, that purple patch where he just seemed to be the name that everyone was saying. If there was a darts competition in the BDO, who was going to win it? And everybody would say Scott Waits.
Yep, former winner of the Grand Slam of darts. Beat James Wade, of course, from 8-0 down.
The most amazing comeback I think there has been in darts.
8-0 down to win 16-12. But his list of victims in that Grand Slam is extraordinary. He's beaten Phil Taylor, he's beaten Raymond van Barneveld, he's beaten Adrian Lewis, he's beaten James Wade, as we say, in the final. He beat Steve Beaton in the semi-finals of that, I seem to recall. But the list of people that he's beaten in the Grand Slam is extraordinary.
It certainly is a record to hold up. The chance there, if he can find the treble, which he hasn't. He had a bit of an opening there. Dean in this leg, 55, 58 and a 125.
And I think as well, one of the big factors in Dean's rise over the last year or so is the fact that he is now fearless. There was a time where I think he would have been very nervous and very aware of the situation that he was in. But nowadays it's Scott Waits.
Yeah, I do know. I understand what you're saying.
I think he illustrated that perfectly when he was on stage in the semi-finals against Scott Mitchell in Belgium. There was a time where he would have thought, I'm on the stage, I'm playing the world champion, and I'm very, very nervous because of it. Now there's no such nerves.
Indeed. So he's got himself back into a really good position in this leg. 64 there, leaves him 65.
Well, sorry, Nick, you can see in Dean's facial expressions just how relaxed he is, and he's concentrating focus, but in the right way, not a nervous way. He's got no qualms stepping up at all for tops. A 2-1 lead, good marker that for him. Oh, but he misses out this time. Waits a difficult 139. It'd be a massive blow to Dean if he was to get this.
I was going to say he should be back, but you never know. He will be now. 59 to leave 80. Dean on half that score. Wants double top for a 2-1 lead. Now double 10. Now this time he really does want to hit it.
Game
There we go.
Dean Reynolds, fourth leg.
Dean Reynolds leads 2-1. Last 32. Men's Classic here at Selsey.
Yeah, it's been a good game so far. All with the throw.
96.
Good 96 from Waits. He does like to use those 19s, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
I remember he produced great finishing against Adrian Lewis back in, it might have been the year that he won the Grand Slam, my memory evades me, but I think he took out 3 10-plus finishes in the first 3 legs with Lewis sat on the double.
That does seem to recollect with me, I must admit. There was certainly one game where he did that.
Well, he's a former winner of the Grand Slam. He's reached, I think, 2 semi-finals, reached quarter-finals, has a very good record getting through the group stage and last 16. He's always in the last 8 and above when he goes to the Grand Slam, and that's how good Scott Waits is. It was a shame that the shoulder hampered him over the last year or so, but now he's had the operation. Hopefully he will start to get back to something like his best.
Indeed. It's interesting how people play at places. We've mentioned all morning about Wesley Harms playing at Selsey. and Wolverhampton and Scott Mitchell Scott Waits are again two that you link together, don't you?
We will see Scott Mitchell in Wolverhampton in November. We look forward to that. Now then, Dean Reynolds had an opportunity in the last throw and didn't take advantage. He's got another big one now.
Indeed, 188. He would love, although he's got 6 darts here because of Scott dipping outside of the 20 with his last dart of his last throw. He's left a bogey number of 163. So Reynolds had 6 darts from 188.
Yeah, 93 isn't the easiest of outs though. 77 scored leaves 86, so we should be looking at treble 18 really. Yep, got his counting head on with Dean. Bull or treble 19?
Now, funny enough, I was looking at you to say the same thing. I think bull. And he has, so he wants 18, and that's difficult placement of the underneath the 25. He's had to move right across the hockey. He wants the bullseye.
68.
And I think that was in the 25. It was in the 25. So Scott comes back 68 to level things up. And he likes 36-32, but 9 leaves him 59. Double top, 1 dart. Double top with 1 dart, it is.
1 dart's all he needed. There's 2 all here in a match that's finely poised. It would have been a fantastic bullseye shot from Reynolds. How close was he to the ball on that?
Absolutely. We have this conversation on many occasions when players are on the 95 through to 90 finishes. And there are lots of fors and against on both. I do like, I think 94 or 95, 94, 93 and 91 going for the 25 of the ball, fine. 92 when they've been playing on 20s. I've just got this thing in my head that back yourself to hit a treble 20 with one of your first 2 darts. That from a non-dart player.
Well, nice 10-40 to get himself back into the leg.
I say good comeback from the 41 first row, and we're levels your Devils at 2 all and just 3 points between them. Is Desmond 2-2.
Desmond 2-2 is in the building, but who will be feeling blessed to get through? That's the question.
83.
Coming up after this, we've got Martin Atkins against Tony O'Shea. What a match that should be. Got some last 16 internet matches for you as well. Michael Peele of Essex will be taking on Daryl Fitton. Mark Mcghin, the reigning champion, we saw him in a classic match against Brian Dawson, taking on Wesley Harms. Wayne Warren will play Jeffrey de Graaf as we look at Reynolds on 167, now treble 17.
97.
Now Waits, big opportunity now to break the throw.
Straight ton, 2 darts, double top for a 3-2 lead. Oh, I think, in fact, you saw him tip forward. I think he thought that was in, and he's very unlucky that either of those 2 darts weren't in.
Oh, fine margins. Will there be fine margins here as Reynolds looks at tops? 1 dart's all he needed. There have been a few times in this match where there's only been 1 dart that has been thrown at the double and they've needed to hit it, and they've got it. They've both shown great nerve under pressure when they've had 1 dart in their hand for the double.
100.
Plenty of room in that treble.
140.
Now Waits under pressure. What a big 70 out that was from Reynolds, showing the kind of composure and fearlessness we were talking
You're
about.
absolutely right. It was. They're the sorts of things that can win you titles. He goes 3-2 down there, and Scott has the throw to knock him out of the tournament. And Dean's defending points in this competition. He's defending 12 points. Going into the last 16, must have saved those points and more. And then, of course, he's got 2 other boxes to fill to help him get to late side. He was ranked number 29 prior to yesterday. So I'm fairly confident you'll be seeing this young man at late side in January.
Well, we are on course for a last leg. That 57 from Reynolds has eased the pressure on Waits. It's been a good leg from him, to be fair, the Yorkshireman. Very good leg indeed.
140 to leave 38. Dean back on 244. And all he can do is put pressure on, which he has definitely done. 38. Will Scott split? He's definitely looking at the 6, and he's hit the 6. 2 16s for a 3-all game. And we're going all the way for the third match in the row on the internet streaming.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because the players have been playing all day. They've obviously been winning. They've obviously been playing well. So as we get to the last 32, last 16, we just see them as they're playing against each other, cancelling each other out, and more often than not we are going to see those close games rather than a 4-0 whitewash.
Indeed, and whereas the first 2 games that we saw on the internet streaming, the bullseye didn't count, the last game that we saw, it definitely did. And we now see Dean having won the bull at the start of the match. Remember, it's only 1 bullseye now. They don't bull up at 3-all. It's just that first bullseye, and going off with a 140. He's in a commanding position here.
Well, Reynolds has started a lot of the legs that he has thrown first in with a 140. And if you can do that, if you can hit a 140 or 180 with your first throw of the leg, then you're setting yourself up really, really well, and you're really putting all the pressure on your opponent.
Absolutely. 79 though. Scott knows that if he can get a ton, he can bring it level. And he's done that, so he's just 2 points in front. Theoretically, Dean is still favourite because he is throwing first from 2-2-2.
It's just been such a close match all the way through. What a dart that was.
Needed it.
Yeah, what a fantastic dart. So that wasn't easy after that first one.
No, absolutely. And 1-2-2 is not an easy outshot. While Scott, this looks painful. This looks painful. I think that's a 140.
It is.
Which will leave 80 for Scott. And Dean on the 18s now. There's the treble. He wants a single. And now the bullseye for a place in the last 16. And he's left 25.
Well, here we are. The crucial point of the match. 20. 1 dart to tops. A good marker. Oh, and he's pulled it. You could see the dip of the shoulder as he released that dart.
Indeed, just snatched it. So Dean now make sure you hit the big 9. And now double 8. Oh, and he's gone in double 16. I think Scott would have been thinking, I have my 1 dart. But now he can compose himself for double 10. And now double 5. Oh, and it's back again for Dean. Sometimes, you know, when your luck's in and you're playing well, you get the luck that helps you through.
I have to say, I can't believe that. I can't believe Scott Waite's missed. Double 8. Double 4. And that's it. Well, it's such a tense end to that game, and Scott Waite will be thoroughly disappointed. He won't believe that he missed 3 darts of the double there, but Dean Reynolds earned that victory right from the first leg to the last.
He did indeed. Yeah, I totally agree with you. 3 darts at tops and 10s there for Scott, and you would have put pretty much your mortgage money for the month on that, and it wasn't to be. Well, coming inside the double 5.
It was a game that could have gone either way right from the first leg, and it could have gone either way right up until the end, until the last dart was thrown. A thoroughly entertaining match.
It certainly was. We have one further last 32 match, which will be Messrs O'Shea and Atkins, before we move into the last 16 games that Hugh has just mentioned. But yes, Martin Atkins, Tony O'Shea coming soon. We'll be back.
Jaclyn, Nikki Stevens, Stacey Day, Ali Judge, Angela Hogan, Trisha Hughes, Grace Crane, Lorraine Winstanley, Sue Gulliver, Louise Pearson, Francis Elwick, Donna Hunt, Brenda Dyer, Donna Glee, Jerry Johnson, Fallon Sherik. Those ladies come to control, please. Don't forget, ladies, if you do lose, please stay and mark the next game.
Andy, is it all set up? Is it ready? It's way down, 4 games in. Hello? Hello?
So here we are back at Selsey, last of our last 32 games. Get yourself into tongue twisters. We did start at 10 o'clock this morning. It's Martin Atkins and Tony O'Shea that are playing the last of these last 32 games on the internet lane before we then move on to the last 16. So Martin and Tony now will throw for the bull. It is just one bullseye. Whoever wins the bull will throw in the odd numbered legs, and crucially, if, as you'll see, or as you've seen in the last two games, the person that's had the throw, won the throw, has invariably gone on to win that all-important last frame. Mr. Hugh Ware is just joining us. He's was on beer duty, and when I say beer duty, we're both on blackcurrant and water.
And that's a 25.
Two guys still going for the bullseye.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Tony has therefore won the bull, and he will have the throw. So we're off and running. Tony, as I say, after they had a couple of rounds on the bullseye, won the throw. And 78 and 95, a respectable start from Mr. O'Shea. On the other hand, Mr. Atkins, 41 and 97.
100.
Just 45 there from Martin, so Tony's opened himself up a 90-point lead, plus these because he had the throw.
58.
I think it'd be true to say that Tony's gone through a fairly barren patch over the last... In fact, you could say both players have gone through a barren patch over the last year, 18 months. Watching Tony's games, there was no doubt in the game at Lakeside where he played Scott Mitchell in the very first round in the prelim, that Tony did everything but win the game, and he feels it's been like that a lot of the time. I was out in Sweden and watched him play in Sweden, and he set himself up beautifully, a 3-all. He was cantering away, he left himself 32, and his opponent went out on 170. Some of these things you just, in the same way as Dean Reynolds' luck is going for him, Scott missed those doubles. Sometimes when it's down, it just hits you, doesn't it?
54.
So Martin Atkins with an outside chance on 136 here to steal the throw, first leg. That outside chance is now evaporated. He just wants a treble to put Tony under pressure, and he's got that treble. So Tony O'Shea returns on 56. We look at 16 now. 2 darts at tops, or possibly 1 at tops and 1 at 10s.
36.
And he's wired that, I think, underneath the double 15. So the pressure that Martin Atkins applied could very well now bear fruit. Double 9.
18.
It's been a bit of a nervy start from both players. 21 darts thrown, and the leg's not one yet. It is now.
I think it's fair to say that first leg has summed up both these players' last 12 to 18 months.
Yes, so, but Martin Atkins, I think, is starting to find the form that he had. He had the injury at Lakeside. Oh, how long ago are we talking now? 18 months ago. So where he had to withdraw against Rick Hofstra. And he's really suffered since then, but he just started to come back and find some form, I think.
Yeah, he didn't even make Lakeside to 2015, did the Assassin. Tony O'Shea did. I mean, both these players have fallen on hard times recently, but O'Shea has been in the better form than Atkins. I remember O'Shea seemed to do well in Jersey last year. He's picked up some good results this year too. As a silverback, was very unlucky to lose to Scott Mitchell in a sudden death leg. A bit of a lakeside epic, that one, which Nick Rolls to my left refereed. And I second reffed, actually, I seem to recall. But in the wonderful world of sports, you know, Scott Mitchell won that game, went on to win the title. So who knows what would have happened if it was O'Shea who prevailed.
Yes, indeed. I've just been corrected, by the way, Hugh. I said that the player that Tony played out in Sweden went out on a 170. I've just been corrected by Crystal Thernstrom. It was a 160, not a 170.
Oh.
Thank you, Crystal. I hope you're well. Enjoying the darts.
41.
I think your man is up on the stage very soon, or up on the TV lane.
He certainly is. Darryl Fitton.
94.
Crystal follows up her message with love listening to you commentate. Thank you, Crystal. If you want to get in touch with us, of course, there is a live chat on the YouTube stream that you are watching. Or you can get in touch with us on Twitter. We're both on Twitter, I believe, but Nick's still on Twitter anyway. Treble 19 for double 11, that was careless. Now, he'll be disappointed to not at least get one dart to the double there, O'Shea.
Indeed, and that would have given him a breaker throw, which, having won the bull as well, would have put him in a very good position. But as it is, Mr. Atkins now has 2 at tops. And he'll be hoping he can get a bit closer than that. That'll do.
Yeah, it was a good mark of that first start.
At least there was no way the flight was going to get in the way.
Oh, 2 in here for O'Shea. Unlucky, just shaved off the barrel of that first star. Yeah, I'm on Twitter at HughWare100. What's your Twitter username, Nick? Or Twitter handle is the phrase.
Oh, why did you ask me that? You know that it's not.
Rolls. Is it at Rolls Nick?
It could be.
I think it is. I think that's just come to me.
It's an age thing, Hugh.
Yeah, but you can get in touch with us both directly on there or use the hashtag England Classic. That's the tournament that we're playing down to the semi-finals today. We're hoping to get all 4 quarter-finals on the stream for you, as we did back in June at the England Open.
And the same for the ladies' event as well. All 4 ladies' quarter-finals. We're looking to bring those to you as well.
Well, good luck from O'Shea, 161 after 9. Atkins way back, but that's a fabulous first dart and a fabulous second dart.
140. Tony require 161.
So 20's first. And now can only set it up coming down for the 19s.
59.
You're right, Hugh. At Rolls Nick. There we
Fabulous.
go. In fact, I think you should know because you set it up, if I remember right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Yeah, another 140 from Atkins will shake the pot in this 4th leg. Unlucky.
100. Tony require 102.
Now 102 for O'Shea. 87 left, so
Treble 17 should be the dart.
he won't be happy that his darts aren't landing in the segments that he is aiming for. It didn't on the 161 and treble 5 there. The 141 for Atkins.
Yes, now, treble 19. Oh, that is unlucky. That is very unlucky. Treble 16 or treble 12 here, if my counting is anywhere
He likes
now.
treble 12.
Oh! So 3 trebles, and only one of them was the one he was aiming at. Very unlucky.
Double 16 for 2-1. It has to move over. It's not too bad a guide. Oh, unlucky. Yeah, not happy. The body language not great there.
Absolutely. Double top then for Martin for a 2-1 lead, and crucially that break of throw that he knows he must get at some point in the game, and again he's gone over the top of double top. So we're back with Tony for double 8.
Fours. Oh, gets it as well. Atkins will have been fancying his chances, I think, of returning on 40, but now returns to the board 2-1 down.
He does, and I think that was another 20 plus dart leg, so not the greatest that these two have ever provided. But at the end of the day, this is the last 32 game, can get them to the last 16. Valuable points in their quest to go to Lakeside.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it, that these two will have played many a game against each other in the past. These two, both seasoned veterans of the BDO circuit, I'm sure they won't mind me saying. But it's funny, really, isn't it? It doesn't matter all the experience in the world. You can still get nervous. You can still get edgy. You can still not play your best.
Absolutely right.
And I think both of these two players will have been fancying their chances against each other. Both of these players will have been fancying that they can beat the other. And that might be making them try just that little bit too hard. Neither of them are playing anywhere near their best, and they both know that. Like, O'Shea is standing behind Atkins now thinking that he's not playing his best, and vice versa. But they just both need to relax a little bit more, I think, and stop consciously trying so hard.
Very true. I think that's a good way of putting it, Hugh. Martin here is hanging on. The 298 had the throw. Oh, we've got a bit of a technical fault that happened behind us, in so much as something's just collapsed. I don't know quite what it was.
Good mark of that. Yep. Loads of room for one more. Yes, beautiful.
Now that is a good throw, and that has put the pressure on Martin now. So he's 40 points behind, knowing that he threw first in this leg. And again, that's a real life-saving last dart.
Ooh, treble 19 for tops is a good one. No. Yeah, disappointed, isn't he? He fancied that. He had a great 140 to leave the shot, then was on for the 157. So, yeah, he was really frustrated there. The 60 for 38. 54 for 24. 24, double 12 for 2 all. One lucky, just below the wire.
Just below indeed. 60 then for Tony. Double top for a 3-1 lead, and he'll have the darts in the next leg. Double 10, one in his hand. Atkins sitting on double 6. Oh.
It's all come down to the finishing so far in this game. They're both having chances against the other on the double, but both of them have cancelled each other out. So it's 2 all. And another game, Nick, that looks like it could be heading to a decider. We've had 3 already.
And with each of those 3, you'd literally have flipped a coin to pick the winner as they go into the final leg. In the back of Tony's mind, he knows he's got the throw, not only in this leg, but also in the last leg, should it go that far.
140.
Atkins, of course, knows that he's got to break the throw, and with that as a start, he's got chances.
Yeah, he must find a break, must Atkins, and he'll be hoping for a diet of trebles. Yes, there's one. If you can get another one in there, then he'll be fancying his chances of breaking, but he's let O'Shea off there, I think. That first start was sitting nicely.
It was, definitely. Definitely sitting very nicely. Now this could be a fair few.
100.
Well, a fair few, a ton. I think a ton is probably your par score, really, for these professionals. You know, it's...
Yeah, it's the 72 on a golf course.
Yes, absolutely.
At this standard, of course.
100.
Yet to register a maximum in this game, but as you can see, it's Tony that's hitting. It's Martin that's hitting the tons. Tony's hit a couple of 140s more than Martin.
60.
O'Shea to me looks like he's throwing a little slower than usual. He's being a bit more deliberate in his aim than we normally see from him.
Martin knows this is a chance. 176, even 85, which he's managed to do, leaves him under 100, and that means that he should get a dart at the bullseye as a minimum in his next throw.
Yeah, can you see how deliberate O'Shea's being? He's really taking his time with his aim as he's lining up his arm to release.
Absolutely.
It's a more deliberate process. It'll be a conscious thing from the silverback.
25, so he's hit 14, 77 left. Treble 19 or treble 15? It's looking like treble 19 to me. It is, and he wants now double 10 to break the throw. That's a lovely finish, considering he's hit the 14 first dart, Hugh.
Well, we've seen some erratic finishing so far from both these players, but that 91 was clean and cut, particularly from 77. Treble 19, double 10. And now Atkins, big favourite for the match. What has O'Shea got in response? That's a hard-looking 60, Nick. All three of them right on top of the wire.
It was. Certainly was.
100.
Tony hits a ton, which gives him a slight advantage in this leg.
We've seen a couple of players mopping their brows and, you know, just getting the sweat off their forehead. We saw Scott Mitchell earlier doing the same. It's getting hot on that internet stream. The lights have been on for a long time now, and the heat is only going to rise.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, and he knows it.
A 1-2-5 leaves 2-7-6, and he's stolen the darts from Martin. He's 107 points in front, less these. And you can almost see Martin trying a bit too hard as well now, Hugh.
Yeah, it's a poor leg from Atkins, you have to say. He's throwing for the match. 60, 58 and 40. Doesn't cut it. He knows that. This cuts it all right. That certainly cuts it. That cuts this match right in half. So 3-all really looks a strong possibility now.
It does, and our first 180 of this match from Tony. A good 1-3-4, but still no finish for Martin. He started the leg, and Tony's already on 96.
And we were talking about trying too hard, Nick, and now Atkins has relaxed because he knows the leg is most likely gone, so he hits a 1-3-4 nonchalantly.
That's a very good possibility. 7, what a time to hit that. And Tony, thinking he's going to absolutely stroll to 3-all, now knows he's got to hit this double 10 with one dart in his hand, or it could be elimination. Oh, and that's what makes a professional. One dart in hand, and he's banged the double 10. We're at 3-all, and it's Tony that's got the darts.
And that was right bang smack in the middle. You can still see the mark in the double 10 where that last dart landed, perfectly right in the middle.
I think that's a bit of dirt on the TV, actually.
Well, you can see the force that he threw that dart with, can't
Absolutely.
you? Because to leave a mark like that in the treble shows that he does pummel his darts into the board, does O'Shea. So does Atkins, to be fair. He can really rocket them in.
It does a 95 start followed by 100. Tony's back in the treble. He'll be thinking to himself here, if I can go ton, and having hit a treble first dart to only score 68 will be a big disappointment.
Well, he asked himself, what is that? Opportunity knocks for Atkins. The assassin looking to gun down the silverback, but with scores like that, it's not going to happen. O'Shea has shown real battling qualities, despite the fact that he hasn't shown his best form. A bit like Scott Mitchell earlier, you know, battling qualities. Okay, Mitchell didn't win the game, but he forced the issue really well. And
indeed,
O'Shea is looking at the winning post, but Atkins, with another treble, really drags himself back into the leg.
This is flip of a coin stuff now.
Our fourth last 32 games to go to last leg. It's incredible. 19s.
And that's a fantastic shot. A 1-3-7 there from Tony. Puts himself on 104. Atkins back on 220. Needs a ton minimum. Yes, 60 leads a finish, but the chances of going out on 160 are slim. 120 and you've got every chance. Tony will be thinking he wants to go out here, but he's probably got 6. That's the odd 4. He's going to need 6. Now, he's got to stay 20s for 16s. Me.
40.
Possibly only gets one dart next time.
60.
Now, Martin will need the treble here. 45 to 115. While it's not, it's a possibility. Now, Tony, will he pay for not going 20s? He's only going to get one dart, and it's going to be a double 16. And of course, he completely and utterly proves me wrong. I should have gone for the 16 when I did, because that's what I can do on 64.
Yeah, that was a real scrap. And hey, if you're going to win a tournament, you'll always find that there's one match in there where you've had to scrap through, and O'Shea has done that.
You're absolutely right. I think that brings us, Hugh, to the end of our last 32. I think we're going to move now into the last 16 games.
Yep, we have some last 16 matches coming up for you. Michael Peele of Essex will take on Fitton. What about this? Mark Mcghin, the reigning champion of this tournament, takes on Wesley Harms. It's a repeat of last year's final, And Wesley Harms is the reigning England Open champion from Chelsea last June, so that should be absolutely fantastic.
And has already hit a 9-darter today. And then, what have we got? Dave Paretti will play Tony O'Shea. And Richard Vinstra will play against Dean Reynolds.
We've also got Wayne Warren against Jeffrey de Graaf. That will be fast and furious. So
excellent.
Don't go anywhere, folks. Stay tuned.
Ashton, Danielle Lillard. Zoe Jones, Claire Brooken. Those ladies touch control, please.
Boy there. We're now into the last 16. Still best of 7. Before they start calling, can I have a quick moment? You will mix. Yeah, possible. Hi there. Have you been following stuff on your phone? You know who's already in the quarters. Durrant. Yeah, so the full draw. Durrant taking on Vinstra or Reynolds. Graff or Warren versus Mcghin or Holmes. Every game now on the strike. Yep. Alright. No, I've got to. No, I'll check that. They're not long starters, so I'll check that out. Alright. Please give me back to Steve. Bye. Are you all good? Yeah, last 16, best of 7. And they're ready to go. Okay. Bye for now. Yep. Yes. Yes. Best of 9, yes. Yeah, these are 6. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay then. Bye.
So we now move into the last 16 of the men's classic here at Selsey. And our first last 16 game, one facer I'm sure you'll recognise, is that of Mr. Daryl Fitton. And he is playing Michael Peele from Essex.
25.
Two players are bullying up. It's still the best of 7. Both players have hit the 25, so both players will throw again. And if you're wondering where Hugh is, he's just getting details of the full draw for the quarter-finals, albeit there are some last 16 games to go, and when he comes back I'm sure he will provide them for us.
I think that's second dart. Ladies and gents, game on. It's Michael to throw first.
So Michael has won the throw. I do know, as I say, Hugh will come on and give you the rest of the draw in a minute. The winner of this game in the quarterfinals will play Jamie Hughes, who has already progressed to the quarterfinals. So Michael Peele, as you say, from Essex.
60.
What can you tell us, Hugh? Hot off the press, the man with the draw?
Hot off the press, so as you say, Jamie Hughes will take on the winner of Darryl Fitton and Michael Peele. World number 1 Glenn Durrant will take on the winner of Richard Vinstra versus Dean Reynolds. Jeffrey de Graaf or Wayne Warren will play either Mark Mcghin or Wesley Harms. The de Graaf-Harms quarter-final will be a double Dutch affair, certainly.
Absolutely. In fact, you said Durrant. Glenn could play Dean. They played each other last night and Dean beat Glenn. So.
Absolutely. And Dave Paretti or Tony O'Shea, they will take on Jim Williams for a place on the stage tomorrow. Well, Peele has made by far the better of the opening exchanges. 25. Yeah, or the ball. Very accurate. Leaves 135. Fitton yet to hit a treble.
Michael won the darts as well. So Darryl knows that he will have to break throw. But theoretically, if he holds his own, he'll have 4 goes at doing it.
He's been playing very well recently, Darryl Fitton. I refereed an exhibition with him at Lakeside last Friday, and he beat Vincent van der Voort 7 legs to 1. And he played really, really well, did the Dazzler. By his own admission, he's been playing well as well, so he's confident.
Yep.
And he's made a good performance here. The last 16 is no mean feat. How he'd love to get to the last 8. Double 5, yes, 1-0. 1-0 to Peele.
He'd have just been looking over his shoulder there. Darryl 1-2-4. It's not the worst finish in the world. Always, if Darryl can just find his range, which he has now, he becomes a very, very dangerous customer.
Darryl Fitton already beaten 2 very good players out on the floor. First round against Steve Carrett. And then also beat Berkshire's Paul Hogan. So 2 really good victories for Fitton there.
Absolutely.
Michael Peele hails from Essex. And is having a very good tournament indeed. That nice white dartboard shirt you can see in the background.
First bounce out of the match. And that could be costly because Peele, who started this leg with a 140, has now got an 83 and has all but stolen the darts, unless the Dazzler can find the treble. Desperately needs a treble 19 here. He's found it. He's got 96. 38 points in front. Amazed at the number of games that have gone to 4-3 here. I think we had 3 or 4 on the trot that have gone to that last leg.
Absolutely has been amazing, and I do genuinely think it's because both players are playing well. And if both players are playing well at this standard, on their throw, they are going to go out in between 13 and 15 darts, and that makes it difficult for the opponent to break.
And I said if he found his range, he'd be difficult to play against, and I think he's found his range.
We know Darryl's partner Crystal is watching as Peele responds.
140.
And she'll be hoping that Fitton takes this out in 2 darts. There's the first dart. Doesn't move across. I would have thought he would, because that first dart is blocking. Has to come to the left. And he's missed it. I just wondered whether if he moved across to the left slightly, then that might have opened up the target for him. He's got a different view than us, of course.
Absolutely. So Michael Peele wanted 78, he's hit 4, leaves 74. It could go treble 18 again, but the flight's probably in the way, so treble 14. 11 leaves 63, treble 13 leaves double 12. So he eventually got there, I think is probably the best way to describe that.
He'll be disappointed. Tops. To equalise things, double 10. Double 5. Now this is what Peele did in the first leg. And Fitton has repeated the process. 20s, 10s and double 5 pays dividends.
I'm not going to sing, but anything you can do.
Bit of a loose last one from Peele. What can Fitton do now? That's a good first dart, but comes out because you see the way that dart is landed. It's blocking the rest of the bed. This is perfect in the treble 19. Was snatched at the last one. Plenty of room in there for Peele. Just over that dart.
100.
Over pitch.
96.
Well, close legs so far.
Indeed. Putting the pressure on though, Darrell. Michael 30 odd points behind. He's not in front yet. He is now. The last dart has saved him. Otherwise, really Darrell would have been in prime position to take advantage.
Yeah, I think Fitton will be fancying his chances here, though. A good score, and he takes control. 19s have been good to him so far this leg.
96.
Good to him there as well.
96 to leave 189. Michael 233, switching now to the 19s. A 133 leaves him a nice ton. 95 leaves him 138.
Yeah, you see some players on 2-3-3, like Scott Waits, go up the top and then go 20-18-25 to set up the shot. But the majority of players like the 19s, because two single 19s are 38 anyway, so you can go for the 25.
Absolutely. If anyone's thinking why would they go 20-18 and the 25, because from 233, 63 would leave them 170.
Well, Fitton is sat on 130 at the moment, so two treble 20s and double 5. Yeah, that's lovely. 60 for double 5. Double 5, he's pinned this once already. And he's pinned it again. What a superb outshot from the Dazzler. Peele, a wry smiles. A nice little shot made to his opponent. Recognises the good score, but inside he'll be hurting Nick.
A fabulous shot. Is that 3 legs, 3 double 5s?
Certainly is.
Double 5.
Hat-trick of double 5s. A hat-trick of treble 20s. First maximum of this last 16 encounter.
Certainly is. 3-2-1 after 3. Michael's come back with a ton though.
Well, Wesley Harms hit a 9-darter on the floor earlier. Darrell Fitton, the only man to hit a 9-darter on the BDO circuit this year, and he's chasing it again. Oh, unlucky. That first dart was perfect.
It was, and so was the third one. And I remember very well the 9-darter.
Certainly do, Nick, yes. For a while, it was the only 9-darter hit in darts this year.
It was, until Phil hit one in Australia recently.
Phil Taylor did one in Perth, I think.
Perth, indeed. So 186, having broken the throw, 140 points in front. Darrell in control of this leg and indeed this match. But he just needs to keep focused.
Yeah, it's a test of character for this lad. I mean, he does travel the circuit, but it hasn't often gotten to the last 16, and coming up here against Fitton on the internet stream is hard, and particularly after the 130 outshot from Fitton. And he's following that up now with a potential 12-dart leg. It's been a fine leg from Fitton, double 4.
It was, and looking at the score there, you noticed when he hit the 18 going for 86, glanced at the scoreboard, saw Michael's on 191, I don't need to go 18 bull here, hit the 60. Theoretically, he's left himself the far easier double 4 on the return than possibly. Yes, he could have had the glory of the bullseye, but he could have been sat on 25.
Double 4. Yes, lovely darts. The 3-1 up has been a comfortable ride for him, really, since he struggled to get his game into gear in the first leg, but he slowly clicked into form, and he's had the better of the majority of this match.
Absolutely. He's now had 3 double 5s and a double 4.
And something just catching the eye of Fitton there. Good darts from Peele, the 140 to open the leg. We were talking earlier about how important it is to hit a good score with your opening darts when it's your throw, and Peele really needed that. He's been up against it the last 3 legs.
You made a really good point with Dean Reynolds that the number of legs that he kicked off with a ton and or a ton 40. Well, not but 8 or a ton 40, I should say. Perhaps that's a new rule we could bring in. We were talking some time ago about what new rules could you bring in to make darts that bit more exciting. If you have 140 and have another go.
I like the idea of spinning the board.
Spinning the board?
Yeah.
100.
I like that idea.
I think it'd help me.
I'd probably score more if someone was spinning the board, to be fair. That's why I want that rule in. Peele, a good leg here.
Absolutely, yeah. Down to 161 after 9. Ton 40, ton.
Sorry, Nick. Fitton, you feel is just saving his energy slightly here, I think. Knows he's got the throw in the next leg.
Very possibly.
97.
97. Leaves himself 64. So unless it's a 177 or a 180 here, then you'd really fancy Michael to pull it back to 3-2.
57.
Just underneath each of those trebles. 57 scored, 220 remaining, but Michael on 64. Double 16 for 3-2.
32.
He's okay because he knows he's coming back. But this is one of those opportunities for the person who thinks they're out. As you said before, Hugh, they loosen their shoulders a little bit because they're really just having a bit of a practice throw, for want of a better phrase. And suddenly you hit a 140 or 180 and you never quite know.
Yeah, it's a very good phrase, that. Loosening the shoulders. Double 16.
Yes, that's game shot on the fifth leg. So Michael
We
Peele.
think that went in.
He's got it. 3 legs to 2. Fitton with the throw now to win the match. It was a good dart there. Those first 2 darts were begging for the third one to go in, weren't they?
It was. We were just. I was looking at Daryl's face and he was nodding, so I assumed that meant, and he didn't step forward for his throw, so that's what told me that the dart was in.
Well, 48. Now here's an opportunity for Peele. He's certainly shown why he's gotten to the last 16 on this stream, Nick, because the 2 legs that he's won, he's thrown very well in.
He certainly has. Yep, he hasn't looked out of place in any way, shape or form.
Well, he didn't capitalise on the 48, and now Fitton is jumping all over him, coming out. Yeah, 177. That's his second 177 of the game.
It is a superb shot and really puts him in command to put himself into the last 8, where, as Hugh announced earlier, a certain Jamie Hughes is waiting. And you'll see that game live on streaming. We will bring you all 4 men's quarterfinals. Oh, now that's 62. Unfortunate.
Well, I did wonder, because you can see that second dart's landing a bit flat. I remember there was a dart he had in the treble 20 where he came out because of that very reason. So I was surprised he stayed there.
41.
He's got plenty of time in this leg. That last one was very loose from Peele.
Sometimes you find the difference between these guys when the shall we say, the regulars, the real top end of the game, when they do get on top of the guy that isn't at the top end of the game, then that's when the pressure really tells. And Michael there, they weren't far away from the treble.
I tell you what, Darryl Fitton has hit those treble 19s brilliantly in this game.
Perhaps he should play on those all the time.
He scored fantastically on them.
So from 80 for a place in the last 8.
Well, Peele not on a finish, so he's more than entitled to go for the 16s, and now double 8 for the match and a place in the quarterfinals. Unlucky.
72.
Double 4 it is.
All Peele can do is try and put as much pressure on as possible. That's good. Yeah, that's brilliant. Another one there leaves double 10.
140.
Before that visit, he'd have taken that.
Now we require 8.
A 140 to leave at 60, but Darryl Fitton, double 4.
Yeah, he always looked good going for that, didn't he? And that's it, a place in the quarterfinals for Darryl Fitton, where he will take on Jamie Hughes.
Indeed, so that's a fantastic game to look forward to. Don't forget, we have some more last 16 games still to come. Before we get that far, our last 16 games, we've got Mark Mcghin will play Mr. Selzy, as we'll now call him, Wesley Harms. Wayne Warren from Wales will play Geoffrey de Graaf. Dave Paretti, conqueror of our world champion Scott Mitchell, will play the silverback Tony O'Shea. And Holland's Richard Vinstra will play Wales's... Wales's? Is that the right expression? Wales's, yes. Dean Reynolds.
Yes, absolutely. It's a repeat of last year's final coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Michelle Bourne, could you go back and mark board 13, please?
one that walked through one of them through and not shooting up and see.
Is that all set on the screen?
All set ready, yeah.
Thank you. Evening.
Michael Peele, please.
Right. Set Mcghin arms. Netherland. We'll give them a couple of minutes anyway. We're going to give them a couple of minutes because they've got the games now. We just have to give everyone a couple because they've been waiting a long while. Just have a throw. Yeah, we've got to let them settle because I mean, when we played Durrant, they were we'll just give them a little bit. No, we've got all the men's matches now. The ladies' men.
Grace Crane to ball, mark board 14, please. And Vinstra, Joe Rolls, please.
I just thought let's get our games up here so we can actually watch them darts. It's still only half 2. We haven't got to be clear till 5, we've got to be streaming. Right. So what time do you want to be wound down? I'll have a word with the controllers.
Could the following men report to control, please? Tony O'Shea, Dave Paretti, Dean Reynolds, Richard Vinstra, please. Could you please clear boards 17 to 24, please?
Okay. settled down now. We're ready to roll. Okay. We've dropped a couple of games.
Practice starts over. It'll be Mark to throw first for the bullseye.
So here we are, the best match of the day so far, in my opinion. What a great match we have in store, and I will tell you why after the bull up. We have in our screen Mark Mcghin, the reigning champion of this tournament, against Wesley Harms, the man who he beat in the final last year. But Wesley Harms himself has a wonderful Chelsea record, 3 times an England Open champion, including the last 2 on the bounce. He won here back in June, of course. Already hit a 9-darter today, so both of them will be really fancying their chances. Mcghin, the reigning champion of the tournament, Harms with his Chelsea record, will also be looking to storm his way through here and look for revenge, of course, after he failed to add this title to the England Open 2014 last year. Now, unfortunately, we do have some bad news to bring you, because due to timing issues, the Glen Durrant quarter-final with either Richard Vinstra or Dean Reynolds. Oh, I see, I do beg your pardon. Richard Vinstra and Dean Reynolds, which we said would be coming up on the live stream now, isn't. Neither is Dave Paretti against Tony O'Shea. They've had to put those 2 matches out on the floor for timing reasons, but we will be bringing you the quarterfinals a little bit later on.
36.
Harms hit the bull to win the throw, so he will start as favourite, and he'll be big favourite to win this first leg as well. Mcghin chasing. He had his back to the wall, of course, in his last 32 game against Brian Dawson we saw on the internet stream. 3-1 down and battled back to 4-3, but Dawson missed 5 darts for victory.
He did indeed, Hugh, and you were right pointing out at the start of this competition that both these guys have won here at Lakeside. At Lakeside? Here at Chelsea. Good grief. I swear to God, it is only blackcurrant and water. You bought it, Hugh, it is, isn't it?
It is, yes. They'll both be wishing that it's Lakeside, you were saying, rather than Chelsea. Harms himself has come close, of course, 2-time semi-finalist. 60 for 8s. Nope, really threw that dart with force. Now Mcghin could steal this, Nick.
Yes, 1-1-5, treble 20 to start the shot. He's got to come down now. Treble 19, now double 19. And he's very unlucky there. I always wonder with 1-1-5, you know that if you go 20s, you're going to end up on double 19 unless you hit the treble 20.
Well, Harms got to hit this, and he has. Ooh, bit of a heart-in-mouth job there, because he was actually nodding Riley in the background as Mcghin hit the treble 19 to leave the double.
Yeah.
I think he half expected it to go in, but he got his chance and just about snuck over the line.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I'm a fan on 1-1-5 of treble 20 or treble 19. I think treble 19, because the treble 20 then leaves you double 18 rather than double 19, but...
100.
Yes, your options if you go for the 19s are either going to be tops or double 18.
Yes, yeah, you would have said so, yeah.
If you go up top, you have to bank on yourself hitting the treble 20. Nothing wrong with banking on yourself to hit a treble 20, in my opinion, but if you do miss it, yes, you're right. The double 19 is awkward.
All a matter of choices. What makes the referee's job not that easy?
97.
You're meant to agree with me on that one.
Yes, I do agree, absolutely. I thought it went without saying. Well, that's awkward for Mcghin, but you can see what a great second dart that was.
100.
We were saying when Mark was playing his last 32 game, we were saying he just went up there at the point that Everton started their game against Chelsea.
100.
And he's just gone up there now as Everton have finished their game with Chelsea, and he should be cock-a-hoop with Gary Naismith having scored a hat-trick for Everton.
Well, the man in blue will hope to not be feeling blue come the end of this game, I think it's fair to say.
68.
Wesley Harms, the man in black. But certainly the last 16 in Chelsea is no alien territory for him.
Good grief. Have you been reading books this week?
100. Mark, you require 160.
60.
What books?
57. Unlucky. Harms on 104. He's eyeing this up. Yeah, you can see Harms. Look how focused he is going for this 104.
Double 12. Oh, just inside the wire. So Mark, he won't want to go 3-1 down to Wesley. That is a fact. Not that you want to go 3-1 down to any of these players that they're playing certainly in the latter stages, but Wesley with his record, and there we go. Mark nailing double 10 with his last dart. Wesley's record here at, I nearly said Lakeside again. Selzy is remarkable, and yes, 3-1 down, and you really would be fearing for your life.
Well, his record at Lakeside is mixed, isn't it? Because he reached the 2 semi-finals and lost 2 cracking matches to Tony O'Shea, which could have arguably gone either way. It did Wesley Harms, but his last 2-3 years haven't quite been at the same level. Lost in second rounds, lost in the first round last year to Canadian Jeff Smith.
Of course. Having said that, that turned out to be no disrespect losing to Jeff Smith, because look where he went to, the semi-final, and one of the players of the tournament, I thought, last year. Breath of fresh air.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think going into next year's Lakeside, Harms will be looking to put that right. I think he will feel he has unfinished business there. If not from the 2 semi-finals he played, then his poor in comparison record over the last couple of years.
Yeah. I always think as well with Wesley, he's one of the, this will sound strange and I'll try and explain it, he's an English playing Dutch player. He plays the English game of Dutch. He tends not to throw around the board as much as the other Dutch players do. Do you know what I mean? With Absolutely. The 19s and the 18s and the stranger outshots. Well, and here we go for 1-2-1.
He's going 18s here.
18
I agree. 3 darts at double 16 on his return. Both of these two are well matched, really, because I would say they've both got similar strengths and qualities. Double 16 coming in, double 8, double 4, still got time. Yes, pins it. Yeah, they both got similar qualities. They're both, on their days, are both very consistent, solid if unspectacular.
Yes, I know what you mean. I understand what you're saying. I think Mark's hit in this particular game, I feel, I know we've only had 3 legs, but he's just hanging on to the coattails a little bit. Wesley's won the 2 legs on his throw fairly comfortably. Mark sneaked home in his leg, so, and here we go. We've started with 59 followed by a 140, and the pressure's really on Mark. Wesley does seem to have the bit between his teeth.
100.
I think it's fair to say that the England Classic title that Mcghin won last year was probably the finest victory of his career, Nick. Because I remember when he won that, he was so overjoyed and so happy to get his first title and get over the line and prove himself as a winner on the BDO circuit. And he hasn't looked back since, really. He's been a top player ever since then. It just hasn't quite yet made Lakeside. He made a good bid for it at the World Masters last year.
Yes, yeah, very true. Very true.
He lost in the last 16 in the end. Of course, if he had won the tournament, that would have made him eligible for the Lakeside. But he's looking good to make it this year.
And, of course, missed the 9 darter at Event City.
Yeah, Wesley Harms knows all about 9 darters today. Has hit one on the floor.
Yes, we go back to the morning, and Daniel Perry won.
Bullseye here for 161. Oh, fantastic shot against the darts. Yes, you can see he enjoyed that. That's the highest finish of this internet stream so far. 161. How about that, Nick?
Fabulous finish. Fabulous finish. I was just about to talk about the fact that Dan Perry, who he hit the 9 darter against, still had the highest outshot on the internet lane so far. Thank you and good night. So Wesley quite likes annoying Dan Perry.
Well, Dan Perry, of course. Well, yes, absolutely. Dan Perry played the youth match play on the stream earlier. Then went straight down to play against Wesley Harms in the England Classic tournament, and Harms hits a 9 darter against him.
Indeed, and now he's taken his highest score on the on the TV lane as well. A fabulous 161. It's a lovely finish, and justified going for it, because Mark was sat on 144, so quite right that he did go for it.
But when we talk about Harms' consistency, you know, he leaves 161 an awful lot in games, so he should be one of the top 161 hitters in the game because he leaves it that often.
It's a bit like Simon Whitlock and his 170s. Albeit he doesn't hit as many of them now, but he does look to leave it on an awful lot of occasions.
Martin Adams is one of the best 1-2-1 hitters in the world because he leaves that so often.
You're getting the insights of a referee's brain now, because that tends to be the way I think, Hugh, we tend to think about these things, don't we? What finishes the players are going to leave and what way they go, because it helps you set yourself when they're on those finishes.
100.
Well, I think when you've got I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the spectacular wins you legs, but consistency wins you. All Mcghin can do now is put in a ton 40 or better and hope.
Strange there, because I thought, a 14 or 11 was the darting order with 5 left, with your opponent on 208, rather than going for the one to leave double 2.
Good point. Double 1 for the match. And that's it. Yep, it's in. Great victory for Wesley Hans. He'll be very happy to defeat the man who beat him to this title last year. Mark Mcghin's strong and valiant defence of the title comes to an end. It's been a good day for him nonetheless. But Wesley Harms goes through, his brilliant Chelsea record continues.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does.
Peter Hedman and Shirley Castle. Trina Gulliver, Marie Barthrock. Anastasia Dobroslova, D. Maiden. All those ladies report control, please. Ladies, because of the TV streaming, we can only call the games when there's no games on the TV lanes. So when you lose on a board, it may be 10 or 15 minutes before the next game is put on. So could you please keep an eye on the board that you lose on, or when a game comes down, please go and mark.
Double A on the ground.
It was his worst game today as well.
Yeah, it's not double A, it's double A. Yeah. And that's right, and small D on the
You played your worst game, that's not the worst game. Up there, that's why I told Richard before, I need at least 5 minutes of practice, because that
This is the last game we're doing in the last 16. Following this, we've got the 4 finals. But we have been saying about doing the ladies, so you have to speak to Tommy about your time. Yeah, I'm so nice. But it means you're going to run to about 4:30. Well, I mean, I don't know what your obligation is to England or to the other. Exactly, that's what I think. Tommy is also welcome to the game. Are you able to talk while the game's on or not?
I'm in the quarterfinals again, that's my worst result ever. So I achieved that one again, so there we go.
Practice starts over, it'll be Jeffrey to throw first for the bullseye. That's a 25. That's also a 25.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Selsey. We're here on the south coast in England to watch a Welshman play a Dutchman in the last 16 of the England Classic.
And that's outside.
We've had a number of excellent games already, and we have already seen a couple of guys go through to the last 8. We've seen Wesley Harms go through. We also know that Daryl Fitton will play Jamie Hughes. Wesley Harms' opponent in the last 8 will be the winner of this game, Jeffrey de Graaf and Wayne Warren.
140.
You need to trust me when I tell you that that is Wayne Warren wearing yellow. It isn't Wesley Harms. We're just getting that corrected. Wayne knocked out Ross Montgomery earlier in the tournament. There we go. Wayne Warren, as if by magic, Hugh. Your countryman.
Yes, but he's certainly no rabbit in the headlights, is this man. He's in a stalwart of Welsh darts, and indeed BDO darts for a long, long time now. Played at the Lakeside, played in the World Masters, been there, worn the T-shirt for his country, with darts just like these.
He is a very nice guy, just one big problem. He supports Arsenal. Controversial.
Now they're 19s. What a way to go out this would be. Unlucky. What a way to go on 102, treble 19, 9, double 18.
I must admit, I certainly wouldn't have been looking at treble 19 if I'd have been refereeing the game.
Well, Warren was trying to set up double 18 there as well, but couldn't do so. Now de Graaf for a break of throw. We're going to talk a lot about Jeffrey de Graaf after this leg, I think, Nick, because he's been a rising star over the last couple of years as he pins the double 8. Yeah, Jeffrey de Graaf, he's been around for a good 2 or 3 years now, been at the Lakeside during that time, but over the last year or so has really improved. He changed his darts as he looks at the first maximum of the game. Yeah, he changed his darts, almost immediately reached the final of the World Trophy, and some say, Nick, should have won the game against Gert de Vos.
Yes, I remember the game very well, and I remember calling the first game that Jeffrey played in that competition. And there was a noticeable difference, not only with the instruments that he was using, but in the way that he was throwing. And he's just knocked that half a second or a second off of each of his darts throw. Don't get me wrong, it's still it goes at a good speed, but he thought, and I, looking at it now, I tend to agree with him. I think, and he thought, he just threw a little bit too quickly, and he wasn't steadying or steadying himself before he threw each dart.
Well, I'm sure he won't mind us saying, but the last 2 Lakesides he's been at, he's been poor. Really poor, particularly against Brian Dawson last year. And I think that game actually proved to be the catalyst for change in a lot of ways, not just darts, but maybe in terms of mentality, in terms of practice, in terms of focus. And since February, when he changed his darts, reached the final of the World Trophy, he's been fantastic.
Absolutely. He has, as you rightly say, he's just changed a few things. It's amazing what sometimes you get to that point where something happens in the game. Gary Anderson lost to Michael van Gerwen in the World Championship, and it was almost like this. Gary had been floating along for a year and sort of getting a reputation of couldn't hit a double, etc., etc. And it was almost like that game. He sat himself down and went, right, I'm just going to now prove that isn't the case.
Well, that was a good last treble from de Graaf to set up the tops for 2-0. This game seems to have flown by so far. Double 10.
Or we've been talking too much.
Oh, Pinty with the last start. Warren will have been stood behind him, fancying his chances, I think. That first start at double 10 was a long way away, but as it is, with his back against the wall now, this passionate Welshman, this fine dart player, this picturesque throw that he has.
Are you trying to get in the Welsh team?
De Graaf, in contrast, a more solid style. We see Warren with the more wavy action. You can see he really extends the arm and then pulls it back. And you can see the effect that has. Look at this. When the first dart goes in, he just looks so likely.
And that likelihood became an eventuality. A 180 there for Wayne. Needs to win this leg, get one on the board for a start, also holding his throw. And unlike Jeffrey, who now can hang on to his throw, Wayne now knows he has got to break Jeffrey's throw because he's lost the advantage of winning the ball.
Well, this is a fine leg from both players. Treble 15 for double 18 to round it off. Now 16 for bull. Oh, missed the big 16. Just got carried away with himself there, didn't he? But he'll still be fancying his chances. De Graaf back on 161.
Well, a single 19 leads in double top. It will be an absolute nail if Jeffrey hits this 161. Now Wayne's just got to put that out of his head and just not worry about that and just say, look, yes, I shouldn't have done it, but I've got away with it. And there we go, you've got away with it. Don't shake your head, move on to the next leg.
Beautiful 13 darter.
Yes.
He's got to get this leg back against the throw now. That's going to be the difficult bit because De Graaf is scoring very well himself.
96.
De Graaf with a more static motion, I think it's fair to say. A bit like Bob Anderson used to do in some ways. Just sort of look at this very static motion, then shoots it like a bullet out of a gun.
61.
Another treble here.
Plenty of room in there.
Yes.
140.
That's giving him a 40-point lead. It's very quickly wiped out, though, by Jeffrey. And adding to that pain, a 140, 204. Wayne Warren back on 301. He's got himself back into the leg at 201. But, of course, Jeffrey has the darts.
Nice start into the treble 19 and another one.
It's not a bad leg here, is it? 96, 61, 140, 134, 70 left after 12. And until that treble 5, Wayne had done nothing wrong.
Yeah, De Graaf is not blinking, is he? Double 16 here for 3-1. Fantastic darts. Not really giving Warren an opportunity at the moment, is he? He certainly didn't in that leg.
Absolutely not. And a 14 or 15 dart, I think it was in the end there from Jeffrey. Very concentrated.
100.
Lovely guy as well. And a number of the professionals 2 and 3 years ago, if you were to say to them, of all the young players that are out there at this moment in time, who's the one that you think will hit the top? It was Jeffrey De Graaf that they were saying. And he just took possibly 6, 9, maybe even a year longer to get to that height.
40.
And as you say, get into the World Trophy final last year. And now he's won a couple of tournaments, you know. He's broken that duck.
It's superb and he's enjoying himself up there. Another maximum to the young Dutchman. Of course, we all know another young Dutchman story, a Dutchman who was touted for the top. Some could say did hit the top, but then fell away completely, and now has been totally resurgent and is arguably the best player in the world right now.
Can't think who you mean. The stats saying that everything's equal, 5-5-1, 5-5-1, but it's the graphic that says that it's 3 legs to Jeffrey and 1 leg to Wayne, and the fact that Jeffrey's only sitting on 141. So he's going to the 57 route, 57-48. 36 was going to be his way. 73 leaves 68, so I think is that 52 left, or is my maths absolutely nowhere near? Hugh's nodding. I've remembered how to count.
Well, Warren's had scores of 60 and 40 in this leg, and we were talking about De Graaf not giving opportunities. Maybe it's the opposite for Warren. He has given De Graaf opportunities, and now double 16 for a place in the last 8. Double 8, and that's it. Absolutely fantastic, and Wayne Warren knows that that was a superb performance by the young man.
Wayne is one of those guys as well now. He'll be absolutely distraught, and you don't want to speak to him for 5 or 10 minutes, but I always think he is the perfect gentleman at the end of every game. Win or lose, he'll shake your hand, slap you on the back, and you know, he'll go off and have his little 5 minutes, which I never think is a bad thing, Hugh, and comes back, and he'll be wanting to know how Arsenal getting on in a minute.
Yeah, Warren's average was 30. You know, that's fabulous darts, but Jeffrey De Graaf, look at his overall average, just under the ton. And a 9-dart average of 114.
That's fabulous. That really is excellent darts. We've had one average over 100. That's a little bit unfair to say that was under 100. It is, but Gary Robson, and he lost.
That's certainly the best 9-dart average we've seen, 114.
Yes.
That means, folks, that you're leaving yourself on a finish after 9 darts much more often than not, really, if you're averaging 114 with your first 9 darts.
Indeed so, fabulous stuff. Jeffrey De Graaf goes through and will meet, he says, looking at his piece of paper, he will meet Wesley Harms. So we have an all-Dutch quarter-final, which should be intriguing. Wesley we changed his name earlier. We can now call him Wesley Harms Selzy, hyphenated, because of the ability of the ability he seems to find when he plays at Selzy, and he's playing his fellow countryman Jeffrey de Graaf in the quarter-final, which we'll see in a little bit.
We're going double Dutch shortly, folks. Join us for more.
Wayne Warren, Mark Mcghin, please.
Are you clear on the quarter-final order draw-wise? Like you know the draw order? Draw order is Durrant, Vinstra, number 1. This is on the draw, not the order of play. Just so you know, if you're talking about who's meeting who. Then de Graaf Harms. Yes. And then Hughes, Fitton, Williams, O'Shea. Okay? The order: Hughes, Fitton now, followed by Durrant, Vinstra, O'Shea, Williams, de Graaf Harms. Okay? That's it, and it's all best of 9 now. Yes, I'm going to try and get an update after this match. Don't quote it yet because they're worried about
Natasha Reeves, please. Tracy Smith.
Yeah, we hope so, but we know it's not going to happen. I think but don't say it's not. Just carry on. All right. And can I have Stephen back? Thank you. Hi. Quarterfinals, the last men's games we do. 4 games to go. Quarterfinals, best of 9. The first match up, both English. Jamie Hughes, Dawson.
Joe Rolls, Eileen de Graaf, please.
When you're ready, both players standing by. Alright then, let's roll.
So here we are, the first of the 4 quarterfinals to bring you live on the EDO from Chelsea. First quarterfinal of the England Classic, and it's the first time on the internet lane for this man, Jamie Hughes of Wolverhampton. And as you can see on our screen, we have a raise in the format. It's now the best of 9 legs to determine who will go through to tomorrow and a place on the stage.
Ladies and gents, it's Jamie to throw for the ball.
Referee Wayne Dunn of the West of England brings the players towards her to commence the ball throw. Now, we saw games earlier which were the best of 5 legs, and you can argue that the ball throw is very important, as we see Jamie Hughes win the ball there. You could argue, Nick, that in the best of 9, it's not as significant as if it was the best of 5.
Yes, you've got that little bit more chance and to break the throw. But I still think that the players like to throw first. If I can win the first leg, I'll go into the second leg thinking, okay, if I lose it, it's only 1-1. If I lose the first leg, the pressure's on, I've got to win this leg, otherwise I'm going 2-0 down.
Absolutely. So Jamie Hughes continues his fine form. He's been such a solid performer on the BDO circuit the last few years, has this man. Impressed me at his first Lakeside. Lost in the second round to Glen Durham, but played well himself nonetheless. And of course, last year's World Masters finalist and Zuiderdown Masters champion.
Zuiderdown Masters champion, and literally, we're talking 3 weeks ago, won the Swedish Open.
Oh, and the first maximum already from Fitton. We saw him play really, really well against Michael Peele in his last 16 game. Says he's been playing well generally. He's reached the quarterfinals here. And if he keeps up that sort of form, He will take some stopping, but Hughes is the man to do it. This should be a barnstormer, Nick. I'm looking forward to this one.
It certainly looks like it. The start of the game, Jamie down to 168 after 9. Darrell likely to be on a finish. 57. Leaves himself 167 after 9 as well. So both players on. I've got down to under 200. Part of you says that Darrell's got the advantage because he's on a finish. Part of you says that Jamie's got the advantage because from 168 he'll probably get 6 darts. Treble 18 here, and a fantastic shot from Darrell. Leaves himself double 18, but Jamie has learned to deal with that pressure now, Jamie, as well. If someone hits a big score to leave a double, I'll just focus on my double 14. Thank you very much, I'll just take that. And that's the first leg to Jamie Hughes. But as you say, best of 9 now, Hughes, so
135.
long way to go.
Both of these players Eiderdown Masters champions in the past, of course. Darrell Fitton hit a 9-darter on his way to winning it.
95.
Yes, our good friend Mr. Rab Butler was the referee that day. Earned his black tie, as we say.
He's got a perfect darting again here, Fitton.
Any advantage to having played on the TV lane before, do you think, Hugh? Or is a dartboard a dartboard? There are many different things that people say.
I think as far as the match is concerned, it's the same for both players. Each match is different.
96.
It might give Fitton a little bit of advantage mentally, just because he is aware of the surroundings, but at the same time, I don't think it takes anything away from Jamie Hughes' mentality that he hasn't been up there. It doesn't take away, that's for sure.
Fair comment. We were talking in the previous round that Darrell was... His strength in that last 16 game was the fact that he was hitting the treble 19s on a regular basis. We've just had another 1-3-4. I wouldn't see surprised to see him come down, and there we go, 77 scored. He's gone the treble 18 route from 74. So 56 remaining. Jamie back on 210.
Yes, if we were spotting, we'd be saying back to the split for Jamie Hughes' 3 darts here, and he's split the 210, and he's taken off 100 from it, but Fitton will be comfortable on 56, now tops.
You're just showing off your many talents here. I haven't done spotting, remember.
Double 10 goes in, nice and cleanly. 1-all.
I always think when you have a game like this and they start, the first 2 legs go with throw, I think then you're into a proper game. If a player goes to it, it's a close game, and it's, as you said right at the start, it's going to take a... You want those games where you have one throw throughout the game determines the game. It adds that excitement to it. And at this moment in time, both players feeling the board, feeling each other out, looking for that slip up.
Second maximum for Fitton at the top of the 3rd leg against the darts now.
And was the 42 of Jamie's that slip up that I was just talking about? Maybe not if he piles this straight back in the treble 20.
It's a proper match, this. Proper darts being thrown here.
180, 180. Did you say Wayne was refereeing this game? Who was it, Wayne, or was that the preview? It is this game. Good grief, my memory's going. But he will, and there's those treble 19s again from Darrell. Wayne will be loving this.
Well, that's 4 perfect darts in succession for Hughes, really. Done well to keep himself in this leg after the 42 was responded by a 180 from Darrell.
It was, and Darrell will be looking here thinking, I've won the darts, but I cannot rest on my laurels. I need a 135 here. Thank you. 135, 52 left. Against the throw, 9 darts, 52 remaining.
I think that is what they say, isn't it? Thank you. When what they want goes in.
45.
What they think when it doesn't go in is not broadcastable.
Yes, we'll steer clear of that one. Double top for a 2-1 lead and a break of throw.
Yes, that's game shot
And a break of throw we have.
12 dart leg.
One thing that Jamie is very good at, in my opinion, in his sort of year 18, maybe 2 years in the BDO, is breaking back, having dropped his throw. Just an uncanny knack of being able to do it. However, if your opponent decides to go 180 as many times as Darrell has in 3, that's a third in 4 legs, I think. That does make it slightly difficult.
God, Fitton is scoring fantastically. So is Hughes, to be fair, but Fitton on the 180s is... If you can combine that with your treble 19 hitting, then you really are going some.
96.
Just 96. Coming down.
Really taken the incentive in this match, hasn't he, Fitton?
93.
Despite the high standard of Hughes, Fitton has really stamped his authority all over this match.
Needs to come out of there now. Good dart.
58.
Went for the treble 18. 60 would have left 165 and no finish. 58 maybe 2 points less. And you don't always hit the 167s, but I said it right at the start of the show.
97.
If you don't buy a ticket, you cannot win the raffle.
167.
And he's got 6 darts from here because Jamie's left 171. Great last dart there, an 81 to leave 86. 43, and Jamie would have seen it as an opportunity. He may still see this as an opportunity, especially with that dart sitting there. That's 80 scored, treble 17.
97. Now you require 86.
Well, he's there if Fitton misses. 18 for Bull. Bullseye, and you can tell he went for that 18. Oh, it's fantastic stuff. Just not missing at the moment.
Fabulous finish there from Darrell. And again, under pressure, Jamie on 74. The sort of finish where the guys at the top end of the game will be thinking, I have no choice here. I have to hit this, otherwise he will go out. And Jamie coming piling back with a treble, treble. Oh, it wasn't. I thought it was a 180. It was a 140. My apologies.
Fitton dazzling us with some superb darts here from Chelsea. I hope you're enjoying it just as much as we are.
The graphic is a little misleading in so much as it says that Darrell hasn't hit 140. That in itself is not the truth, but he has hit several 134s, and they are as good as.
Yeah, and the potential 140s that he could have had, he's converted them all into 180s.
Well, that is the other way of looking at it, of course, yes.
It's extraordinary that Hughes has hit 140s, which we all say, you have to hit your 1040s. But when your opponent's just not, he's skipping the 140s and hitting 180s all the time, then you need to keep going on those statistics as well.
Good shot from Jamie, though, 135.
Well, now Nick, now Fitton's got that 2-leg advantage. He can afford to have a leg off, but he's coming straight back here,
139. He's actually missed the treble 19 for once. Jamie really needs to win this leg. I think 4-1 down, and Darrell having the darts in the next leg and a leg later in the match really would put Jamie under severe pressure, and he'd do amazingly well to come back from that.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I think that was 60, so 122. Darrell would love 140, but it'll take a ton here because 120 isn't the worst out. You'd certainly rather that than 122.
Yeah, I think it's important what you just said, Nick. Hughes has got to win this leg.
And he's got his 140. So, Jamie, all the 18s here. He wants treble 18, single 18, bull. It's got to be the treble now, and you can tell from the expression on his face that dart is laying extremely uncomfortably for him. He'll probably stay there because 90 will leave him 32. Now, Darrell, last time he wanted 80, went 16s. However, Jamie at that time was on 200 plus, and that's why this time he's gone 20s. Double 10 for a 4-1 lead. Double 5. He hit it twice in the last round.
70. Jamie, you require
Sigh of
32.
relief. Let him off. Double 16. Just moves ever so slightly to the right and lines up. Yeah, and he hits it. And he'll be relieved of that, Nick, as we were saying, he had to win that leg, and Fitton having 2 darts there, Hughes will have been fearing the worst, but 3-2, the game is still more than rescuable.
Absolutely, very well poised now, and I think knowing Darrell, will be a little bit cross with himself there. 2 darts, he'd back himself with 2 darts in his hand to hit the double, and to not do it, and he would have been 4-1 in front.
100.
Good response from Jamie. Ton plays a ton.
Yep, got to break him back at some point as the man from Wolverhampton. But he'll be hoping that there's a hi-ho silver lining on the horizon because he's been really up against it
Good
in
Lord.
this match so far.
So Glenn Durrant will make his first appearance on the TV lane in our next game against Richard Vinstra. We will then have Jim Williams, and he'll be playing against Tony O'Shea, and that will be followed by Jeffrey de Graaf and Wesley Harms, the all-Dutch affair.
Yeah, don't miss that de Graaf Harms game, whatever you do, because that is going to be a really stunning game. It's a very strong lineup for the last 8 all round, Nick, isn't it? As we look at Hughes' strong scoring.
180.
You talked those in, didn't you? A nice 180 there for Jamie. Leaves himself a bogey. He couldn't do a thing about that. But he'll take that against a throw, and there's Darryl going back into his treble 19s. I'm going to have a word with him after and tell him to start playing 19s all the time.
Well, we were talking about silver linings. There might be one starting to appear here if he can find a treble. And he hasn't done so. That was probably his best opportunity so far, Nick.
Agreed. 104 left. Darryl, 1-1. Oh, dear. 110. Can't go now. So 62.
Well, he's miscounted
He
there.
has. I think he has. I think he scored 80 and left 30. Which is unlike Darryl, to be fair. He's normally a very good counter. I think he probably knows. But that's 54. Now, Jamie may go 10 here. I think he's looking at 18. I was just wondering whether the flight might have been in the way, which is he might have gone 10. So he wants double top. Oh, and that would have been a 3-all game.
Well, he was close to the tops. He was also close to missing the 10, wasn't he?
He was close. I think Darryl took a few seconds there to work out what he'd done in regards to the double 15. But he knows what he's done, and and he's hit 24. I believe he has now left 6.
Well, he's really let him off here, has Fitton. Tops. It's a good marker, that, for the way Hughes' darts land. That's an even better marker. This has to go in, though. Oh, and it doesn't. It took a very small hint of a deflection off the flight to the second dart, Nick.
Double 3. Will Darryl rue the treble 3? 1 for double 1. Double 1.
Yes, that's game shot.
And I think that was almost worth 1.5 legs from the position he was in. And Jamie, having had darts to make it 3-all against it, to hold your throw in that leg, that might be the one you think, do you know what, I've had my little bit luck, now put your foot back down.
That was such a big double 1 for the mentality of the players as well as anything else, wasn't it? Because if Fitton had lost that leg, then I would have put Hughes really as a firm favour for the match. Not just because he would have had the throwback, but because of the mental damage that missing those doubles would have done. As it is, he's hit the double, and look at his scoring power now.
Absolutely. 134 from Jamie, 140 from Darryl. They really are slugging it out, these two guys. Take that last leg out, the last sort of 6 or 9 darts out of it, and we're talking a very high quality game. But all games, and say sometimes they can make the difference. That finish there for Darryl, the 3-1 double 1. It's 4-2 as opposed to 3-all. It's massive, isn't it?
Yep, that double 1 worth 2 legs to these guys. Nice turn 40 from Hughes. Rests authority in this leg. Has to win all 3 legs from here on in. No ifs, no buts about it. Just got to take it 1 leg at a time, and this leg looks like it's going to go his way now.
79. Jamie, you require 170.
You know the way to go on this, folks. Now coming out. Another one there will leave double 18.
96.
Well, he'll be happy with the 74, but Fitton will be thinking if he can hit 2 treble 20s here, or his trusted treble 19s, then the pressure will be on Hughes.
Unbelievable consistency on those 19s. I think that was 134. It was. It's 91.
Tops now for Hughes to save it. And he has done. Well, Darryl Fitton in the background was gesturing. You could see in the back of your picture he was gesturing about something or other. not happy with the surroundings in one way, shape or form. Wouldn't like to speculate what it was, but not happy about something.
It is quite a tight area up in on the TV lane there. You don't see it on the shot, but to the right, as you're looking at the players now, there are a number of tables there, and if they start having a bit of a conversation that you can hear or something like that, people can pick up on it. But there are a number of officials around there, so they should be able to pick up on it, and if there is an issue, be able to quickly stamp it out. But it doesn't seem to be having too much of an effect on Mr. Fitton here, as he piles in, I think, his fourth 180 of the match.
Well, it was a superb one darted tops from Hughes to save the match, but again, Fitton is asking him the question, and he's got to come up with a response. Oh, that's unlucky.
Absolutely. Darrell now 263 points away from the semi-final place. The first of those gaps in the semi-final to be filled by one of these men. And despite the fact that we said that the next game up was Glenn Durrant and Richard Vinstra, that is not who either of these players will play in the semi-final, because the draw actually pits Jamie Hughes or Darrell Fitton against Jim Williams or Tony O'Shea. So you have the possibility, as things stand at the moment, with Darrell 205 points away from a victory, could play his old mate Tony O'Shea in our semi-final.
Yeah, that would be a battle of the walk-ons tomorrow, wouldn't it? We'll be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m, but we're still very much in the heat of the action today.
Very
because
much
this
so.
match is not over yet. That 45 could prove costly, Nick.
It could. Darrell hasn't had a good leg here. Yes, he's had a 180, but he's been surrounded it by 58, 58, 45. So desperate need of a treble here. And he's switched to the 18s. Another treble 18 would be a great shot. And what a fantastic shot. A 128 to leave 32. Hughes, 88. Might be one dart at the bull. Might be two darts at double 14 for a 4-all game. Double 7. He'd have the throw in the last leg. Oh, my word. And there you have the fine points of what makes you a winner and a loser in this great game.
Double 16 for the match. 2 more at it for a place in the semi-finals. That's it. It's a successful day for the Dazzler. He's made it through, the first man through to the semi-finals of tomorrow's England Classic. And what a fantastic performance it was by him. The averages were quite something.
Yeah, Darrell's average, I think, was a 32.53, so very, very close to the 100. Not far off of it. And a fabulous game. I think we have 4 180s there from Darrell, 1 from Jamie, if not 2 maybe from Jamie. But a 5-3 victory for Darrell Fitton. There we go. There's your scorecard. 6 180s in 8 legs. A 5-3 win for Darrell. A 9-dart average of 109 and an overall average of 97. And Jamie at 96. A fabulous game of darts. One breaker throw proved the difference.
Yep, Fitton never lost his throw, but Hughes did once, and that was the deciding factor of the game. A superb first quarter-final. We hope for more of the same. Coming up next, it's Glenn Durrant, the world number 1, against Dutchman Richard Vinstra. Don't go anywhere.
Kelly, Marie Barstrom, please.
practice starts over, it'll be Glenn to throw first for the bullseye.
Right, we are ready with our second men's quarter-final, which pits the number 1 player in the BDO, Glenn Durrant, against the Dutchman, Richard Vinstra. We saw Richard earlier in the day dispose of Gary Robson in a fantastically high-quality game. Andy Walsh there, your referee from the wonderful land of Sherwood Forest up in the Nottinghamshire area. So Glenn has won the bull. It's the best of 9 legs. And for the winner of this game, they have the prospect of playing Geoffrey de Graaf or Wesley Harms. So if it were Glenn and if it were Wesley, a repeat of our June final here at Selsey. Glenn just flipping around the board. And Richard not flipping anyway, just piling them in the treble 20 area. Oh, his first 180 of this contest. And Glenn had the throw here. And Richard 140, 180. It's down to 181 after just 6 starts. And has definitely stolen the throw. 95 to leave 86. Glenn made it to the semi-final of last night's Masters. I think it was semi. It might have been the quarter actually. It was semi or the quarter where he got beat by Dean Reynolds.
Game shot in the first leg, Richard Vinstra. Second leg is Richard to throw.
Richard, who has taken the first leg with that 86 outshot. And in doing so has set down a marker. He also knocked out Dean Reynolds in the previous round. So certainly on a roll. And as I think I said earlier, he's in the Dutch team to go to the World Cup in Turkey at the end of October. As you will notice from the fact that you haven't heard him speak for a while, Hugh's disappeared. I have no idea where he's gone. Just gone for a bit of a wander. There are 4 of us in the room that we're commentating from. He's claimed he's too cold.
121.
We've been saying, oh, talk of the devil, and he shall return. The rest of us are very warm.
85.
Hello, Hugh. Where have you been? I was going to say you've been very warm, looking for some hot stuff, you know.
Have you?
It's,
good Lord. In the time that you've gone, Mr. Vinstra has broken the throw, hit a 180 and went out on 86 in the first leg. So,
well, we saw Richard Vinstra earlier today play very well indeed against Gary Robson, who didn't do much wrong himself.
No.
Glenn Durrant lost in the quarterfinals yesterday.
It was quarterfinals, was it? I said it was semi-finals or quarter, and then I changed my mind and thought, no, it might have been the quarterfinals. But
yeah, he lost in the quarterfinals to Dean Reynolds, who will be coming up after this game, incidentally. Durrant will have a shot at 87.
60. You require 87.
No, Jim Williams is next. Richard Vinstra beat Dean.
Oh, I do apologise. Gosh, we're getting it all wrong. Sorry, folks. Been a long day.
You on blackcurrant or vodka and blackcurrant?
9 coming in.
I thought you were going to say double vodka then.
20 for tops for 2-0. Durrant will be disappointed. That's a great marker, that die. Yes, you can see he just had to lay that on the top. And 2-0 up already. And that's exactly what he had to do against someone of Durrant's stature. He had to get a fast start, because if he had gone behind to Durrant, then it would have been a very long way back the way this man scores.
140.
I said a minute ago that we had 4 of us in our little commentary room. We have Steve from 247.tv, who's making sure the pictures come out to you and the sound, etc., etc. And we have young Ricky Cousins, who's been flipping in all the scores into your graphics. Concentrating very hard. He's not even looking at me. He's got a wry smile on his face.
18's here. Oh no, he'll be disappointed with that.
78.
If a good score goes in here from Vinstra, he could be poised for a double break of throw, but
You're absolutely right.
no, he had to hit more than 60.
He did, but you're right. Glenn would have been disappointed with the single 4 because he'd set himself up from the 302 to leave a 170. And it's not about the fact that he wanted to leave 170, it's getting the chance to hit the 170. Because if Richard had have left 170 or below, he would at least have had a chance. As it is, Glenn wants 131. Richard now on 105. I think I'd rather be on the 105 than the 131, but 39. 64 scored. An interesting last start to leave 67. There's no stopping this man, is there? He's just getting up there and throwing.
Well, Tops did just stop him in his stride, and now double 8s for Durrant to get his first leg on the board. Gotta hit this. Yeah, then does as well. That's why he's world number 1. And one of the favourites for Lakeside next year, Nick, is going to be very interesting at Lakeside 2016, just how well Glenn Durrant does, because he's been world number 1 for the majority, if not all, of this year. And he's going to be right up there with the favourites, isn't he?
He most certainly is, and whereas last year, whilst those of us that are close to the game knew his ability, I think there was a little bit of a surprise when he got to the semi-final. Maybe surprise might be the wrong word, but certainly the way that he played against Martin Adams in that semi-final, in what was definitely the best game of the tournament. It's just that went the whole way, and maybe it was just that little bit of edge that Martin had with the experience that saw him over the line. But you know damn well that if Glenn gets back into that position, he won't lack for the experience now.
99.
Well, he's stolen the darts now.
Got a great chance also by going to the Grand Slam as well. Glenn to go and pit his wits against the best the PDC has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, he didn't really step on that poor score from Vinstra, but Vinstra's stepping all over Durrant.
Another maximum from Richard. 64 remaining after 12. Albeit he should win this leg. Will it be double 8 left? It is double 8 left. Back-to-back 180s. Vinstra 64. Double 8 for a 3-1 lead.
Aye, superb stuff from the Dutchman. A 3-1 lead against the world number 1 now. And Durrant, if he didn't know he was in a game before this match got underway, he certainly does now. And this is fantastic. The game has really sparked into life these last few throws.
Talking of spark, we'll be back up on the Oki later. The last of our men's quarterfinals. We'll see Sparky, Mark? Good grief. Wesley, Harms-Selzy.
Oh, this is superb from Durrant.
140.
Didn't score too badly in that last leg, but one bad score and Vinstra was all over him like a rash.
85.
We'll be hoping for no such mistakes in this leg with the throw. He's hit 2 140s so far. And he looks on course for another. Or maybe better.
140.
Well, he'll settle for his third 140 of the leg. Best leg of the match so far, 81 after 9.
81 after 9 indeed. Richard back. I think he's they almost seem like nonchalant, those last 3 darts. They're just, let's get this leg out of the way and then I need to come piling back in the next leg. Double 16.
65.
275. Dunley's 175. So Glenn, you still got 6 darts, mate. I'll just take one, thank you. 3-2. Big leg, this one.
Yes, I think every leg that Vinstra just got the throw is going to be a big one, isn't it? Because if he keeps holding his throw, that means Durrant will bow out. Vinstra beating Dean Reynolds in the last 16, as you said earlier, Nick. That was a fine victory for Vinstra.
Having beaten Gary Robson, as you said before, and now playing Glenn. And look, if it stays as it is, that'll be 3 massive scalps from the man from Holland. And he'd go into the semi-final, where he would play a Dutchman.
Yep, either De Graaf or Harms, which is coming up soon. And Durrant, we were talking about him hitting one bad score and Vinstra stepping all over him, and that's proved to be the way in this leg as well, because Durrant started with a 40 and now he finds himself nearly 200 points behind because of Vinstra's consistent high scoring of his own. Could see the 25 come into play. Nick doesn't have to go for it, but yeah, probably the 25 first. It was for the 25, I assure you.
Absolutely. I think he then went treble 19 from 107. Whether he'd have gone for bull or not, I'm not sure. So 263, definitely going to be on the finish now. 1, 2, 3, not the easiest, but Richard now knows that he's in his wing mirror. 48, double top. Thank you very much. He's been lethal.
Yeah, Durrant was in his wing mirror, but it's Vinstra in the driving seat.
Hey! If you could, we've got all these written down on a piece of paper. Hugh's reading them, really. He's not making them up, honest.
Oh, 58. His back is firmly against the wall now.
You can see, I think, that by the expression on his face that he knows that's the case. And Richard has missed his opportunity there, 47. But will another opportunity come along? Don't quite feel that Glenn's playing at the top of his game at the moment. I was going to ask you a really challenging question. If you had to put money on someone at this point, Hugh, who would you have that money on to win Lakeside?
The answer tends to fluctuate throughout the year because
Absolutely.
you always see one player do well for 3 or 4 tournaments and you think, well, if he keeps that up, he'll win form. Then maybe they come off the top a bit. And then someone wins the Zyder down and you think, well, which is very close to Lakeside, isn't it? So you think, well, they're going to do well. It's very hard to say. I think if you look on paper, this man isn't going to be far off. I've said that all year. On paper, he has got to be up there within the top 1 or even top 2 candidates to win. That's how high up I place Durrant. Adams is going to be there with a shout, I think, again. As we see, is that a 180 from Vinstra?
No,
just a 140. So he's first to the shot. Durrant needs to come back now. But yeah, I would say Glenn Durrant has got to be, I think he's the one for me to win it. At this, sat here right now, that could change come Lakeside. There's a lot more darts to be thrown on the circuit between now and then. But for me, it's Durrant.
So Glenn there missing out with just getting 60, but he hasn't been made to pay the price. So can he take a 130, get back to 3-4? Vinstra back on 90, or back on, he's on 96. He's hit the first treble 20, another treble 20 or a single. Bullseye is for a 4-3 game. Oh, yes, yes, yes. To mark your point, Mr. Ware, that is why Glenn is up the top of the rankings at this moment in time. 4-2 down, staring down the barrel. A 130 outshot with a lovely bullseye finish. And just 59 from Richard to start off with. Is this the point that Glenn comes back from?
59.
I missed his opportunity. But that's the thing about Lakeside. There are a whole host of players that you can mention who you would have a justifiable argument for them winning it. You know, there's a whole crowd of them. You know, there's Scott Waits, there's Gary Robson, there's Scott Mitchell, of course, who is the reigning champion. There's Darryl Fitton, there's Tony O'Shea, who's been finalist 3 times. You know, there's a whole host of them, and they can all turn up on their day and do well. That's what I love about the Lakeside. It's so open.
It is. It is. I have a feeling for Jeffrey de Graaf. I think with the way he's played this year,
he's another one right up there.
It's one of those. He hasn't got it right the first couple of years he's been there, but you know he's not far away from winning in major tournaments.
Mark Mcghin could be dangerous. He's never set foot on the Lakeside stage before, but if he takes the form which we know he can up there, then I put him up there with a good chance.
Indeed. And Darrell was very unlucky last year in so much as he had an injury in the day before he played Glenn. And had played absolutely superbly the first 2 games. Obviously has the experience. So anyway, back here we have Richard on 1-2-3. He has 6 darts from 1-2-3. He's now got 66. Treble 10 or the bull. He's gone treble 10. 16 will leave him tops. He knows he's coming back. Glenn's on 1-8-3. All Glenn can do is put him under pressure. But to guarantee us an all-Dutch semi-final here at the England Classic, Richard Vinstra has the chance with double top.
Double 10 to put out the world number 1. Double 5. Oh, it was quick fire. It was pacey, but it wasn't accurate.
I wonder whether the lights of the stage suddenly came there right in his eyes. Glenn now 1-2-4. Must hit treble 18. He's hit treble 18. He's hit the bullseye once. He's taken a breath. Bullseye for a 4-all game. Oh my word.
That was close. Vinstra needs to be closer. Double 2 just about. Nice marker. Oh, and just above.
Wow. Wow. I think, I'm trying to remember. Yes, of course, Glenn won the darts. He won the bull. So if he can hit this double 8, he throws first in the last game. And who knows what will be going through Richard's mind. Glenn's only got 1 dart, though. He has to hit this double 8, you feel. That's why he's number 1.
He's just used his get-out-of-jail-free card there, I think it's fair to say.
Very true. Do not pass go.
Well, he'll be collecting some money if he does pass go in this leg, won't he, Nick? Because he'll be into the semi-finals tomorrow. And look at that for a first star. Look at the room to the left in that treble bed. We'll pulled that one considerably. Recovers with the 3rd, and now Vinstra, in the space of a minute or so, has gone from throwing for a place in the semi-finals to having a real battle to win this game now.
Yes, if you were betting him running, which the bookmakers do nowadays on that game, then you wouldn't have got much of a bet on Richard winning when he was throwing for the 1-2-3, and Glenn was way back. But the beauty of darts, we're at 4 legs all in the quarter-final of the British Classic. The world number 1 in the BDO, Glenn Durrant.
Vinstra was sat on tops with Durrant on 1-8-3.
Yeah.
That's how far ahead he was. And now look, only a couple of minutes later, it's funny how quickly a game of darts can swerve.
Wow-wee. I thought he was under pressure. I thought he would cracked. He's cracked it. That's another 180. 124 left. Glenn back under the pressure at 193.
And it's funny how quickly a leg of darts can swerve as well. This is the beauty of our sport. Another treble in there will do quite nicely. No.
100.
Well, this one's going right down to the wire. Vinstra on 124.
Oh, dear. Missing the big 20. He's got the 24. He's got 44. He's only left 80. He would have wanted a hell of a lot more. He thought he might have got a dart at the bullseye. Glenn should go bullseye. Has hit the bullseye. 43, 11 double 16. Richard leaning against the table in the background. Double 16 for a place in the semi-finals. Oh my word. What an amazing comeback. Richard, he's found a smile from somewhere. Someone needs to take his shoelaces off him at the moment because he's not going to be in a great place. That game was as good as wrapped up, and he has... he threw it away, to be fair, having had 3 darts at double top. But Glenn, at the end of the day, has come through and hit the winning double, and that's what counts.
Yep, Glenn Durrant, he persevered, he battled, and he got his rewards. But Richard Vinstra will be heartbroken. He had 5 darts there to beat the world number 1. But it is Glenn Durrant who takes his place on stage tomorrow. Coming up next, Jim Williams against Tony O'Shea. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, boyo, we got another quarter-final for you, see? And we've got Mid-Walian Jim Williams to show you for the first time this weekend. Good afternoon and welcome back, folks. Jim Williams, the first time on the screen this weekend. Tony O'Shea, the second time he has appeared on the internet for your delight and for your entertainment. And we saw O'Shea scrap, and it really was a scrap, against Martin Atkins of Yorkshire. But come through it he did. Come through his last 16 game as well against Dave Paretti on the floor to book his place against Jim Williams, who did very well as Chelsea back in June. He reached the final of the England national singles against where he lost in the end to Dennis Harbour in a very close encounter. And he was gutted after that because he's back in the quarterfinals of the England Classic.
Yeah, he's had a good few months, Jim Williams, hasn't he? From the disappointment of Lakeside last year, coincided with him getting married.
Yeah, he didn't make Lakeside last year, but it was...
Sorry, yes, the year before. Beg your pardon, yes.
The disappointment
yeah.
of missing out to Lakeside, you're absolutely right. But he is... That's sort of given him the kick up the backside, if we're allowed to say that, to go and play well this year. And he's certainly done that. He's shown much improved form in 2015.
And Tony O'Shea, of course, no stranger to your screens, and you will recognise him as the man in the blue shirt with the silver back.
Yeah, arguably the greatest player to never win a major title, Tony O'Shea, because he's been in so many finals and lost them all.
I'll let you...
World Championship finals, World Masters finals.
I'll let you go and have a conversation with him about it.
60.
Well, it is a debate. There are other great players out there who have never... Alan Evans, going way back. Ronnie... and failed to win one.
Yep.
And I'm in no way suggesting that they're not going to make another major final.
No, very true. The winner of this game plays Daryl Fitton. So, a very interesting looking semi-final there.
Well, if the rest of the match goes on the form of the first leg, it's going to be Jim Williams, because he took that out very comfortably indeed, and now O'Shea only starting with 9.
Indeed. And this for the second, or the other semi-final, I should say. Glenn Durrant just booking his place in that semi-final after a fantastic comeback against Richard Vinstra. He will play against either Jeffrey de Graaf or Wesley Harms, so the chance of setting up a repeat of June's Selsey final. I have to say, Hugh, we've had the same 180 board up all day, and it's held up very well, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It doesn't look particularly worn.
And that's it, not because it hasn't had a battering either.
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, it has been battered. The treble 20 bed. There have been some games today that have been of an absolutely fantastic standard. Gary Robson, Richard Vinstra springs to mind. The Jeffrey de Graaf, Wayne Warren game. The Durrant Vinstra quarterfinal that we just had on the stage was a particularly high standard affair. And Williams is producing a high standard from 205. Yes, fantastic setup shot. And O'Shea is being left for dead so far in this quarterfinal. We saw him scrap against Martin Atkins. It wasn't a great performance from O'Shea. He really did have to battle for the win. And he hasn't really produced an improvement in form so far here either.
No, very true. Double top for a 2-0 lead for Jim Williams. Just been handed the list of the ladies' quarter-finals, which we believe, as long as time allows us, will also be on the TV lane. And we will see, he says, Claire Brooken. Many of you will remember as Claire Ball. Claire Brooken will play Fallon Sherik in the first of the quarter-finals. Dita Hedman against Trina Gulliver. They played each other last night. Trina came out successful in that game. Then we have Anastasia Dobromislova against Aileen de Graaf. And finally, Lisa Ashton against Paula Jaclyn. So,
well, I think
wow.
you'll all agree, folks, that what a lineup that's going to be for your entertainment coming up after the men's quarterfinals. What a fantastic four-quarter. Dita Hedman, Trina Gulliver, two of the most decorated players in the ladies' history.
Absolutely.
Aileen de Graaf as well. That should be a fantastic game against Anastasia Dobromislova. I'm really looking forward to that one. Claire Ball against Fallon Sherik. Claire Brooken.
Claire Brooken,
yes, nay, Claire Ball. She'll be no pushover against Fallon Sherik.
And so Lisa and Paulin.
Yep,
Paula.
All to come later on, folks, so stay with us. O'Shea has got to find some form here as we look at this quarter-final. For a place against Darryl Fitton, of course, in tomorrow's stage finals. We'll also, of course, be having the senior match play event as well, and we've got some magnificent games coming up for you there. We will bring you those matches after the completion of this leg.
Aha, Tony has found the treble. 135, so he's just found some form now. 100, 140, 135, last three throws. But Jim on 143. And a fantastic 119 to leave 24. Tony needs treble 15. He wants double top for 2-1. Oh, and that may have been the catalyst for getting back into this match. But as it is, Jim has the chance for a 3-0 lead.
Double six coming in for 3-0 lead. Oh, and he's busted. Wrong bed. Unlucky. Unlucky, but O'Shea will have taken that every day of the week as he looks at double 10. And he gets it as well. That was the reprieve he was hoping for. Now all back on throw. You can see in the background Jim Williams' best mate on the circuit, Glenn Durrant, who just came through a thriller against Richard Vinstra, somehow 5 legs to 4, now cheering on Williams against the silverback. You can see him there in the background. He's watching but also reflecting, I think, on his good day's work.
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. So whilst it is back on throw, for Tony, he has still got to find a break of throw. Because he lost the bullseye, that's why he's 2-1 down.
43.
Yeah, Williams has been setting up his shots from the checkout really well. He hit a 165 from 205 earlier on in the game, and he hit a great 119 from 143, but on this occasion failed to take out the double, and he'll be disappointed at that, because he has been by far the better player so far, and really a 3-0 scoreline would have been justified, I think, so far. A 2-1, and now we're back on throw. He'll be disappointed with that, but O'Shea is completely gone on the scoring so far.
I'm going to say, albeit this leg, it's looking like Jim could break the throw again.
Strange shot to go for the 17s on 227. A treble 17 wouldn't have left a shot. A treble 19 would have. But he's still got plenty of time.
26.
They're struggling. It's been a long day for these players. This is the final match they have to play today. But I wonder if that's what it is. I wonder if there are just some tired darts being thrown by O'Shea at the moment. See, even that first dart, it's low, isn't it? That's a better second dart. It comes out, and the darts, when they're missing, they're not even close, are they? They're missing by some distance.
It's not something you normally see Tony pull facial expressions in the way that he is at this moment in time. Double 8, 3-1 to Jim. That was against the darts. I think, Tony, you need to step back. It's not your throw. bit of refereeing there. Takes it in good spirit.
Two in here, coming out for the 19s.
139.
Glen Durrant approves in the background.
60.
You see what I mean? Even when he's missing, they're not exactly close. They're not really close enough to be a guide for him.
Jim, on the other hand, is very consistently around the trebles. That was the typical nightmare again. I said that, and he goes in the 7.
Could see the 25 come into play here if he hits 80 with the first 2 darts. Williams just stepping back, composing himself. Lovely first dart. Yep, the 25 did come into play. Rounds off the top of the shop. O'Shea, again, a long way back. It's been the story of this match, Nick, it has to be said.
It is. Tony really hasn't got going now. That one leg where he went 141, 100, 140, 134, I think it was. The leg that he won against the throw, interestingly enough. But
well, Williams has had darts to win all 4 legs so far. He's going to get darts to win all 5 legs as well.
Another 105 to put him on 65.
Well, a big score here from O'Shea could just put the seed of doubt in Williams' mind, but it's not going to happen. Good last dart. 120 is one of the more easier of the 10 plus out shots, but Williams on 65. Tops now for a 4-1 lead. Good mark of that. Should just shave off the barrel and in. No, missed it.
Chance then for Tony. Needs to take it, really. 3-1 down, bearing in mind that he needs this breaker throw and another break. Tops it is then for 3-2. Oh, just slipped to the left-hand side. Jim now himself wants tops for a 4-1 lead. Now double 10. Quite well with himself. And a 4-1 lead he has. Now it's your throw, Tony.
He'll be ruining the double 5 there. Because that could have just been the spark he needed to get him going on the scoring, that 120 out. Good start there, a ton. Williams straight in himself. This looks good. This looks really good. Yes. It had 180 written all over it, it has to be said. It's music to Williams' ears, but it's the sound of a nightmare for O'Shea.
It is. It is. For those that were looking forward to a Tony O'Shea and Daryl Fitton semi-final, it's not completely over yet, but if has that sneaked in? No, it didn't.
5 perfect darts, but not the 6th, alas.
Hugh was getting excited. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hugh, on the 9 dart front, but you've never called past 6, have you? Is that right? Is that or 5?
I've called past 6. I know
oh, you have now.
When I had that conversation with you, I hadn't, but I have now because Jeff Smith did a lakeside. But he missed the 7.
Yep. Good grief.
It was actually 150 I called for the 9 darts, and he went 180 and 171. So
there we go. So Jim Williams now returns to the Ocky. He wants 41 for a place in the semi-final and a game against Daryl Fitton on the Selsey stage tomorrow. Double 16. Still double 16. Tony on 120. And his expression told you that he hadn't hit that. We couldn't see it. But Tony, last time he wanted 120, he did exactly that. He hit the treble. He's gone double top. And he didn't hit the double 10.
Yeah, that double top wasn't what he intended. Had to refocus.
Yes.
Double 16 for the match. A thoroughly convincing win. To join his best mate Glen Durrant tomorrow. 1 dart to go. And that's it. In it goes. A thoroughly convincing win. And O'Shea knows it. He just didn't bring his top form to the table there. But Williams goes through. A good day for Tony O'Shea nonetheless. A quarter-final victory. Better than some of his outings on the circuit so far this year. But Williams goes through to the last 4. Coming up next, we have
our Dutch quarter-final. We have Jeffrey and Wesley.
Yeah, look at that. Very good average from Williams. 99.40, a 9-dart average of 109, Ney 110. O'Shea, you can see there, just didn't get going at all. But Williams, with a 99.4 average, he saved his best form for the last match of the day.
He most certainly has. An excellent game it was he played as well. So, one quarter-final game left to go.
De Graaf
and Harms. And then we'll move on to the ladies. And 4 fabulous quarter-finals there. That will be your darts for the day. Hugh, do we want to just talk about what we've got tomorrow?
Yes, we do want to
While
talk
we've got
about
that
what's
little break.
tomorrow. The England match play will be starting us off tomorrow before the finals of the England Classic and the England Masters from Friday. Let's start with the ladies' England match play, shall we? Lisa Ashton will take on Fallon Sherik, a repeat of the World Final of 2015. Zoe Jones will then take on Anastasia de Bromislova, 3-time world champion. 9-time world champion Trina Gulliver will take on Claire Brooken, née Claire Ball. And then Dita Hedman will play Maggie Sutton.
Excellent. Yes, that's the ladies' draw. Then the men's match play. We'll see, spookily enough, Glenn Durrant play Wesley Harms. And as we were just saying, if Wesley wins against Jeffrey, they'll play each other in the semi-final of the Classic. Jamie Hughes will be back. He'll be taking on Dennis Harbour. Paul Hogan from Berkshire will take on Gary Robson. And the world champion Scott Mitchell will be taking on Mark Mcghin. So they're your 4 match play games in the ladies and then the men's. But we've also got the boys and the girls as well, from having watched them this morning. And in the boys' final, we will see, he says, trying to remember what he wrote down. Here we go. I've written it down. I'm sure that I know it, but I didn't want to make a mistake. There we go. Jack Vincent, who beat George Cressy in the semi-final, will play Chris Gower, who beat Owen Maiden. So Jack Vincent and Chris Gower in the boys' England Match Play 2015 final. And in the girls' England Match Play 2015 final, we will see Natasha Eves play the very impressive Bo Greaves from Yorkshire. So not only have we got all of that, we also then have the 2 finals from the games that were played last night. The Masters, that's right, thank you. Hugh was whispering in my ear. So we have Lisa Ashton, who will be playing Aileen de Graaf, and we have Scott Mitchell, and we have the young man Dean Reynolds. So they will play, and then of course, then we'll move on to the Classic, which will see these guys. I'm wondering what's going on. We're watching Jeffrey. Oh, I see. I think they were going to throw for the ball. Then they decided not to. Then they decided they would. Yeah, so all of those games followed by the semi-finals in both the ladies and the men's England Classic and the finals. The last of our men's quarter-finals is now with us.
Yeah, and what a match this should be. It's Jeffrey de Graaf who's won the bull. Best of 9 legs, still remember, of course. We could talk about Wesley Harms' Chelsea record. For days on end, he's been that impressive over the years here. But now, it's time to knuckle down and watch these 2 fantastic Dutch players face off against each other for a place on stage tomorrow. I can't wait for this.
Indeed.
Both of them in good form. De Graaf had a 9-dart average of 114.
Our highest today, I think.
Our highest today in a previous encounter on this very dartboard, on this very internet lane. Wesley Harms has also been successful up there today. Hit a 9-darter on the floor, of course, earlier on. I wonder if we might get a 9-darter in this game, Nick.
Well, it would be very lovely to see, wouldn't it? I'm not quite sure which of our referees is refereeing this game. Was it Wayne? Wayne, I'm sure, has had a fabulous day. He was come from the west of England. His first chance with us here in Chelsea. Richard Ashdown, who's been... I haven't mentioned Richard yet. We'll give him a bit of a shout in a second. He's been asked Wayne to come up and help us out because it was such a busy weekend. And speaking to Wayne yesterday, he was nervous but looking forward to the opportunity. I think it's probably the best way of describing it.
2 treble 19s and bull was the shot. Back upstairs he goes. Oh, that's a bit poor.
39.
Now Harms has got an opportunity. These two, they travel the circuit together, they room together, they know each other's games inside out and backwards.
100.
If there was ever such a thing as chemistry between the two players, these two have got it in bucket loads. There's bucket loads of room in that bullseye.
Now
if he
this.
can just get this above that dart. Oh, unlucky.
100.
Spectacular finishing, bull 25 bull. As it is, double 10 for Wesley. Oh my word, now that really is on the wire.
Jeff, you require 25.
9-8. Double 8 now for the first leg with the darts. Gets it in two. Nice, clean cut, confident finish. Producing the kind of confidence we've seen from him all day. And dare we say it, showing the renewed confidence that he's had over the last 6 months or so.
Agree, totally agree with you. I mentioned Richard Ashdown a minute ago. He's been gallantly organising the players and selecting the games for your delight on the internet. We've had the joy of sitting here commentating on them, and it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day. There's been some fabulous darts. Richard, God bless him, has been wandering around making sure that everything's right on the stage. I know he was hoping to come up and join us for a game. He may very well get the opportunity when the ladies take to the stage in a little bit, with it all organised now, but he is here. He will be hosting the show tomorrow from 10 o'clock.
Hugh Ware and Nick Rolls in the commentary box. As Nick says, hope you've enjoyed it just as much as we have today, and there's going to be plenty more to come tomorrow. Don't you worry about that.
Indeed. Wesley for a 180. Hits it. The first one of the game. Leaves himself 76. Jeffrey back on 235. He'll come out with the third dart. Should go 25 here. I think it fell out of the one, if I'm honest. But he went for the 25 because hitting 65 would have left him 170 if Wesley doesn't go out. Now, treble 19. Yes, double 8. And there we have a 1-all game.
Second leg to Wesley Harms. Third leg is Jeffrey the very first. Game on.
As it is with these close friends and close players,
97.
normally, more often than not, we see them going all the way. And certainly surprise me, Nick, if we see all 9 legs played here.
Very true.
Plenty of darts to be thrown. And then they will, rest assured on that. And now 2 in for Wesley again. Unlucky.
140.
Take another 10-40 though, because it was a poor score from DeGraff on the last visit. Coming up after this, of course, don't forget the ladies' quarterfinals. Claire Brooken against Fallon Sherik. Adita Hedman versus Trina Gulliver. Eileen de Graaf against Anastasia de Bramislova. And Lisa Ashton against Paula Jaclyn. That is a fantastic lineup, I'm sure you'll all agree. I'm sure you'll all agree that de Graaf needs another treble, and he gets it. Now, 180 here would be absolutely perfect. Ooh, unlucky.
That's very unlucky, isn't it? Flicking into the 5. 91 left. Jeffrey, 107. 88 now. Went 48. I think it's treble 7, Q, or single 7? We think we've got 26 scores, so 81. Went for treble 15 and hit the single 10, so should be 71 left. And that's a... Wesley has a chance here. Bullseye to break the throw.
Long way off.
He was a long way off, but Jeffrey would be disappointed at leaving 71. He won't be disappointed with treble 13, double 16, though.
That's game shot on the third.
Yeah, what a great dart that was. He had to go up to the top of the bed, really, because that's where the open space was, and he did exactly that. A crucial moment in the game, I think. That deflection on the big 5 when after the 2 treble 20s, you saw the pained expression on his face. That was because he knew on 91 he would probably have to think about the percentages, i.e. going for the bull. Whereas if that had just hit a single 20 on 76, it would have given him far clearer options for him.
And treble 20, of course, would have left double 18 as well. And equally has put the pressure back on to Jeffrey as well.
Nice first dart, that's plumb straight in the middle of the bed. Came out for the 18s because he wanted to keep the number even. He was on 462. He didn't want to put himself on 363.
60.
Has he got a phobia of odd numbers?
Quite possibly. Well, it looks prettier, doesn't it, 364 as opposed to 363? Because if he had 20 less, 344, now you can see why that is, because a 180 would be 164 and 343 wouldn't. But in the 360s, there wasn't really a reason to come out for the 18s, but hey, it did keep it even, and I think that's probably why he went for the 18s as opposed to the 19s.
And on 306, you can see why he go treble 19, because if he can hit 4 19s with his first 2 darts and then hit the treble 20, he can leave a 170.
56.
The Dutch are great at, in the main, pulling out those finishes that can leave you scores, and from 350, 360 down, and there we go again. Jeffrey with 128. It's made no difference.
But you could see the thinking behind it, couldn't you?
2-all. Hugh mentioned a leg ago, or 2 legs ago, that he thought this could go the whole way. He may not be wrong. As it is, we're at Desmond.
Desmond is in the building.
85.
Nick Rolls and Hugh Ware in the commentary box, as we say. Yeah, Jeffrey, with his change of darts, which we referenced in one of his earlier games, because he changed his darts around January, February time after his disappointing World Championship. Changed them to Red Dragon darts. You can see the patch of Red Dragon on Jeffrey's shirt, and you can also see the stitching of the Red Dragon logo on Wesley Harms's shirt as well. So the factories down in Bridgend in South Wales will certainly be having their eye on this, I think.
58.
Now then, De Graaf will be concerned. Hasn't found the treble yet in 9 darts, and that's poor. And Harms is stamping all over him, you can see. 85, 121 and 140. And this is better. Oh, unlucky. Really needed the other one in there, though, because that gives Harms 6 darts now at 155.
60.
No, that's again, you can see he's getting frustrated every time he doesn't hit the treble, Wesley, and I can see why particularly there. That's a hard-looking 57.
It is. It's not the worst finish, though, he's left. 126. Got 2 chances at the treble 19. But he may not get a chance, because if Wesley hits double 8, which he hasn't, but he's still, I would suggest, favourite. It's got to hit the treble with this dart. Bullseye for a 3-2 lead. Oh, yes.
Oh, what a pincher. What a pinch that was from De Graaf, because Harms was in total control of that, and De Graaf needed a finish of brilliance if he was going to win that leg, and he certainly got it there. A 126 on the bullseye.
Fabulous outshot.
60.
Still got to get some form back on the scoring, though. He's not been scoring well. He'll be concerned that he knows he needs to win. He needs to get form on the scoring back if he wants to win the game. He can't just rely on Wesley Harms missing the double and going out on big 10 pluses all the time.
Absolutely right. You're so right, Hugh. That's eventually it will pay, or he will pay the price, I should say. Especially now as we move to 9 legs. If it were best of 5, you might sneak over the line with a couple of high finishes and not the greatest performance. But dare I say, we've just seen Tony O'Shea sneaked across the line against Martin Atkins. But when it got the tournament gets to the best of 9 legs, you need to find your form.
Well, that's the second leg in a row where he's gone 9 darts without a big treble. Got to improve that. And Harms, conversely, will be extra careful of not leaving De Graaf back on a 10 plus finish. Now he's taken out that 126. That's why I think he's gone for the 25 first when he didn't necessarily have to. Even though De Graaf is back on 299, he wants to be aggressive with the shot because he doesn't want to give De Graaf any sort of opportunity.
Absolutely.
100. Wesley requires 78.
Quite happy to set that up.
Yeah, he's got there in the end. They weren't the smoothest darts, but he'll take that. Tops left.
Yeah, the darts are going low, aren't they now?
Very low. Very low. Tops after 18 darts. And it's 3-3.
You wonder again with players who are such good friends as these two whether there's going to be a little bit too much respect shown. You know, a bit of their aggressiveness. The edge has been taken off their aggressiveness. You know what I mean? And I wonder if that's happened to De Graaf here. I know he took out the 1-2-6 when Harms was on 4-4, but certainly his scoring has gone to pieces.
41.
Absolutely, albeit Wesley's giving him a chance here. In effect, we've got the best of 3 now.
Yeah, that's better.
140.
That's much better. That's his first 10-40 in a while.
Coming straight back at him, though. A 1:45 from Wesley Harms. Not quite sure why the 25.
Well, if he hits another 1-4-5 on his next throw, he'll leave himself 170.
95.
You think you was thinking that?
I don't think he was thinking that, but it's interesting.
Well, we'll see. We'll soon see. We will now.
No, he's staying there.
125.
He had the option of a second 1-4-5 on the bounce, but decided not to take it.
And the 25 was the only dart that he could hit to, well, other than the treble, of course, but the 25 was the dart to go for in that throw to leave the 170.
It was the easier option, wasn't it? Now, this is great stuff. Another one there, leaves 8-8. Oh, well,
Oh, my word.
He's left 11 there, so not the double he wanted, but a great score nonetheless. Fantastic visit. De Graaf's got to get it. 20 and tops. Oh, he's missed the big number. There's been some strange occurrings going on.
He didn't only miss it, he missed it by a long way. Yes, that's the one. Wesley knows that a 168 to set up the double 11. I must have given it fair play to our referee. Who's refereeing this one, did we see? Not quite sure who we saw was refereeing. Or perhaps our cameraman can flick over and just show us the angle of the referee so we can say congratulations. There he is, it's Wayne.
Wayne Dunn, yes, west of England.
That was a good call if he shouted that 168 nice and clean, because that wouldn't have been something I'd have been expecting.
94.
Yeah, there's been some unusual goings-on. Wesley Harms miscounting. Jeffrey De Graaf not finding his scoring boots.
45.
But as it is Harms who has emerged from that patch of unusualness with a 4-3 lead and a break of throw.
A patch of unusualness. Good grief. It still doesn't quite, well, I'll hang fire here because Wesley's piling them in again. Still doesn't quite match my 78 outshot from I believe it was Chris Gower early where he went 25, 17, 36. Still can't quite get my head around that one. It was a long time ago, but it's staying with me.
Yeah, may have been better advised to go to the 18s there, De Graaf, because you can see that third dart deflected into the 5.
100.
Yes, Jeffrey's up against it here. Wesley, having broken his throwing for the match. So 119 for Wesley, 167.
Treble 20 for Bull. Go for the 18s now to set up the double. Yeah, he's got it. So De Graaf now has to pin this 167. Otherwise, his Dutch compatriot's going to go through.
Wesley knew there when he punched the air, having hit the treble 18, that he'd set himself up. And he's behind Jeffrey right there, wanting to throw double 9. Still double 9. Oh!
Well, we were talking about unusual goings-ons. I didn't expect Wesley Harms to miss that. And now his best mate De Graaf is not going to get a shot at double 16. And you can see Wesley in the background ensuring concentration and full focus for big 1 and double 4 for a place in the semi-finals tomorrow. Double 2. No.
Wow.
5 darts missed for the match. 16 double 18.
Well, we're at an 8th leg, or we've had our 8th leg. We're going to go to a 9th. Quite incredible. You said earlier that Glenn Durrant, I think, had used his get-out-of-jail cards. Jeffrey's just used his as well. The winner of this game, of course, plays Glenn Durrant on the stage tomorrow here in Selsey.
That's the 3rd time on this stream today where somebody has missed 5 darts to beat the other. The other 2 occasions, the person who missed those 5 darts lost. Brian Dawson against Mark Mcghin and Richard Vinstra as well against Glenn Durrant.
Yes, yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be lightning striking for a 3rd time for Wesley Harms here.
97.
Yes, he won't be best pleased. I think you'll be going to join Richard Vinstra as well, won't he, in the car park, if he doesn't win this one, Wesley.
Well, he's scoring 1 ton of visit to Graf, and that forces Harms into 2 troubles, and now he's piling them in.
And where's this form come from? It's come from absolutely nowhere. A 140 there from Jeffrey Tilley, 164 after 9, having struggled in the last 3 or 4 legs to find the treble at all.
I'll tell you where it's come from, Nick. It's come at the best time.
I can't disagree with that.
Now, treble 20 now. That leaves a ton. Squares off the ton, but Harms on 220. Still anyone's match this for me. We've seen unusual goings-ons at the back end of the last 2 legs. And I wouldn't rule out seeing unusual goings-ons for a 3rd time in a row.
Albeit Wesley knows he needed a ton there. Yes, he can hit a 160, but the percentages are with him not hitting the 160. He's hit a 161, and he's still on the 160. Another treble 20. Oh, just underneath. It may have snuck in the treble. It may not. It didn't. It's 60 left, but
that was never going to be easy. And I talked about unusual goings-ons, and I wouldn't have put money on Jeffrey missing that. But as it is, it's tops for Harms. Double 10. Nerves. Tension. That's it. That's the match. They both missed darts to beat each other, but in the end it's Harms who just about got over the line. He was first to the double, of course, to win 5 legs to 3, but he will take a 5 legs to 4 victory. But de Graaf will be kicking himself at 3 darts at tops.
he certainly will do, and I think it would be fair to say in that game Wesley fell over the line rather than winning it with any real style. An 88, 89 average. Jeffrey down at 77 for his overall average, so he won't be overly chuffed with that. But it was a quarter-final for Jeffrey. It's another Selsey semi-final for Wesley. Sorry, Jeffrey in the quarter-finals. Wow, there we go. We have our men's semi-finals. Our men's semi-finals will be, he says, digging out his piece of paper. We will see Daryl Fitton play against Jim Williams, and we will see Glenn Durrant play against Wesley Harms.
Glenn Durrant and Wesley Harms also take to the stage in the quarterfinals of the men's England match play tomorrow as well, so they'll be playing each other twice tomorrow. Stay tuned for that, and stay tuned for the ladies' quarterfinals coming up very shortly.
Camera or okay. I've also been given a hard drive from the commercial people for you. And one last thing, they're starting to pack away the stage now. Shall I start to put the cameras on in their positions? Okay, I'm coming back.
Practice darts over, it'll be clear to throw first for the bullseye. Outside the 25.
4 games left today, ladies and gentlemen. The first of which is our first ladies quarterfinal. First chance we've had to look at the ladies on the TV lane. They've been playing in the ladies classic here at Selsey this afternoon. Got down to the last 8. And we have Claire Brooken and Fallon Sherik in our first quarter-final. Fantastic lineup for the ladies again this afternoon.
60.
Claire and Fallon. We then have Dita Hedman and Trina Gulliver. Trina beat Dita yesterday. So that was in yesterday evening's game. Anastasia Dobronislova then plays Aileen de Graaf before Lisa Ashton brings things to a conclusion for this evening, playing Paula Jaclyn. Best of 7. And it's Claire that won the bull.
140.
And is off and running with a very nice 140, 100, 140.
And on the other side of things, it's a 180 for Sherik. First one that we've seen from the ladies.
There we go.
On the EDO internet stream live to you from Selsey.
41.
That will do Brooken nicely.
And Fallon, 120 leaves a 58, 18 to leave tops, which she has done. And amazingly, after 140, 100, 140, oh, here we go, double 10. Still double 10. Lovely take.
Yeah, what a
needed it with a 140. With Fallon sat on 40 as well.
What a neat and fabulous first leg that was.
It was very good, very impressive.
15 data, and I think she will need more of that, to be honest, Nick, because what a player Fallon Sherik is for somebody as young as her.
Absolutely incredible. She passed a driving test yesterday, if you didn't know. There you go. Fallon Sherik's on the road, be warned.
No, to do what she's done in the ladies' game so far in her short but brilliant career. She won everything there was in the girls. She won the Europe Cup Youth, she won the World Cup Singles Youth. But has made the transition to the ladies' game stupendously. You know, World Masters, and of course her crowning glory so far in her career was reaching the final of last year's World Championship, where she just lost out to Lisa Ashton. But the way she got to the final, Nick, of course, is what we remember when she beat Anastasia Dobronislova in the semi-final.
It was, and that game where she went for the wrong double and ended up winning it on double 13 because she'd miscounted, and I think it won the hearts of the general public as well.
Well,
in that game,
if that shot won the hearts of the general public, we lost our minds in the production, because I was spotting that game and I called 32 for double 16. And we just heard a thud, and it was nowhere near. And we must have. It was a good job she stepped back, because we had a job of actually finding where that dart had actually gone. And when we found it, it was in the big 6.
Indeed, she thought she had 38 left for some obscure reason. And of course, 6 off 32 left at third double 13. She stepped back, bang. Thank you very much. 125. She's hit the 25. 20 leaves her 80. And 61. There we go again. Another person going for the 16s on 80 to leave 64.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players on 80 go for 60s.
If you haven't heard me say it before, I don't like that approach.
45. Fallon, you require
I think they should be throwing for 20s, albeit, and from Fallon's protection, if you want to call it that, with Claire back on 191, it didn't make that much difference. And twice I've said it, the person has actually gone out from leaving 64 anyway, so perhaps I should just shut up.
To be fair, she could have had 2 darts at tops if she left herself 60.
Thank you.
41.
Instead of the 1. But as it is, 1-1 in this game. Best of 7 now. We saw the men's quarterfinals were best of 9. The ladies are best of 7.
123.
And nearly her second maximum, but for the drift to the right.
Myself and Steve, who's providing all your pictures, has just been provided with a lovely cup of tea by the ladies from from the production team, I guess, here at
Here she
Selsey.
goes again. It came out that time, and I can see why, because that second dart was just hanging on. She didn't want to risk the bounce out and have a mini Gary Anderson-esque style bounce out, that famous bounce out from the World Final of 2015.
Yes, no score.
60.
Well, she's taken control of this match, hasn't she? Claire Brooken had a fantastic 15-darter to open proceedings, but has struggled to produce anything since.
She has. Claire and Fallon both are part of the England World Cup team that will go to Turkey in October. They'll be accompanied
99.
by Dieter and Lisa.
Claire is another player, a bit like Wesley Harms, who also always seems to do well at Selsey, I think.
She does.
She did well at the England Open in June, I seem to recall. But as it is here, 60 for 20, 20 for tops. Interesting, she didn't go for the 16s with 3 darts in her hand, now tops. Yes, and lovely, that's 2 darts at tops.
2 hits. Absolutely. You'll see Claire, when she takes her darts out the board, taking their darts out the board with her left hand. I feel sure that that's just showing off that she is recently married.
36.
Hence, she is Claire Brooken and not Claire Ball anymore.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Brooken. Congratulations to them.
100.
Mr. Brooken is here as well, so probably won't be listening to us drone on the internet stream, but will rather be watching in the venue. Now then, poor start from Sherik this leg, and already with just 1 throw, Brooken has seized back the advantage. Now, she looks like she's on course to produce another similar 15-dart leg that she produced in the first leg, Nick.
She does, and with that would become a 2-all game, which would definitely be...
Yep, the ladies have been busy all day. They had their pairs tournament, of course, this morning in the other venue in Bun Leisure, and now they've been playing their singles all day, so both these ladies are well into their darts, well into their form and their rhythm. Just like we saw with the men's. We started the men's from the last 32, and it was a similar scenario there.
83.
Manchester United fans.
Oh, don't tell them that. They'll all switch off.
Oh, yes, that's true. Or all take the mick.
58.
No Wayne Rooney today, Hugh. Marouane Fellaini plays up front, but David De Gea's in goal. There you go. We'll leave it at that. We'll have no more talk of football.
83.
Unless you wanted to respond.
There's, as far as darts formations are concerned, Brooken's looking for 2-2. Double 10. Yes, and she pins it. Lovely. Well, I said she was on course for a similar leg to the 15-darter, but she'll take an 18.
And she will, and she'll like double 10 because she's had 2 darts at double 10 and hit double 10 twice. So back with throw, it's 2-all. It's the first of 4, so Fallon has got to break Claire again now.
60. $58.
Still waiting for our first trouble of this leg.
60.
Well, 6 darts each, and we're still waiting our first travel of the leg. I'm guilty of repeating myself. The bespectacled Claire Brooken. There we are. She finds the treble with her last. I wonder now, it would be ironic if Fallon followed her straight in. Nope, not quite. Well, Sherik was going well for a couple of legs. It's been a topsy-turvy encounter so far, Nick.
It certainly has, and 40 points plus these in front, and Claire will be looking at a 3-2 lead if she can maintain this form. When it's best of 4, Fallon will have to win the last 2 legs.
100.
But another tongue keeps her in touch, so Claire needs to keep honest. Really do with that treble.
60.
I think that's 60. I wonder whether a 25 that last dart for a 116 rather than a 121. You do see some of the players doing it, but good thinking from Fallon. She's not afraid to ask the referees if she's struggling, but with the score. But by the same token, she's become a very good counter.
57.
164 coming in.
64.
And this would be right out of left field if this was to go in. It's not to be. But she can still set up 24.
100.
Well, level
64.
for Devil.
It's 2 all and 64 all. Nothing in it, like my front room.
Tops for 3-2. Oh, and like it really, she released that dart a little bit too early there, I think.
I agree. It almost left her hand before she'd finished taking aim. 17 for tops for Fallon.
Crucial moments.
Oh, what a big dart.
3 darts at tops. 100% record on tops so far for Sherik.
That was a big dart as well. 3-2. She knew she had to break, and she now has broken and is now thrown from the match rather than thrown to stay in the match. Albeit starting with 22 will give Claire a bit of an opening.
Well, it's an extraordinary record she's got on tops in this match so far, and she's really needed it as well because she's only had 1 dart at it at times.
55.
The 264 finishes she's had in the match going the same way. 1 dart at tops with Brooken sat back on a finish, and she's pinned it. Yeah, 57. Crucial moments. You know, we're coming down the final straight of this match now. Only the best of 7. 3-2 to Sherik. Both of them got very distinct high actions.
95.
You see Sherik with the forward back and release approach.
40.
And Claire Ball a bit more static in her action.
Check Claire Brooken.
Oh, I do apologise. You know, we're going to have to get out of that habit. It's like when with Lorraine, when she became Lorraine Winstanley and not Lorraine Farlam. But yes, the throw is much more static
60.
with Brooken than with Sherik. But both of them aim very high indeed.
Casey Gallagher, another one to throw from that sort of angle as well. This throw could be the nail in Claire's coffin. 40 points behind plus another 84. She's got to hit. Well, 99 is the minimum I think she can hit here. So she needs to come downstairs. Good thinking.
Good darts.
Yeah, 170. Fallon on 138. That's 40. Now we get left with that awkward 98. I think Fallon's looking 18s here. She was. She's hit 94. She's left 44. Can Claire take out the 170? Of course, we did see this. Brenda Dyer hit a 170 finish on this very stage against Dieter, if I'm not mistaken.
She did. Well, it's not going to happen here. Now, 44. She's gone 16 for double 14 by the looks of things. Interesting way to go.
I'm not sure that she's she's hit it and she's won the match. But I'm not so sure that was what she was meaning to do. I'm not quite sure whether she had another one of her little miscounts there after me saying.
No, I think she did. I think that was absolutely deliberate from Sherik.
Well,
she closes out a 4-2 victory over Claire Brooken. She's through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Well, as we can see, Nick, an average of 80.6 for Sherik, which in the ladies' game is a really, really top standard of play.
So is that a 26, something like that? Nearly 27, isn't it? 81 would be 27, so yeah, a 26.5, 27 average.
It's not the best she can do.
No.
But certainly, you know, I think that's a sign of how good she's become, that we can say she wasn't on 100% of her game, but she was still posting a top average.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, two of the most decorated players in the ladies' game. Nick, who are they?
We have Dita and Trina. Dita Hedman and Trina Gulliver. They played each other last night in the England Masters, and Trina came out on top by 4 legs to 1. So there's two ways of looking at that. She's either the woman to beat, or Dita is looking to get a very swift revenge.
I've just discovered 2 cheese sandwiches left on the floor. I think I might tuck into those before our next match starts. Bye for now.
Just to clarify, when he says he found them on the floor, they are still in the wrapper. He hasn't just sort of picked them up off of the floor. We'll be back in a minute.
Have 6 starts, then you'll pull up. Practice starts over. It'll be Dita to throw first for the bullseye. That's a 25.
Here we are then, the second of our quarter-finals sees Dita Hedman and Trina Gulliver.
Game on.
Quite emphatic victory for Dita going for the bullseye. But that ain't what's going to get her through to the semi-final. Hugh has... Have you devoured that cheese sandwich already?
Yes.
83.
So Dita gets the game going with 83. Trina Gulliver, 9 times the world champion.
And showing why.
Whoa, good grief, that one flew out at a fair old rate of knots.
Yes, I've just finished my cheese sandwich, but for which one of them will it be hard cheese?
That's the only reason you ate the cheese sandwich, wasn't it? So you could come up with that line.
The cheesy
100.
line. Well,
if you mention cheese and rolls in a minute, then we really are in trouble.
Trina Gulliver beat Dita Hedman in the quarterfinals of the England Open back in June, I seem to recall, and beat her 5 legs to 0. This one just the best of 7.
28.
Both these ladies have been battling through the field of ladies here in Chelsea. to make their way onto the internet lane here. So it's another date against each other. How many times have these two ladies played each other over the course of the last 20 years, Nick?
And tomorrow in the England match play, Trina will play Claire Ball or Claire Brooking. Dieter will play Maggie Sutton. 100. And guess what? If they both win, they play each other.
Nice, nice.
Dieter's stepping right back and into the corner when it's not her throw.
Just trying to make space for herself, I think, and not to feel crammed in.
No, anyway. Fair shout. That's a good shout.
They're not crammed in up there. It's a board with a lot of space around them and a lot of space behind them. But I think she's just trying to emphasise the space.
Dieter does like to have a feel that she's walking to the hockey, doesn't she? If you think about when she plays on stage, she steps back. So.
Yes, absolutely.
140.
Trina with a second 140.
I like the pace she's throwing at here. I think she's throwing really confidently. She played really well back in Chelsea in June. Was unlucky not to win the title against Fallon Sherik. And she's brought that form back here.
She felt she played well last night, obviously beating Dieter, but she also then made it through to the semi-final. And she said she felt she played well. And we had the conversation on numerous occasions that it just felt that she was... We'll just stop while she goes for the bull for a 93 out. Okay, 31 left. She just felt, or those around her felt, that she wasn't being quite as positive as she should be when she was throwing her darts. It was almost like, I'm throwing them and hoping they're going somewhere, rather than I'm throwing them because I know I can place them in a certain position in the board. And it's definitely paid off. The last few months, Trina's been playing a lot better.
Well, 31. This first leg has followed the tone of their match in Chelsea back in June so far. Gone 11 for double 10. She really thought about that as well.
She did, yes. I was looking at 15 or thinking 15 before she started looking, but... And that's why she wanted to go 11 and double 10. It's a great start for Trina.
Now 6 legs on the bounce against Dieter Hedman in Chelsea.
And that was against the darts.
Nice first start. Yes, this has got 180 written all over it. Yes, it's the first maximum of the match. And the 9-time world champion really strutting her stuff.
It would be possibly one of the most amazing feats if Trina came back and won Lakeside.
134.
I think so. She seems to have slipped down the pecking order, as it were, as far as the top lady players are concerned. But there's no doubting the impact that she has had on the ladies' game has been huge, absolutely 44. Huge. And if it wasn't for her consistency of winning world titles, I don't think we'd be seeing the standard of ladies' darts that we do today.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, that's why that she's got the MBE for her services to darts. And dare I say, in my opinion, quite rightly so. It's
22.
From my, how long are we talking? 8 or 9 years when I first joined the BDO. There were 2 or 3 of the ladies at a high standard. Then Dieter came back, and then you've seen the emergence of all the younger girls. But a lot of the other women that have come to the fore in the last 3 and 4 years. And if you look at that draw that we've just talked about, the draw that we've got now, the draw that we have tomorrow, there are a good 10 or 12 ladies now that you'd say, do you know what, put them in a pot, pick the winner. It wouldn't be the easiest thing to do.
100.
Only the second dart player to receive the MBE. The other, of course, being Eric Bristow.
Indeed.
Treble 19 now to leave tops.
59.
And Dieter, on the other hand...
You made a comment earlier around the best player never to have won Lakeside.
Yes.
We were talking about Tony O'Shea.
Well, when she took her first retirement, it was before there was a Ladies' World Championship. And
True.
By the time she came back, quite a few editions of the World Championship had been played.
Yes.
I think literally about 8 or 9 had been played before she came back. But the one that she will look at is 2014. There's no question about that. When she was 2 sets to 0 up against Lisa Ashton.
38.
But lost in the end to the Lancashire Rose. And she will look back on that and think that was my moment. But she will also be hoping that she will have plenty more opportunities to come.
I was going to say that. Whilst, yes, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but that was her moment. Don't, for God's sake, rule out Dita Hedman. You do it at your peril. She is still the most awesome dart player.
40.
Tops for Gulliver for 2-0. For clear daylight. Well, 10.
Oh, wow. Having clinically hit double 10 in the first leg.
119.
Charlie Corstorphine has to call that Trina has 5 left. 119. Got to hit the treble 20. Not quite there. Pained expression on Dita's face. She's hit 59.
Trina, you require 5.
Left at 60. Which with Trina on 5 might not be the worst thing in the world. Hit the hard one. Double 1.
3.
Just outside. And we saw Daryl Fitton earlier in that leg that turned the game around against Jamie Hughes. Well, not turned around again, but probably cemented the game. On 5 hit 3 or 6, I should say, 3, 1 and double 1.
Big dart this. Oh
50.
no, she was craving an opportunity. She had it, but she's blown it. Double 1, not easy.
Madhouse for Trina Gulliver. Oh, and she's going to be mad with that. She's in the wrong bed.
10.
Dita will be pleased. You can rest assured on that. Double 5. For a way back into the game which she never thought she'd get. And she's got it. She had to come to the left of that bed, didn't she, Nick? And she did, and she hit it with aplomb. 1-1 in the match between the two most decorated players in ladies' world darts history.
It is 1-1, and both legs have gone against the darts. And Trina will be kicking herself because she knows that she should be 2-0 up.
41.
It's interesting, isn't it, that Dita hasn't won a world title. And Lisa Ashton has 2, Anastasia de Bramislova has 3. Frances Honsler, of course, has been ladies' world champion as well. But we still rank Dita as possibly the most decorated player in ladies' history simply because of the depth of things that she's won in the ladies' game over a period of 20 years.
I agree. There were a couple of times last year when you hear Richard introducing Dita onto the stage, and it was the holder of 14 titles across the BDO world. 14 is just an incredible number, isn't it?
Simply extraordinary, and I don't think you would get that. I don't think you get that in the men's game anyway, but it's not something you hear often, certainly.
85.
No, and you've now got the likes of Anastasia and Lisa and Fallon. Casey Gallagher, of course, won 2 titles in Sweden recently. And they're just getting spread out, and that's what I was saying about the top 10, 12 ladies now. And even below the 12, there are still another 8 or 10 ladies that are going to be challenging in the near future. We watched Bo Greaves earlier, Natasha Reeves. There's lots of talent, and great to see.
85.
Her form of 2012 and 2013, Dita Hedman, was simply extraordinary. And funnily enough, when she went to the World Championship, she was beaten both times by Lisa Ashton. Once in the first round of 2013, and in the final of 2014. Maximum coming in? No, not quite.
140.
But this is better from Hedman. I wonder just how crucial that second leg's going to be, because Gulliver has been in complete control of this match, and now for the first time she finds herself up against it. But this is how she responds.
That's unlucky. It's a 1, 2, 3. It's a good job. You're absolutely right, Hugh. Those legs sometimes where you have that double 1 or a 5 out shot and it takes 6 or 8 darts to get there, they sometimes can be the complete turning point of a game. You can feel those games when you're refereeing them as well. I think sometimes when you get those and they have a bit of a laugh and a joke when they get it, but deep down I'm sure the players are thinking, blimey, that might be the one that just turns this game around for me.
Yeah, you can tell the feeling changes on stage. But this leg isn't over for Gulliver yet.
99.
Very close
Absolutely.
leg indeed.
Yes, 99.
82.
So Dita wants 82. She'll look treble 14 or the bull. It was treble 14, which she has successfully negotiated. Double top. Still double top. And there we go, an 82 outshot to pin a 2-1 lead. And from 1-0 down, and seemingly going 2-0 down, Dieter finds herself 2-1 in front.
Yep, nails it with the last.
But
again.
sorry, Hugh. But Trina doesn't need to be despondent here. It's not that she's getting beaten up here. It's 2-1. That's it. She has the throw.
Well, she threw a generally good leg herself there in that third leg. But what will be worrying her is that Dieter has now found some form.
81.
Yes, agreed.
Nice guide that. That comes out wise, I think. Unlucky.
43.
Opportunity for Hedman, who's throwing far better now. She's got one leg on the board. Indeed, she swiftly converted that into 2 legs. And now look at this. That's a perfect dart for her. Talk about her finding form. That first dart was perfect.
140.
And she gets the 140 as well. Gulliver up against it here. It's amazing what the feeling of hitting a double can do to a player.
Absolutely, but Trina's shown her class there at 137 to put herself back into this leg and in front by about 44 points. Both ladies very focused in this game as well. Dieter, of course, a member of the England team that will go to the World Cup. 55 there. So Trina back in charge of this leg. She's 4 in front. It's her throw. And she's hit the treble. So all things are good. 100 scored, 136.
Yep, a ton leaves 136 for Gulliver. Dieter Hedman on 225. Hedman on 225, not 240 at the moment, so to apologise. That's why she went for the 25 with the last to set up the 160.
Trina, you require 136.
Gulliver on 136, 2 treble 20s and double 8s.
There we go, and Ricky Cousins very quickly working out if I stick in 80 there, I'll get her back to the 160 she actually needs.
82.
He's done a fabulous job. It's not the easiest job sitting there all day plugging in numbers into the computer for you guys to be able to see on the internet stream.
160 for Hedman. It wouldn't be the highest outshot we've seen on this stream so far, Nick. That was 161, wasn't it, for Wesley Harms?
Wesley Harms 161, yes.
140.
I think that's a 140, is it? It is a 140. It's left double 10. 54 for Trina to level things up. She's hit 14. She wants double top. And 1 dart at double 10. She hit it first leg, but she was way off it in the second.
34.
To be fair, she hasn't got too close to it in the fourth either.
20.
No, the wheels have come off as far as her finishing is concerned. Double 10 for Hedman. Yes, he nails it first down. That's the difference between the 2 players right now, Nick.
5th leg, it's Dieter to throw.
It certainly is.
Game on.
3-1 up. A break of throw from 1-0 down. From 1-0 down and buried in the second leg, she's now Dieter 3-1 up.
But I love the composure that she showed all the way through those first couple of legs, because she was nowhere to be seen, but she never let her opponent know that she was lost or that she was feeling lost and didn't know where her form was going to come from. And I think that betrayed Gulliver, really, because if she had seen Hedman, for example,
100.
beating herself up or showing negative vibes, that would have only given her more confidence.
It's a strange one, isn't it? I was saying earlier about Tony's game and the fact that that he was grimacing sometimes when they were flicking into the 5 or not quite going in the treble 20, which was something I always associated with Tony with. It didn't matter. You couldn't tell whether Tony hit 7 or 180 because invariably he cates with the same straight face. And I know some of the players do think very hard about the image that they give off to the other player or the vibes they give off to another player, and that can make a big difference.
Well, good darts from Gulliver at the top of this leg. 10 and 85. Needs to win the last 3 legs of this match. No arguments. So Hedman not the most audacious of starts, I think it's fair to say. 24 and 77. 77's a bit better. 78. So she's going up steadily. Gulliver still with the advantage now.
Yes, against the darts as well.
57.
57.
Not
not often that you see Trina Gulliver switch 20s, 19s and 18s.
No, that's very true. That was another point that, that when she was taking a long, hard look at herself a few months ago, was one of the points where so many times Trina would hit 2 treble 20s just under and still be playing 20s. And a number of people have said to her, why are you staying there when you've got nothing to aim at? Be confident in yourself. Go for your 19s.
99.
Or your 18s, for that matter.
Well, it was a good job she came out there because
it's good thinking.
Went off the 160.
Absolutely, good thinking there. So Dieter on 262. So it'll be interesting to see where Dieter's last start goes here. 80 scored, should be 18s. Fantastic dart. An 18 would have left 164. A treble 18 does even better than that. It leaves her 128. Trina now 160. But she'll take 95.
DT you require 128.
128 then.
Or does she go treble 14?
Unlucky, just bounced off it. The lie actually betrayed her there because it hit the dart as she wanted to, but too heavy.
So 72 scored leaves 56, should be a 16. 88 scored, tops left. Trina on 65. It was an interesting one, 128. I wonder whether sometimes you're better off hitting the single 18 because you know damn well what you've got to do after that. You've got to hit 16, you've got to hit bull.
Well, Trina knows she's got to hit 18 and she's got to hit tops to break back, otherwise she's going home. Oh, unlucky, 45. Just underneath. It's been a tale of missed doubles, this for Gulliver.
It has. The game's been very even. Dieter's the one that's hit the doubles.
Hedman for the match. Tops for it. Got to come to the left, one feels. Got to come even more to the left, and how awkward is that for her?
Down on one knee, maybe.
She's smiling to herself, but... Oh,
wow. Wow.
Dieter Hedman.
What a fabulous last dart there. Dieter disappeared off of your screen. There was that far to the left of the oche and somehow managed to plonk that dart underneath the two that were pinning the wire. Fabulous shot, Hugh.
Well, who cares about the space to the left or the right when you can plonk them in between? Fantastic dart that from Hedman. And a 4-1 victory. She goes through to the last 4 tomorrow. But Trina will be kicking herself for her missed doubles, especially in the second leg.
Absolutely, a 2-0 lead as opposed to a 1-all, and you never know, as we were saying earlier with a couple of games, that does make it a completely different game. But there we are. Dieter extracts revenge for last night's defeat and beats Trina by the same score of 4-1. We have
Eileen de Graaf against Anastasia de Bramislova coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Anybody there?
Yeah, teeny weeny. Yeah.
Should have left it on in the first place, shouldn't I?
Can we get the match going and I'll come out and help you, Steve?
Yeah.
Good evening to you all out there in Streamland. Two faces that I feel sure that if you're into your darts, you will recognise. Aileen de Graaf, Anastasia Dobromislova. The third of our quarter-finals. We have to have 2 games left to stream to you this evening. You'll see Andy Walsh there, sitting ready to plug the scores in. Andy has been refereeing throughout the day, along with Charlie Corstefine and with Wayne Dunn from the west of England. They've done a fabulous job. We've had the easy bit, myself and Hugh, sitting in here, commentating on some fabulous games of darts. We're down to our last 2. We started at 10 o'clock this morning. Both ladies have hit the 25. They're extending our evening.
To throw for the ball first.
Another 25 there from Aileen. Back to Anastasia. That one's outside. So I think Aileen has won the ball.
So first leg is Aileen to throw first. Game on.
And it could be important, that, ladies and gentlemen, because the way these two score,
58.
It's going to be hard for either of them to break the throw.
Indeed, very much so.
Dobromislova looks really, really determined to me.
Very, very focused.
You can see the 3 stars on her shirt, representing her 3 World Championships.
74.
Just casually plonks in the ball there with her
As
first
you
3
do.
darts.
74 first throw. Aileen on the 19s. Who have we got refereeing this? Was this Charlie? So he's had a start on the 19, a bullseye. He's now suddenly thinking, I've been up here all day, ladies, please. Nice, simple hundreds will do nicely.
60.
She does love her 19s, and you can see why.
133.
A 133 it is. Leaves a 266. Anastasia 367, but opening up with the treble.
100.
It's in a ton. So we should see Aileen come out now. Now.
135.
Why bother coming out if you can just hit the trebles, Aki?
Absolutely, and well, I was talking about the way these two score. It's going to be hard to break through, and that seems to be what's happened in this first leg, because de Graaf is on 131 after 12. Dobromislova nowhere near, so 39 for 32. 18 now leaves tops. Good leg this 91. From the Dutch lady.
Indeed.
She follows in the footsteps of her Dutch compatriot, Francis Honteler, of course. A legend of the ladies' game. Sadly, no longer plays darts, Nick, but certainly I'm sure de Graaf will have looked at her as she's been growing up and starting in darts as a source of inspiration to her. Double 10, or just inside.
Indeed. Francis Honteler was a lovely lady. And certainly a deserved winner, in my opinion, of the Lakeside title. Double 18 for a 147 for Anastasia. Whoa! A 147. A fantastic outshot. And even Aileen there had a wry smile on her face. That's the way to take the first leg against the throw.
Well, it wasn't 15 reds, 15 blacks and all the colours, but it snookered de Graaf. That came completely out of nowhere, didn't it?
Superb shot. Just proves how good Anastasia is and how good the ladies' game of darts is.
Well, de Graaf was in complete control, wasn't she? And it needed a finish of that spectacular showing to, if Dobromislova was going to get the leg. And talking of the spectacular, twice now she's missed out on the 171.
It was a 117 first shot. We have Anastasia now moves up to second place on the leaderboard for highest outshots on the internet streaming for 45. The day. She's behind Wesley's 161, but she's jumped in front of the very first game of the day where Daniel Perry 95. Had a 145.
And I like how all 3 of the top finishes today have come from men's, ladies and youth.
There we go. Can't argue with that.
The depth in standard of darts is not dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely superb.
60.
And most importantly for Anastasia, of course, that was against the darts. Albeit, of course, we now have the problem
95.
that she hasn't exactly gone off, come out firing in this leg and has lost the throw. Well, I say lost the throw. A treble here or a ton here. Oh, actually, no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Eileen's previous score had not been added, so yes.
The way things are going, she's probably looking at another big 10+ score, 10+ shot out if she wants to win this leg, because De Graaf again is a long way ahead.
86.
Indeed.
Hasn't got her scoring boots on as of yet, De Bromaslova. Certainly not in this leg. Now 108. I fancy she'll go the 19s on this. She's played more on the 19s than what she has the 20s so far, De Graaf. Treble leaves double 16. Now back upstairs she'll go.
It's a good 56.
56.
So Anastasia want a ton or more here. Either that or 46 and leave 147 again.
Yes.
Well, there's the 6, so she needs tops.
9.
What a poor darted tops that was.
Aileen, you require 52.
And I think she's hit 9.
20
she
for
did.
double 16. Double 16 now. Well,
That's
I said
Gase
how
on
hard
the
it would be
second
for
leg to Aileen
both
de
players
Graaf.
to break the throw, and naturally we've had
Third
two
leg,
consecutive breaks
Aileen
of
to
throw in the
throw
first two
first.
legs.
Game
But
on.
only 2 darts at doubles. And both have hit.
The commentator's curse. And now she's starting on the 19s here, Nick.
Not
57.
I don't know about you, Hugh, but it's not the easiest person to call for when they do that. You're never quite sure what to be looking at as a referee, are you?
Well, she isn't the tallest of players, De Graaf, so 19s may be more suitable
Yep.
for her height.
Yep.
But she's more than capable of hitting the treble 20s. Now, I remember one game she played here in Chelsea 2 years ago where her scoring was absolutely phenomenal. She was playing on 20s. Her coming down for the 19s with all 3
98.
darts has only come into her game over the last year or so.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. But it seems to work for her. And it's not quite right that if the referee goes, do you mind not playing on those? I'd rather you played on the 20s. It'd make it easier for us. I'm not sure they're going to listen to us, are they?
No, absolutely not. Well, De Bromaslova enjoyed that 140, a fist pump to accompany the 2 treble 20s.
86.
De Graaf pips the treble 20 there just to keep herself in the leg, but De Bromaslova is making her case here. Another nice turn.
100.
She certainly is, and again, we're now threatening another leg against the darts. I'll remind you, it was you, Hugh, that said it'll be difficult to get a break of throw in this match. Come on, she says. 41, 137. 90 points in front. And maintaining that's, here we go, pinging these treble 19s again, and that looks like a hell of a lot. And it was the full rack, 171, 57 left.
Yeah, she's been threatening that 171 a few times in this match, hasn't she? And she's finally got what she was looking for.
Indeed. So Anastasia telling herself, I did 147, 137 should have been easier. Treble 19 now to leave tops. She's found the treble 19 in the left top, so the pressure's on Aileen here. Aileen did throw in this leg, so theoretically should have been first to a double. Or first to throw at a double, and is. Double 10. Oh,
37.
Both of those were very, very close.
Anastasia
Now, can Anastasia make the most of that treble 19 that she threw last start of the last throw? She's found the same hole as Aileen. Oh,
20.
you may very well
You require
pull a
20.
face. That was close.
Yeah, but most importantly, it wasn't in.
I do know that double 10 is not Aileen's favourite double.
Well, it's not in. And these are crucial moments for both of them, really, because the mental damage that this leg could do to the loser of it.
Yes,
yeah, now it's De Graaf who has to respond. And even more bad news for her, it's another break of throw.
Indeed it is. So in the Zydadum Masters, 2 or possibly 3 years ago, Aileen left herself 20, and she went and completely confused me, which doesn't take a lot, I know, and went for a 4 for double 8 with 20 with 3 darts in her hand.
Let me guess, did you hit an 18?
She hit an 18, yes. And she left double 1, which was quite incredible.
60.
But, yeah, very strange that a player of that ability didn't go for a double.
Well, like she's shying away from the 20s.
53.
And I think she is shying away because she is more than capable of hitting the big 1040s and 1080s.
Very much so.
I'm not sure whether her play so far on the 19s
60.
generally has justified her going down there. Yes, she's had a 133, she's had a 171, but apart from that, not much else.
I'm not sure. There's something happening that I'm not quite sure what it is, but Aileen's asking people to move, I think. So a little bit of disturbance to the side of the stage, or to the side of the TV lane. The cameraman is now panning out, but I don't think he's going to get round that far. Anastasia's now turned her back. Whether she's just regrouping or watching what's going on out in the world, I'm not quite sure.
94.
But I think she was just focusing. Hubby Tony Martin's not with us this weekend.
60.
He stayed at home. Hope you're well, Tony.
Oh, he'll be watching.
Absolutely.
99.
That's right.
Afternoon, Tony. You'll be enjoying what you're seeing so far, I'm sure, because Dobramislova 2-1 up and a break of throw up, the first 4.
100.
Yeah, nice score. Good ton. Needed it really as well, because De Graaf is threatening. She's threatening some more big scoring.
95.
95 leaves her a 160. Anastasia 221. Something has definitely caught Aileen's eye. She keeps looking over to the left-hand side.
100.
A ton there
Aileen,
from
you require
Anastasia
160.
to leave 121. Aileen on 160. 24 scored. Just
43.
the 43
Anastasia,
scored
you
this
require
time.
121.
So 121.
60-11 ball. 51 for the ball. Back upstairs she'll go.
Good dart.
97.
Absolutely.
Aileen, you
97
require
leaves her 107. Sorry, leaves her 24 whilst Aileen is on 117.
Now I wonder if her lack of going for the treble 20 has
65.
contributed to hitting the big one there. Her range was
Anastasia,
off.
you require 24.
Big dart here. Anastasia knows that if she can put a 3-1 score on the board. Oh my word, that's as close as the double 10 was in the previous leg, but this time she's hit the double 6. She's 3-1 in front.
Well, we spoke at the top of the game just how determined she was, and she's really been pumped for this match. She's been fist pumping and shouting come on to herself, and she knows how dangerous an opponent Aileen de Graaf is, and I think that's the reason why.
59.
Absolutely. Very concentrated.
The first hold of throw in the game, Nick.
Indeed.
And what a crucial hold.
Very true. Very true.
140.
And now she's piling in here as well, a ton 40.
One game to follow. Our last game of the day sees
49.
Lisa Ashton, the world champion, the Lancashire Rose, take on Paula Jaclyn from Lincolnshire for a place in the Ladies Classic semi-final. Where
100.
If she'll take a ton there, Dobramislova.
60.
And she'll take that 60 from De Graaf as well, because 72 points in front plus these.
we'll tell you who's in the semi-finals, but I'm not 100% sure which way the who plays who. But Dieter Hedman has knocked out Trina Gulliver, and Fallon Sherik has knocked out Claire Brooken, knee ball. So those two ladies are already in our semi-finals. Anastasia or Aileen,
134,
and then Lisa or Paula will join them.
Good cover on the 19s from De Graaf, but Dobramislova will still be fancying her chances if she can put one treble in. Needs a treble?
60.
No, now De Graaf back in the leg, back in the match.
Indeed, 156 for Anastasia. 95 leaves 104 for Aileen. 156, only one way to get it. 2 treble 20s and a double 18. Won't be going out this throw, but she'd love 83.
24.
I think she's gone to 24. She has, so 132. So a spectacular 132. I was going to say if Aileen doesn't go out, but I'm hitting a 1 on 104 first dart. 40. She won't, and 40, leaving 64 has not left it easy.
32.
Well, bull, double 16. That's not the way to do it. All she can do now is set up tops and hope
92.
that de Graaf misses this.
Aileen, you require 64.
64 coming in to save the tournament. Treble 16 for double 8. Double 8 now. She's got 2 darts. Double 4. No, not to be. And now to Bromas, she's worked hard all game here, and she's got her 3 darts at tops that she wants, Nick.
She certainly has. She obviously prefers double 10. Bang. Thank you very much. Anastasia is the third lady through to the, I nearly said the match play, to the classic semi-finals. Anastasia beats Aileen de Graaf 4 legs to 1 to join Dieter and to join Fallon. So will they be joined by Lisa or will they be joined by Paula?
That's the last match coming up very shortly, folks. One more game to go. Don't go anywhere.
So here we are then. We started at 10 o'clock this morning with the boys England match play quarter-finals. We went through the girls England match play semi-finals, the boys semi-finals. We've had the men's classic all the way from the last 32 down to your quarter-finals. And we've now had the ladies quarter-finals, or at least we've had 3 of them, and we're just about to watch the last quarter-final and your last helping of darts for today, for Saturday, before we return again for another stint tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure they need no introducing, but you have Lisa Ashton, the ladies world champion, and you have Paula Jaclyn from Lincolnshire. The girls are bulling up. Lisa has hit the 25.
25.
And of course Paula now hits the 25. So they'll go again, and it'll be Paula to throw this time.
outside the 25.
Outside. And Lisa just needs to get nearer than that, which she has. Even though her dart is also outside the 25, it is closer, so BDO stroke EDO rules apply. And our referee for the last game, I'm sure he'll be looking for someone to give him a foot massage after the end of this game, is Andy Walsh from Nottinghamshire. And we start with a 140 from the world champion.
Yes, we start as we mean to go on. Paula Jaclyn produced a very famous walk-on at last year's World Championship. Came down to turn down for what? In her Lincolnshire Cape.
Indeed.
Lost, though, to Aileen de Graaf, who we just saw bow out of this competition to Anastasia de Bromaslova. So, Jaclyn, now experienced on the BDO circuit, has been around for quite a few years. And she has gradually improved over that time, and I think that her ranking, making her eligible for Lakeside, reflected that, Nick.
I agree. I also think that the Lincolnshire team have progressed into the Premier League in the BICC as well, and obviously the higher you go, the better players you play, and I'm a firm believer that the better players you play, whether you beat them or not, it will make you a better player.
Well, Lincolnshire do actually sit top of the BICC Premier Division as we stand after one game played of the new season.
There we go. I'm sure Yorkshire and Lancashire will have something to say about that.
Yes, Lisa Ashton of Lancashire, her team will certainly have something to say. She's having something to say about this darts match. A 180 already to set up double 18. Fantastic.
Indeed. Double 18, the first leg. Paula trying to shoot back an immediate riposte. Was it a 140 or a 121? It was a 121, so left her 139, but Lisa, for first blood, wants double 18.
This quick-fire Lancastrian can't find the double this time.
Paula, you require 139.
139's a tall order. Two ways of going here. We could go 60. In fact, there's many ways to go on 139, but 60, 39 top, 60, 57, 22. There's treble 19.
Lisa, you
lots of different ways.
36.
Either way, you needed two trebles to start the show, and that wasn't to be. So double 9 now, and now a single 1 to lead double 4. And a bit of a grimace there from Lisa, because she knows that Paula Jaclyn's more than capable of taking out 79. That would be against the darts. Now it's 20 and tops. Tops, one dart in her hand. That's unlucky.
Lisa, you require 8.
That is unlucky. She almost jumped with that last dart, didn't she?
It's one of Paula's traits, Hugh, and I wonder. I haven't quite worked out as Lisa.
Double 4 go in.
Absolutely, I haven't. Sometimes Paula on that last dart does tend to throw herself at the border, and I haven't yet worked out whether it's still as a part of the throw or after she's let the dart go, if you know what I mean. Because obviously, if she does it while she's got the dart in her hand, it's surely going to make a difference to the way she throws.
Well, what looked like to be a comfortable leg for Ashton turned into a bit of a scrap, made that a lot more difficult for herself than what she wanted to do. But the credit Paula Jaclyn, who never gave up that leg and indeed had a chance to win 60. It.
Indeed. Indeed she did.
This for me already, though, Nick, is a must-win leg because Lisa Ashton is such a good front runner. You have to put her under pressure right from the off. So if Jaclyn can just hold on to her throw here and almost grab the shirt of Lisa Ashton, as it were, metaphorically, then
81.
That will certainly stand her in good stead.
Yeah.
And I think if she wants to win this match, I think that's a must. She can't afford to be going 2-0 down and face Ashton throwing for a 3-0 lead.
No, very true. Very true. She is, as you say, a very good front runner. I didn't notice them do that. I was just saying to Hugh, they've swapped the board round.
Yep, they've turned the board.
66.
I don't blame them. Because it has taken a battering, that treble 20. We've seen some fantastic matches today.
Notice that the board, however, belongs to Mark Mcghin.
Yes. Oh, 2 in again for Ashton. Yes, a second maximum in 2 legs.
And for those of you that wondered why I said that, Gladiator is Mark Mcghin's nickname and is now the name at the top of the board, if you can turn your head upside down and read it.
So quick fire and natural is Ashton. Always has been a natural darts player, but Really, over the last few years, she's become so dangerous.
61.
161 now, treble 20, 17s and bull. Oh, now that's a bit of a poor throw to follow up to the maximum score she hit.
It was.
40 score, Paula. 49. Lisa, you require 131.
131 then. 49. She was lucky, really. She had the treble 3. Leaves herself a shot, Jaclyn.
131. She won't be finishing now, but another. So that's 25. 106. Should really stay at 20s. She's gone for 18s. That's good enough, though. 79 scored. 53 remaining. Paula 164. Can't finish now. She needs the treble 20, treble 18, and bull. She'll stay there. And she's hit a ton, so a little bit of pressure.
Require 52.
Well, options. She's got 12 for tops or 20 for double 16. Her choice. 12 for tops it is for a 2-0 lead. Yes, she's got it as well. Well, I was talking about Jaclyn needing to win that leg.
Game on.
Because now she's broken the throw, but she's throwing for a 3-0 lead and to be one leg away from the match.
And very, very quickly, the game can move away from Paula here.
100.
If she's not careful. So, coming towards the end of our day's coverage, we've had a fabulous day's worth of darts. As I say, we started at the start of the day with the Boys England match play. We saw the quarterfinals and semi-finals, and tomorrow we'll see a final that we'll look forward to seeing Jack Vincent play against Chris Gower in the Boys England match play final. The girls started in the semi-final, and that final will be contested by Natasha Eves and Bo Greaves. They will be our girls match play finalists.
41.
And I'm looking through my little programme here for a list of who the ladies and the men's are. Have I missed it, Hugh? Here we go. Look, typical.
85.
Turn to the wrong page. Tomorrow morning, the ladies' England match play. Ladies' quarterfinals will be on stage, and the men's quarterfinals on stage, starting at 10 o'clock.
28.
Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherik. Zoe Jones and Anastasia, Trina Gulliver and Claire Brooken, and Dita Hedman and Maggie Sutton. And then for the men's England match play, Glenn Durrant and Wesley Harms, which is a semi-final also in the Classic later on in the day. Jamie Hughes and Dennis Harbour, Paul Hogan, Gary Robson, Scott Mitchell, Mark Mcghin.
Yep, and following the completion of that, we will have the England Classic completion. Ladies semi-finals, Dita Hedman, Anastasia de Bramislova. The winner of this will take on Fallon Sherik, as we see Ashton looking at double 18. She's been in complete control this leg. The men's semi-finals will be Glenn Durrant, Wesley Harms. They also face off in the match play, remember, and Darryl Fitton against Jim Williams. We will then have the ladies' pairs final, the men's pairs final, the youth final,
81.
the England Masters finals. Incidentally, those are the ladies. Aileen de Graaf against Lisa Ashton. What a match that should be. And Dean Reynolds against world champion Scott Mitchell. And then we finish with the England Classic ladies and men's finals. One of the busiest days on the darting calendar. We see Lisa Ashton make a bit of a mess of 18 there. I think she did the right thing, splitting 2-8 with Jaclyn not on a finish, but
I won't disagree with that. She's still in command of the leg. But you'll do well if we rattle through those games, but you'll do well to remember exactly what games we have got. But just rest assured, switch on your internet streaming at 10 o'clock. Myself, Hugh.
Oh, well, sorry, Nick, to interrupt, but we saw a dart fall out of the treble 5 there, so it's only 120 scored because she didn't retrieve the darts. Those are the rules, so only 120. The treble 5 bounced out before she picked out the dart. But now it's forced Lisa to go for the double 9, and she's pulled it inside.
10. Paulie require 86.
And now she's got a shot at 86.
Paula, you require 86.
Bit of a steward's inquiry here, or is it just Paula having a bit of a wry grin about?
Well, it's ironic that treble 18 and double 16. She could have had 71, but as it is, it's 86. Oh, but she's hit the ball, double 16. Yes, what a shot. Taking out the 86 there.
Well,
fourth leg.
Andy Walsh and Paula having a bit of a laugh. Andy obviously knows the rules as the referee. You do have to collect your darts out of the board for them to score. If you're walking up the oche to the board and one of your darts falls out, or more than one of your darts fall out, they do not count. And that was the case with that treble 5.
That's going to stun Lisa.
120.
It's going to stun Lisa Ashton because she was so far ahead. She was on 36 and Jaclyn was on 287.
Absolutely.
She must be wondering how on earth she's lost that. Fantastic outshot by Jaclyn, though, to go ball double 16 with her last 2 darts.
Indeed.
So a bit of late drama here on the internet stream in Chelsea to round off proceedings.
60.
It's been a fabulous Saturday.
Some great games. Highlight here?
There's been a few.
26.
I can think of the Richard Vinstra Gary Robson game was a stupendous game. Both players averaging over 100.
Yep.
I can think of Brian Dawson missing 5 darts to beat Mark Mcghin, who was the reigning champion. Then Harms beat Mcghin
45.
the next round up. Richard Vinstra again, he missed 5 darts to beat the world number 1 Glenn Durrant and went out in the deciding leg.
40.
Harms missed 5 darts to beat De Graaf, and De Graaf missed 3 darts of his own in a sort of I'll hold the door open for you quarter-final matchup to get through.
Yeah.
But I like how a lot of the drama has come at the latter stages.
Yes. Yeah, no, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, I think the Glenn Durrant comeback
22.
was definitely one of the high points, or low for Richard.
To win again. There's another 180 for Ashton.
3 180s. That's why she's world champion. Her scoring is just phenomenal.
Yeah, her scoring has always been good, but it's gone up another level these last 2-3 years, and that's why she's world champion.
Require 115.
The game against Fallon in last year's world championship, the scoring in that was just immense, wasn't it?
15 for tops. Tops, this will make her feel better on the finishing. Oh, you could see by her expression that dart left her hand far, far too early. Just didn't have any air about it at all.
Not quite sure what she was thinking there, but she definitely saw the funny side of it. Good job. 85. You would do with
Lisa, you
Paula back on 192. Bit more of a pained expression this time if she doesn't hit, but she has.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
3-1.
Lisa Ashton. 5th leg. Lisa to
and that was against the darts.
Yep, she'll be happy that her blip on the doubles didn't continue there, because Jaclyn was back on 107, and after having taken out 86 clinically in the end, she wouldn't have wanted to give her a shot.
23.
Not a great start to this leg, just 23, so Paula with a chance.
$60.
60 is probably not taking that chance, if truth be told, but
yes, she would like more than 60, but
83.
Still very much in this leg at the top of the 5th leg. Nice treble here, yes. Follow it up. Yes, and again. Unlucky. But a 135 she'll have taken before the visit, Nick.
She most certainly would have. So she's stolen the darts from Lisa here.
45.
40 points in front plus these. Albeit, have you seen with Lisa, she can suddenly power hit a 140 43. Or a 180. Although Paula's looking at those, she's 100 points in front, that could very easily be diminished with just one throw from Lisa.
Yeah, with her
here we go.
Yeah, with her scoring power, you never
100.
truly say that she's out of a leg. But Jaclyn, you know, Ashton's hit a good ton, but I'd still say Jaclyn's the favourite, particularly with that first start. 18s perhaps on 188.
76.
No, but
should have been. You're right. I don't think it was. I think she was looking at 20s, but.
Nope, still got the advantage. The Lady of Lincolnshire looking for another break of throw.
43.
She hasn't really
No,
hit
just
well with her
just
last 5
41,
darts.
43, I should say.
Ashton, the ask is the same really, 1 treble. No, she can't find it. Who wants this
Polly
leg?
require 144.
Well, Lisa wants it to qualify, and Paula wants it to extend the match.
Oh, I was going to say it's a nice turn. Even if that had hit the big 20, I think that would have been a good turn.
146 in for Lisa. Going downstairs, just 30. So Paula now 103. A couple of ways you can go 19s here, or you can go treble 20. A trademark lick of the finger from Paula. And she's decided that 19s will do. So 84 to go. Treble 20 or treble 16. Almost certainly treble 20. And now treble 16 stroke treble 8. 55 scored.
Lisa,
48 remaining.
116.
Lisa, nice and simple. Treble 20, single 20. And double 18 if she can manage it. She'll take a treble now, though.
45.
Bad slip, leaving 71, which is not a nice shot to have. 48 then for Paula. She's showing off. 2 doubles. Double 4.
No score.
No score.
Lisa,
Back to
you
48.
require 71.
Ashton on 71 then for the match. To make it through and to end a very long day for these two ladies. 14 and tops. Tops now for the match. And that's it.
Shot
1 dart's all she
and the
needed.
match. Lisa
And it's a
Ashton.
4-1 victory for the world champion. She goes through to the next round.
Congratulations there to Lisa. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our coverage today. I hope you've enjoyed some of what we've had to say, as much as I think you and I have enjoyed what we've been saying. I think we're off for a swift lemonade. We might even watch a little bit of the football. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for a nice early start. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you ever so much for listening.